right. Try to get this back in some sensible position. Good morning. How are you guys doing? Too early in the morning? Nonsense! Nonsense! Roarin', welcome back with the Prime 36 months. Let's go. 3 years. Bless. 33 more months until the big 6-9, that's right. Just around the corner. I appreciate that, Roarin'. Welcome back, brother. I hope you're doing well. Dude, that guy has got some movement speed. Did you see? This man was cooking. We got some sweats out here in full-blown meme mode. Got that custom, like, pre-order skin. Alright, I'm gonna have to ask you guys who are watching to, keep tabs. We are, for the first time in weeks, streaming to YouTube and whatnot at the same time, all the usual. So, last few times I did that, either Twitch, typically it was Twitch, but at least Twitch was stuttering or like going through weird loading things and whatnot. A bunch of random nonsense, and so I had stopped because I was tired of dealing with it. So, if that happens today, let me know. If you guys notice that happening, either on Twitch or, you know, I know Nick is typically, bounces occasionally between the two platforms. But yeah, I just have no idea. I'm trying to figure out before Final Fantasy, if I can get all this to work as intended. So, for example, this is the full board today in my workflow, my max stream workflow. So it's Twitch stream, YouTube stream, and local 4K recording for reviews or whatever else I need the footage for. And so we'll see if the wheels fall off or not. And use today as a test bed of sorts. Roaring. Yeah, God bless. I need to, I'm haggard as fuck right now, though, for real. I got at some point, I don't know when it happened. I don't know, it was in the last, I think it was during the pandemic, where at some point during the pandemic, I just stopped properly fucking, like, grooming. Like, I wait so much longer to shave, or anything like that, or like, you know, buzz the hair down or whatever. I just, like, I will wait. I will wait until I look so fucking, like, so fucking brutal. Just complete, just beard's a fucking mess. Everything's a fucking mess. Before I finally look in the mirror one day and I scare myself, I'm like, okay, fine. I'll do it now. Whereas, like, pre-pandemic, you know, it was, you know, with frequency. Maintain everything, whatever the fuck. Now it's just like, it's a total, my brain had a, like a tectonic shift during the pandemic where I just dropped those habits. I need to get back into them. I mean, the job that I'm going to be doing here soonish, is going to be, well, once or twice a week, I'm going to actually have to be in an office, and so I'm going to have to get back into the habit of looking like a human being and not just being like a degenerate. It's yeah, it's brutal. My mustache is not curling over yet. It takes a lot for my mustache to curl. My mustache hair is incredibly straight. It really doesn't curl. Some of them when they get long enough, they'll curl. They'll like, not curl, but bend up, like at the root, annoyingly. But they, like, my mustache doesn't really curl. It's just really coarse hair and incredibly fucking straight. And so, instead of, like, I don't really eat my mustache hair if it gets too long, but it just ends up getting in my food anyway. Or, like, it will get in my food long before my lip does, because it's, like, my hair is straight out, so, like, if I'm having anything with, like, a spoon or, like, a glass, I'm just, like, it's just all food. Right off the rip. It's not ideal. So we want to go, yesterday we finished the story, or the story to this point, the campaign to this point. Look at this fancy boy over here. Got a cape, got a flaming shield and shit. Look at that, ain't that fancy? We just look like a scrub over here. These guys have been sweating even harder than us. I'll always be impressed with people's ability to outpace me that dramatically in games. I know some of this is pre-order bonuses, but because I always think to myself, like, man, some of these people have jobs and somehow have played the same amount of hours or more. Like, where did they find? Where are they sleeping? I mean, we started playing this. What, 5 days, 7 days? I think it was 7 days before release, I want to say. And it's been, this is day 6, I think, 5. So it's, I mean, if you want to be excessive, you could say 2 weeks, right? I don't think it's been 2 weeks, but you could say 2 weeks. And if I look at our playtime, we're at 113 hours. Now, mind you, if I've done about 2 weeks, you could take 14 hours off of that for me going to go pick up M or whatever, give or take. Because not every day, but most. You could call it 100 hours. 100 hours in 2 weeks. I guess I spend less time talking, more time playing. True! Fair. I mean, like, what would you say, like, in an average stream for this game, though, where I'm stopping or we're watching something and whatnot, when we were playing, the beta, we were playing pretty non-stop, but I would say, I mean, even if you conservatively knock 20 hours off, you're looking at 80 hours. 80 to 85 hours in 13 days, 12 days. Like, that's a full-time job on top of a full-time job. These people are out here. It's impressive. It's impressive. I posted a video in PubGen when we were talking about, this was earlier, well, not earlier this week, last week sometime. And one of the things that we were talking about while, you know, we were going through the game, one of the discussions was around, was about, video game graphics and the hardware that is becoming necessary to run it. Actually, no, this was just probably in the last 2 or 3 days. And how, and in a more recent discussion, I think even yesterday, the discussion around, you know, how more modern video game development relies upon perhaps more than ever before just brute forcing the fuck out of stuff in order to get the desired fidelity. And the question around how much performance are we leaving on the table? You know, with all of this crazy powerful hardware. And where is it here? Let's see.
The N64 has a very distinct but famous art style.
And so this guy, Kaze Emanuar, he's the guy I was talking about the other day that has, like, basically reverse engineered the N64, including having now a basically near perfect understanding of the N64's microcode, which is of course the code that is the go-between between the hardware and the game software, like the instruction manual, more or less, and how much he's been able to squeeze out of real N64 hardware using Mario 64 as a basis of explanation. But this video goes over some really interesting stuff about what the limitations of the console were, but then also things that were left on the table, including stuff that was already in the microcode that would have had things running more smoothly. But this goes over all sorts of cool things. There's even like, and we were talking about how when you have more limitations, so, you know, that's where creativity kind of creeps in, and perhaps like without talking about video game development, one of the ways in which you could illustrate that the most is when looking at survival games that have building mechanics and the games that have, you know, more granular control over the construction of things versus more limited, and then how much more creativity you have to have in a limited construction set. You know, it's a similar concept, but in you know, finding workarounds or working with the quirks of limitations within hardware in order to achieve artistic results. And so one of the interesting things about the N64's hardware, and I only have a rudimentary understanding of this, and so I might even describe it a little bit incorrectly, but the video is here if you ever want to watch it, is that the N64 determined color per vertice instead of per pixel, obviously at the time. And then it did calculations on color. So you did math to determine color instead of kind of how color is applied now. And because of that, that's part of why the N64 didn't really have an inbuilt capability to do any kind of real reflection work. and why lighting could sometimes look kind of awkward on the N64, whatever minimal baked-in lighting that they had. But what Kaze and some other N64 modders and stuff have figured out now is that if you want to, or you can, there's the quirk where because of how it calculates color, if you just keep like raising, let's just call it, cranking the maths up, you can get clipping. Well, clipping, if done properly, can look like, can make a surface look like it is reflective, right? And so, in doing so, you can get, you see this? It makes, because of how they did this as an example, you can see Dan GPTV doing this, but with all of the textures here in this image, it makes it look like there is a very strong light coming in from the left, and all of these textures are being kind of lit in such a way that it kind of produces that effect, and makes it look like these materials have various degrees of reflection, which is not something that, obviously they would have taken the time, or even perhaps knew that they could do when they were first developing N64 games. But then you can also get like these interesting effects and whatnot in other ways for lighting. And so you end up in this situation where you can get these really cool lighting effects that we would never have had. And then he also discovered in the microcode, so you'll remember, or you'll know, in typical N64 fashion, the limb connections, they all like had like the fat joints and whatnot, and apparently that is because in the instruction set, we'll call it, for determining motion in joints, it wasn't calculating, or it wasn't able to, or not, it wasn't calculating, but how they were using it, it wasn't keeping track of the other, the other part of the joint, or the other vertex in which it was supposed to be staying with, to like not create a seam problem. I guess the way to kind of describe it almost might be, when on original PlayStation games, like characters moving and the triangles are just fucking all over the place, and so you're seeing gaps and shit in like the models constantly as they're moving because it's not. So their solution to that ended up being these fat joints that kind of like obscured that nature of the calculation, which is why the N64 in many games didn't have quite the problems that the PlayStation did, is my assumption there. It's to do with calculating the position of each polygon or each triangle in space in relation to the others. And so, but as it turns out, when they went digging in the microcode, the company that, and it's a really well-known company now that used to do the SGI. I think SGI did the original microcode, perhaps, but I don't know. Anyway, I might just be making that up. Anyway, whoever did the microcode originally, those original engineers, did actually include a method to bypass this problem. And not only that, but because of that, so doing it the method that they used for like Mario 64, it actually added more polygons or more vertices required to create the character because of how they were trying to obscure this issue. But if they had used the workaround that was in the microcode, which probably wasn't done more or less, I would assume, based on time restrictions, but it was there, you can reduce the amount of polygons required, which of course is a performance-saving thing that you could do. One of the easiest ones, well, not easiest, but one of the like basic things you could do in terms of reducing load on the system. So you could actually get a character with fewer polygons required, and also the joint problem would go away. And they did this by basically in the call it the math string of how it was calculating, there was a function that allowed you to reference the previous output. I believe there was previous output of let's say the last calculation, so that you were able to, or the game was able to reference that last point when drawing the next location of the of that moved polygon or vertice. And so you end up in a situation where you can actually, he's describing it here, how they did it originally and whatnot, and then this is the math tables on how to do it, and then you end up with being able to have these attach and not need all this extra stuff. So look, you see how in here it had these extra polygons to basically try to like connect in the joint to make that work, and then over here no longer needed. All of it's connected as it's supposed to be. So kind of cool. And then the absolute mad lad did this. I'll show you this for those of you who have any kind of background in math.
Hex editor a long time ago. Connect the mesh without any holes. I've manually added Mario 64 to do this to connect Mario's limb in a hex editor a long time ago, and this saved 124 out of Mario's 760 polygons while removing the gaps between the limbs. Yes, I did it in a hex editor. I 3D modeled in a frickin' hex editor. Look at it. Can you see anything?
My man 3D modeled in a hex editor. What an absolute mad lad. Ha! Absolute mad. Literally, this is like some, this is like the like the reading the Matrix type shit, where you're like looking at this and you're trying to figure out what the fuck you're looking at. It's a lot of math. But and that being said, this is kind of like the, this is almost the equivalent, or more or less the equivalent. It's pretty close. In fact, a lot of the stuff that they've been doing with the N64 to optimize it, to get it to run as good as they have now, is you're basically, if you can do this, you can write in assembly, which is like the classic example of Roller Coaster Tycoon being able to run on a potato because the whole thing's written in assembly.
What the fuck was I thinking back then?
Good question.
Unfortunately, it seems most games completely overlook this capability.
Yeah. So there was just, dude, it's crazy. So this is the original video
I've read
from a year ago. This is all running on actual N64 hardware. Now, if you look at this, you might, my first thought when I was looking at this was like, oh, he's emulating it and upscaling it. But no. This is his mod where he's adding a bunch of new content and worlds and stuff to Mario 64, while also completely overhauling it to run, I think he's targeting 30 FPS, but if he uncaps the frame rate, in spots it hits 60 on an N64 with like significantly higher res textures and lighting.
Read, optimized, and bug fixed the entire Mario 64
Look at
source
that!
code. The game you see in the background runs easy 30 FPS on a real Nintendo 64 hardware. This is possible because
look at the
frames
frames!
The game up to 6 times faster on a real Nintendo 64 than the vanilla Mario 64 code does. I've looked at every single variable, understood every function, and then optimized everything listed in this 13,000 line long map file for a grand total of over 100,000 lines of code read and potentially edited. This took weeks to finish and a few hundred hours of concentrated work went into this. Why? I wanted my mod to run at a better frame rate and I wanted the game to run less janky. In the past year, I had already rewritten parts of the source to improve performance. Back then, I gained more than 100% performance in the graph render department. I've also rewritten the janky part of Mario 64's wall collision to work more consistently and gained around 100% performance there as well. I also redid all of Mario's triangle collision code. I will make another separate video about just
Bro, what?
Mario's physics because it's too big of a topic to cover it in this video. So what exactly was left to be done after doing all these things?
So, okay, so in fairness to the N64 engineers, a lot of what Kaze ends up using here was not even known at the time, or was even in like the head of a single engineer as a likely solution. I mean, this is like 25 years later, and all of the knowledge that we've gained, you know, to be able to do some of this stuff, although it obviously didn't need to be 25 years in order to hit that benchmark, but nevertheless, you know, you're on a tight timeline cranking out a console in a you know, a 4-year period. You can't always knock it out of the park.
The game's logic already.
But like the whole idea behind this that I love is that the question that it raises for me is just how much performance does our modern hardware really have compared to what we get out of it for the sake of pushing forward more with brute force than optimization.
Runs within less than 25 milliseconds, despite the frame having 33.3 milliseconds of time to process. So how exactly is it possible to further optimize the game's code from here? Wouldn't you think it's already as good as possible? The secret is in the shared N64 memory, with one RAM bus transporting memory between different parts of the architecture. The memory is being shared between the render unit, the RCP, and the logic unit, the CPU. Vroom vroom. This architecture allowed the N64 to do every special effect imaginable, even this teapot you can see here, with real-time shadows that are being rendered from the actual geometry, at the expense of throttling performance by a lot. Before I can explain how this allows us to improve performance even further, I will have to make you understand how a frame is built up on the N64. I'll do my best to make this understandable because it's not an easy topic. Firstly, on the CPU, we run the physics, stuff like Mario's jumps, actors, coins, all of that stuff. Then we play all the sound effects and all the music. Then we build a graph for the render unit that tells the render unit where each object is positioned and where the animations are at. And then we wait for the render unit to be ready for the next frame, send the graph over and restart the frame on the CPU. On the render unit, we simply wait for the CPU to send over the graph. And once we have it, we render the graph. Since the CPU and the render unit can run in parallel, I want to go over the first 3 frames on the game's boot up to make you understand how this interacts. So on the first frame, we run the physics first. After that, we play the sounds, we build the graph, the RCP is ready, so the RCP gets the graph and it starts rendering game, and while it renders the game, the CPU can go back to running the physics, playing the sounds, building a new graph, and now we have to wait for the RCP.
And so depending on the speed that you could do over here, I guess theoretically you could buffer to a certain degree to get this going. And then of course the faster than this CPU side happens, the faster this happens. Because all this is doing is waiting for the graph to be sent.
Handling it this way makes it so that they are almost always running in parallel. Usually the CPU is done a bit quicker, which means that the RCP has a monopoly on the RAM access, which makes the RCP run a bit faster. Since they often run in parallel with this architecture, you often have the issue that the renderer and the CPU share the same RAM bus. This leads to them permanently fighting over the same resources while they are running in parallel. Having the CPU finish before the RCP means that the RCP can use the RAM bus all for itself, and it can render new frames quicker than it would if the CPU was still running. This means that the faster the CPU is done, the less they will have this infighting, and the faster we can render a frame. There were three main things I had to do to reduce this infighting. First, we want to fix the RAM alignment so that the shared RAM bus is not as much of an issue. Second, we have to change compiler flags. And I'm not talking about the O2 thing, we all know about it, I don't want to hear about it, it's very boring, and what I'm going to do is 3 steps further than that. And third, I realized, oh my god, the entire source code is not optimized.
That's so funny. I just love that he says, like, I already know about whatever you're about to try and tell me in the comments. That shit, I'm better than that. And then, oh no, that means I have to rewrite the entire source code.
To fit these principles, this is bad. I need to rewrite every single function in the entire game if I want this to run well. Before any optimizations, I took benchmark of this area here. All the numbers here are shown in microseconds. 1000 microseconds is 1 millisecond, and at 30 FPS, that means we have 33,333 microseconds to process a frame. There are 3 CPU logic benchmarks, which are sound, the time the game needs to compute the sound for this frame, ren, which is the time for the graph render build, level, which is the time to process all the game's physics. And there are 3 render unit RCP benchmarks. TMM is the time it takes to load all the textures currently drawn, CMD is the time it takes to actually draw the frame, and CLK is the time it took until rendering the next frame started. As long as this one is below 33.333 milliseconds,
you're hitting
the
30.
game can run a smooth 30 FPS. You can see the CPU being done processing in just 28 milliseconds, with 5.3 milliseconds to spare, and the RDP needing the full 33.3 milliseconds to finish up, giving us exactly 30 FPS. Let's see how much performance we can really save of this. Let me know what you think the final FPS will be in the comments. After talking to Wise Guy, who has read the forbidden text,
This is just... I love that there are people insane enough and intelligent enough to do this shit. I love it. You know why? Because if I was in software or hardware engineering, this is exactly the dumb shit I'd do in my free time. But I'm not, and so now I get to live vicariously through this absolute fucking mad lad.
I've learned about the importance of switching between RAM segments during runtime. You can imagine each RAM segment of the 8 ones that we have to have a bottle of fuel for the RAM bus. So if you read from a different segment than before, it gets to tank up quicker and it wastes less time. Room. So I've mapped out which RAM parts are being accessed in parallel, and I use this knowledge to make sure that the game can cross-reference there as they ought to. You can stare at this graph and have fun exploring exactly why I did it this way, but me explaining this would be going a bit too far. The real way RAM works is a bit more complicated than I'm leading to believe in this video, but this is a good enough approximation to understand what's going on. At any rate, RCP and CPU have their own separate RAM segments now. The speed up from this was pretty significant. As you can see, sound is significantly improved, the render time is down by so much. The level script...
The render time dropped fucking ridiculously.
For some reason it takes even longer, I cannot explain this, but the texture memory and the CMD is faster, which means we gained around a full milliseconds on the RSP. I wanna say that this wouldn't be possible with the 4 megabytes that the original game uses, because using the different RAM segments like this requires the expansion pack. That is the entire reason this works, so I really don't fault Nintendo for not doing this, they just couldn't have done it.
Which is funny because even with that expansion pack, it was discovered that it wasn't even really being used all that much for what it was supposed to be being used for.
I have to give the Mario 64 source code a bit of a code review. This is their step where I rewrite the entire Mario 64 source code. I don't fault them for making most of these mistakes. C was a rather new language at the time, they didn't know the hardware they were working with, and even programmers in 2022 would make many of these mistakes. Besides, you either get to know about these things, or you get to go out and touch grass in every while. It's a strict either or, you can't have both. The first example of improvable code is unrolled loops. Since code is loaded from RAM, this holds up the RAM bus for a fair bit. Every instruction in a function takes 8 extra cycles just to be loaded. By rolling these up into loops, the slow N64 RAM does not have to be read nearly as much, and we can run this code faster while also freeing up the RAM bus. Vroom vroom. My next neat little trick is that all over the code you could use so-called illegal C code like this to save one instruction. Usually if you did this you would get fired from your job, but it saves one instruction, and on the end
Usually if you did this, you'd be fired from your job.
64 we delete every bit we can have. Perhaps a little bit more interesting, some of the functions on Mario 64 could be made more elegant to save on unnecessary comparisons and load less code in, for example like this. As you can see in the example, the finished code is just
I mean, yeah, that's a lot shorter. Let's be honest.
a fifth of the size of the old one. Similarly, the original game uses a lot of useless or unused variables and sets values there. We can remove all of those, plus some that are not used in my mod. Removing all these variable reads and writes means the RAM bus has a bit more space. Room room. Nintendo is a big company that had many programmers work in the game. This results in many variables being acquired twice, because they do not know what the other programmers had already written. This results in inefficient code, and I would estimate that around half the variables that are being acquired have been acquired before. By removing all of that, we can reduce RAM reads by a lot, and you know what that means. It means vroom vroom. Probably also a result of many people working on different parts of this game, a lot of functions have duplicate functionality. By removing all the duplicate functions, we can save some RAM and we can reduce instruction cache misses, which is very valuable for speed. There are some, oh frig, we messed up, let's patch this up somehow issues in the Mario 64 source code. Instead of using patchwork fixes, you can actually fix the underlying issues, which allows you to get rid of some jank and on top of that save some performance. Luckily there aren't too many of those systems in Mario 64, but every time you see one it's very silly. Mario 64 typically uses distinct lists of different types like this, but we can turn these into boolean flags to reduce the amount of comparisons necessary, and as a side effect we get more complex collision types as well. This for example lets me use different sound effects and particle effects.
I now have, wait. Over 2 billion collision instead of just 255. That's a mild increase.
Lets me use different sound effects and particle effects on every surface. I also removed all the safety checks of the original game. Each safety
Who needs a safety check?
check is usually 2 to 3 useless instructions that you can get rid of. Safety checks are useful to prevent crashes, but if you just program well, you don't need to prevent
Just program well, forehead.
crashes. The original game came bundled with all debug codes that are still being checked for if they are active. This causes a bunch of unnecessary code to run and we can remove it. All types have been restructured to make the files more efficient. The CPU always loads 32 bytes at once into the cache, meaning that you want to structure your files in a way that variables that are accessed next to each other are also in RAM next to each other. This increases the probability of variables already being in data cache, which means the RAM bus goes vroom vroom. The 2022 version
I love how to simplify it for everyone at home whose brain is breaking just trying to keep up with what the fuck he's talking about is just to say vroom vroom with a really shitty like Microsoft Paint image.
version of GCC is not necessarily optimized for the Nintendo 64. It doesn't know all the instructions that the Nintendo 64 can use, and it compiles silly things. So sometimes we have to force it to compile the correct thing by inlining assembly functions like this. This forces GCC to compile the optimal output, and it is a small speed up overall. Sometimes a function is only called by one other function. In that case, we can put both functions together into one to save a bit of processing time. Sometimes a similar code snippet exists in many functions at once. In this case, it is actually better to outline
Modular coding. Something that I learned a very minimal amount about when trying to put together my chat app, and every time I thought I had that concept locked into my brain, and I'd go on to start getting the next set of the script written out, I'd realized that I had forgotten. I'd forgotten about how I had previously used some function before, never combined them, and had to go back and clean it up like over and over and over again.
spline the function to make a separate function that only executes the snippet. Because if you do that, the same RAM address is gonna be used every time and the code is still going to be loaded, which means it runs about 8 times faster. A lot of the systems in the original source code are inefficient and need to be rewritten to properly run on N64. For example, I've implemented batch rendering, which allows the game to render all instances of a type at once instead of reloading the same data over and over. Applying this to the coins alone saved almost 2 milliseconds on the render time. This is a technique used a lot in modern.
That doesn't sound like a lot, but 2 milliseconds just on coins is kind of fucking insane.
Rendering, but even on the N64 this is an insane technique that speeds up everything by a lot. Lastly, we want to calculate things as few times as possible. If you look at, for example, the billboard matrix, this has been calculated for every single billboarded instance. Looking at Castle Grounds, this would already be 24 matrix calculations. We can lower this down to 1 because we only need to do this once per camera. The total improvement from this is remarkable. The RDP is 2.8.
Holy shit!
Milliseconds faster, and
Wow.
the CPU is 7 milliseconds faster. We only need 2/3 of the processing time to do all the same calculations. This turned out to be worth more than I anticipated, and I'm very happy with these results so far. Famously, Mario 64 has been compiled using a debug flag, which caused significant slowdown in stages like Dire Docks. Just removing the debug flag already makes the code run about 30% faster. I've done this years ago, and everything I'm going over in this video was done after that. There's a lot more to compile optimizations than just turning on optimizations.
I can't believe how fucking good this looks. Like, imagine, I know it's completely unrealistic, but imagine back in 1996, this is what we're playing.
In this video was done after that. There's a lot more to compile optimizations than
Like,
just
this is
turning on optimizations.
This is a
Unfortunately, the
totally different fucking
version of
experience.
GCC is not very optimized for a console from 1996. Not a big surprise. Because of how slow the Nintendo 64's RAM was, and the fact that it is shared with the renderer, it is almost always better to make functions as short as possible rather than as fast as possible on modern computers. For this, I've switched between size and speed optimizations from file to file, depending on what context they're being used in. I'll be honest, I'm a dumbass with compilers, so without the other modders' help, I never would have been able to figure out how to speak to the compiler effectively. Considering how little effort it was to pick out good compiler flags, it's almost paining me to see how much this helps. The CPU speed stayed almost the same. It loads less code now, but the code it loads also runs slower. However, loading less code had a great speed up on the RCP, and our frame rate in the scene is now easily above 30. It is also important to write code in a way that it needs as little data as possible to access. Accessing less data means the RAM bus is going to be available more and we can room more easily. One big offender of this is the shadow calculations. The original game goes through this whole code, allocating new vertices and triangles to dynamically build shadows, when we could just be gigantic nerds and push a single matrix and do the whole math on the RCP, which is vector processing instructions, which is computationally much faster, and it needs next to no data transfers. This ends up actually speeding the RCP up, despite the RCP doing more total work due to the RAM bus being more free, which means room. We can also move things that the CPU only writes but never reads to the uncached RAM. The CPU has to write out a lot of data for the RCP to actually render the game, which is what I called the graph build before. We can keep the cache more free and make sure the other data is still being efficiently loaded. With this being applied to the whole source code, the performance improvement is amazing. We went from 29 FPS all the way up to 41 FPS.
That is a 29 to 41 FPS on an N64.
It's a 41% increase in frame rate. This rewrite has other crazy implications too. Keep listening and you'll be blown away. The next chapter might get your pants dirty. Prepare to change. The original game had a bottleneck in both the CPU and the renderer, which made making a multiplayer modus impossible. To get the comparison, before this video my CPU took 30 milliseconds to calculate the frame, and with 2 players it most likely would be in the mid 40s. meaning 20 FPS would have been the maximum they could have achieved. And this was after I had already more than doubled the rendering speed. Running all the code simply took too long to render multiplayer in 30 FPS. And even my multiplayer with compiler optimizations turned on often ends up lagging down to 20 or 15 FPS. Nintendo cited this to be the reason they had to cut Luigi from the original game. But what if
Speaking of, remember we were talking about Luigi being in the game, or people like thinking that Luigi was in the game? Like last night we were talking about like video game myths that people would talk about when they were kids, like all the rumors and whatnot. Like really early on when Mario 64 came out and not everyone you knew had already collected every single star, the rumors around is Yoshi on top of the roof of the castle ended up being true. Or the fact that Luigi was in the game, that wasn't true, but it was at some point intended.
if I told you they didn't have to cut him at all? With these new cleanups, graph render is easily 8 times faster than in vanilla Mario 64. This bottleneck no longer exists. You can see that even if we do calculate the graph render twice, which by the way we won't have to, but even if we did, we would come out to 22.5 milliseconds, which is easily enough time to compute the whole frame. The bottleneck for Return to Yoshi's Island is typically the RCP, because drawing pixels is very slow. The RDP needs 23.7 milliseconds to draw a 240 by 320 N64 screen. However, if you put two 16:9 split screen windows right next to each other, you actually end up filling less pixels than one big 4:3 window. That means the RDP has to draw less pixels, speeding up the RCP significantly. And also keep in mind, there's less pixel writes means the code has more access to the RAM bus and runs faster, which means vroom vroom. That
Got it. Vroom vroom.
means that there is a good possibility that a multiplayer mode will run just fine. There's a concern with polygon counts, but that typically is not a huge issue. I've already made a multiplayer mod for the original game, but my new game will require a more complex solution due to all the new code added. I have started preparing parts of my code to be able to allow making a multiplayer mod later on, but I'm obviously not done yet. There's a good chance Return to Yoshi's Island will release with a built-in split-screen multiplayer mode. Get excited.
Imagine hitting this up so fucking hard that you've managed to make it possible to run multiplayer smoothly. What I want to see is can he do this to improve multiplayer in GoldenEye 007? Because you hit up that 4x, that 4-player GoldenEye 007, and it ran at no joke maybe 5 FPS. That was a legitimate, absolute slideshow.
At this point, this is kind of a Theseus ship of the original Mario 64 source.
Yeah.
Nearly everything has been either replaced or edited. Even Mario's 3D model and the enemies have their own custom models. Let's talk about improvements. Keep in mind, these are numbers compared to fast compilation with all the previous optimizations I've mentioned. If you compare them to the vanilla Mario 64, all these numbers easily more than double. Sound is 24.4% faster, render is 70 to 90% faster, level is 77% faster, texture memory is 87.7% faster, and the total frame render time is 22.5% less. This gains us a total of 12 FPS. I expect this to go further down as I find new things. The demo uses the vanilla render engine compiled with O2 optimizations. To showcase how much of a difference the optimizations made, we can compare the FPS in the demo to the ones of the current levels. These are very old versions of my levels from the demo I've released 1 year ago, and the new levels are prettier with higher polygons and higher texture resolutions. As you can see, the FPS roughly doubled in all 3 levels. Compared to vanilla Mario 64 with no compiler optimizations, the FPS would probably be tripled at least. And this is also while I upgraded the visuals of the levels. You can see the current levels look significantly better with some detail added. Shoutouts to all my Patreons for supporting this crazy endeavor. If it wasn't for you guys, I couldn't reasonably spend all my time on making these mods. I hope you enjoyed this video, subscribe for more content to come. This is a major mod that is about halfway done, and I'm doing my best to get it finished as soon as possible. It's been super fun working on it, and I can't wait for you guys to see the finished product. I'm going to be uploading some more videos of other optimizations I've done and explanations of what had to be changed in the original source code, so do look forward to that as well.
Absolute mad lad. Yeah, that's true. And it's probably done like that so that there's only ever like one calculation being done at any given time. For the coin rendering. Alright, let's see. What am I gonna run in the background while I start our grind? That was a good one to watch. I've already watched that video like 3 times. I had to watch it again. That shit's crazy. Hey, what up, Frenchie? Alright, buddy, you have yourself a good work day. I'll maybe see you later. Let's, I've watched a couple of this girl's videos before. She does a pretty good job of breaking stuff down, and her microphone doesn't sound like smashed assholes, so we'll put that. Also, fuck dropshipping, so let's find out.
Something mildly infuriating that I looked more into, and now I'm furious. Imagine yourself shopping on Amazon.com for some new slippers. You see these ones that look particularly comfy, and you go down this rabbit hole and find out they're called cloud slippers. Popping cloud slippers into the search bar, you're met with hundreds or thousands of results from brands like Top Vazoo, Bronax, Jumra,
Dude, it's so true. The drop shipping thing has just destroyed Amazon shopping. It is so hard to like you gotta really know what you're doing now to shop on Amazon and not get fleeced.
and old These two are literally the same picture. They don't even try to hide it. So many of these products don't look like unique versions of the same shoe. They look identical, down to the same photo being used on Amazon. Because most likely, they are the exact same product, being sold for similar prices through different front-facing companies. This is a result of something called drop shipping. And I know a lot of you know what drop shipping is, okay, but a lot of people don't. Like, Joe Biden. You think he knows what dropshipping is? Having manufacturers sell the same mass-produced product to different companies to sell to customers is not a new phenomenon. But it's gotten worse. Like way worse, and way more prevalent with the convenience of online shopping. Online shopping has made life for a lot of people easier, more convenient, and more affordable in a lot of cases. And we can't deny that. But at the same time, it's caused a hyper-consumerism madness, an influx of cheaply made, shitty products from factories across the world. Whether that be China, Mexico, Indonesia, to reach more people faster than ever. Since we don't physically see much of a product anymore before buying it, it can be hard to tell that this cloud slipper being marketed as soft and cloud-like is actually just hard plastic. It's not very soft, trust me, I've seen it in store. Now this concept neither crossed my radar nor bothered me so much until everyone started talking about and demonizing this Amazon competitor, so as they
well, this place looks comforting.
Temu. Or Temu. I don't know anymore.
Temu has become the most downloaded shopping app in the United States. Temu is cheaper, aggressively promotional, programmed to sell you useless stuff, and it's totally addictive.
Already, we're showing the stats. 51 million monthly active users. It's the #1 most downloaded app in this country.
Lightning deals ending today, 90% off electronics, and home sales down to 39 cents.
What blew my mind about this whole debate at the time was that Temu wasn't doing anything new that Amazon wasn't already doing. So I was perplexed as to why everyone was acting like Temu was some sort of new evil. Terrible working conditions, alleged sweatshop labor, and extremely cheap items that make it feel like you're browsing through wish.com, if you know what that is. Like this 87-cent avocado slicer, how is it on sale for 87 cents? It was already $2. And I wrote down 87 cents, but when you go to it now, it's 58 cents. The prices could keep How does it keep going down? Look, they have to be losing money on this. Let's look at the reviews. Cheap. Well, yeah. And not knowing if this product would even make it to you at all, or arriving to you broken. Let's get something straight before we continue, because I think it's important to know. Sit down, class, because Professor Balls is here. No, I still cannot see. Okay. There we go. Dropshipping, by definition, is when an online store sells a mass-produced product directly to consumers without ever keeping that item in stock. It comes directly from the manufacturer. The dropshipping company has to do little work to get this going. They don't supply the items, they have little control over the quality of the items, and the items are not unique to that store. Dropshippers usually have no deal with the manufacturer to work with them exclusively. It's just anyone can sell the thing, which is why there are 10 of the same cloud slipper on Amazon. Also, TikTok Shop is full of these. Then there's white labeling, when a third party creates a product or service, and then it's rebranded by another company to sell as if it were their own. The company that's reselling typically doesn't have control over the product quality or how it's made, but they control their own branding, marketing, and typically take on the responsibility of having inventory. A good example of this is Dollar Shave Club. They purchase their razors in bulk for a lower price, this is called wholesaling, from another company and brands them as their own. They hold the inventory or hire someone else to, and offer the service of delivering razors and plenty of other products to your door every month. This is a good example of white labeling, but there are plenty of lazy examples as well. By the way, if you just need the razors, they sell them on Amazon for a fourth of the price. You're welcome. Lastly, we have private labeling. Sometimes private labeling and white labeling are used interchangeably, but it really depends on the contract that the company has behind the scenes with the manufacturer. Private labeling is like the standard way in which you would think that products are developed. The purchasing company works closely with the manufacturer to create a unique product, customizing it to their liking, branding, and selling it as if it were theirs, because it is. Trader Joe isn't cultivating the yogurt himself, but they work closely with a company that makes yogurt, and probably has an exclusivity contract so that their yogurt is their yogurt with their formula. A recent example of private labeling is Pokemon's minus Midnight cookies. Yes, the cookies that everyone was really up in arms about, claiming it was drop shipping or just white labeling. It actually technically was private labeling. According to her and her team, they worked closely with a company to make the cookies and customize the ingredients, the amounts, they added vitamins or whatever to their liking with 2 years in the works, thus releasing Mina cookies. Cannot pronounce it. While many products are similar to another of its kind, it's not the same exact thing that anyone can choose to sell. She's not drop shipping cookies that she has no control over. Sometimes it can be hard for us as consumers on the front end to see and discern what companies are doing behind the scenes past the product. So when you hear Twitter users throwing around the term drop shipping to the point where they're calling every product drop shipping and it's lost all meaning, now you know. Okay, we're about to get into a doozy, as they call it, and film into the night. And this is definitely not being filmed the morning after. So I'm gonna need a meal break factor. 2-minute microwave meals that actually
get
taste
that
good
ad
and
in.
get delivered right to your door.
Make
They have
your
meal
money.
kits for every diet, whether that be vegetarian, vegan, calorie smart, or literally none of those and you just want some yummy yums in your tummy tum. You can choose from their menu of over 35 weekly meals and add-ons like smoothies, my personal favorite. And now these wellness shots that you can get for free using my link. These wake you up, let me tell you that much. Bust these out at your next rager. They save time when I'm busy writing or just feeling extremely lazy and I don't want to cook, let's be real. Here's a quick tutorial, ready, set, go. Take off the protective film, put it in the microwave for 2 minutes, or oven if you're fancy, plate it beautifully, and dinner is served. It's super easy to get started. Just head to factor75.com or click the link below and use the code GATEKEEP50 to get 50% off your first Factor box and free wellness shots for life. You get 2 free wellness shots with available flavors
shots.
for every order while you're an active subscriber. Thanks to Factor for sponsoring, and now let's get into
Whatever the
juicy
fuck that's
stuff.
supposed to
And I'm
be.
not just talking about my Factor menu. A lot of the exact same products you see on Amazon are on Temu, and it's spilled over to Etsy, a site that's supposed to be a marketplace for handmade,
Yeah, of
custom,
course,
or
because you can
vintage
go
goods
off
from
the-
small sellers or
the
just
back
individuals.
of
I made the
the
mistake of wanting higher quality earrings
assumption
instead of the
about
$4
Etsy's
earrings from Forever 21
marketplace.
that turned green in a week. like these ones. So I went on Etsy to try to find handmade jewelry made from higher quality metals and to support small businesses in the process, because I'm a good person. And it was flooded with tons of cute earrings from one seller, taking up 39 out of the 48 spots on the front page.
Holy
Caitlin Minimalist.
shit.
Everything about her profile touts that this is a small business from someone named Caitlin. Handcrafted with love, it says on the Etsy store profile. On Instagram, this company is Asian female founded. And again, jewelry crafted with love. Opie, come here. I was ready to buy from this small Asian female-owned business. This small business with almost 3 million sales and 30 employees, where several of their products are found on Alibaba.com, a dropshipping or wholesale website for cheap, mass-produced goods to markup. Like this $3 ring she sells for $27, while marketing it as a higher quality product than it actually is. I mean, all the listings say it's handmade, which is just an outright lie. Okay, I should probably clarify that while earrings are made in factories overseas, they are technically handmade at certain points, just at mass production scale with often poorly paid workers, questionable working conditions, and at worst, which we'll get into later, forced labor, which is not the connotation we typically associate with marketing something as handmade. And every product on their own website says that they're handmade.
All of it's handmade
as well. And it shows
by a
because
child.
people on Reddit have become suspicious of this seller, also finding their own examples of their products on Alibaba, and complaints about the cheapness of the ring and how quickly it tarnishes. It's $3 for a reason. The 18-karat gold finish might be so thin that it rubs off pretty easily, exposing the silver underneath with no coating, leaving it to tarnish. This pair, I found the exact same photo, and you can tell because the reflections in the earrings are identical, on another jeweler's website of handmade jewelry, selling it for $138. I was wondering who stole from who at this point, when I noticed that Judith's photo is much more cropped in than Caitlin's. And then I found tons of Caitlin Minimalist jewelry on this other website selling her $20 earrings for nearly $100 a piece. What is going on? Continuing my search, I found them on Amazon, Etsy, and AliExpress. Warning, this product can expose you to chemicals including lead and cadmium, which are known to the state of California to cause cancer. It may contain lead? What? I don't even know what the source of these images really are. Whose product is this? And who stole from who? It just makes you question
Good
whether
old-fashioned
these are really
lead.
carefully crafted and made to last. And if these photos are really theirs, which I suspect that they are because all the photos on their website look like they were shot by the same person, get out of here. Then that just perpetuates the ginormous problem for sellers of lying on the internet to sell your drop-shipped product that might not actually be what's advertised. Once again, people just go on the internet and tell lies?
Never happened.
Unbelievable. If you look
Can't
into
believe
it
it.
more, you'll see that Caitlin Minimalist products ship from California. So it couldn't be drop shipping.
I can barely see what I'm doing in this game right now.
Well, this is a great example
red
of what thousands of companies do.
fucking hue.
Which is order in bulk wholesale from a
My God.
manufacturer in China, order it to a company on American soil that will fulfill orders for you as they come in. It's an extra step from just drop shipping, and what this does is ensure that customers don't have to wait 2 months to get their item directly from China, like Temu, which we'll get into later. And it makes shipping overall cheaper as well. Instead of hundreds of individual orders shipping from China, you pay for one bulk package to the US or wherever. So unlike drop shipping, they technically run the risk of having overflow of unsold goods. We'll also get into later that this is how a lot of drop shippers just ship wholesale direct to Amazon fulfillment centers to have their products shipped out by Amazon themselves. Since it's almost impossible to tell what the source of every single product ever is, another way that their jewelry could have ended up on Alibaba.com is if they worked directly with the manufacturer to create a unique design, but then this manufacturer just directly uploaded the product themselves to Alibaba. Another way that this could happen is if it's just the same Alibaba manufacturer, but on Etsy. If the same manufacturer just has this American-looking front-facing business. Like, I don't think this specific one is, but that is something that happens. So once again, tell me how 3 million orders are handmade with 30 employees. They're not. Whether they're wholesaling or drop shipping, they're not handmade. Not with love, at least. It doesn't take a
Are
genius
we
to know
sure?
that, but
I
I just found it
mean,
surprising
you know,
when I
you could math
found
that
the
out
source
totally.
of where these products might have come from. And the very
3 million
deceptive and
orders,
dishonest marketing
30
that they do.
employees.
Now, I know what
That's
you're thinking,
easy.
because I like to bully myself in the
Handmade.
back of my mind when I'm writing scripts. This
Hey, what's
is
up,
the most
Sergeant?
basic way a lot of retailers function. Obviously, Caitlin isn't painstakingly making 2 million pieces of jewelry handmade by herself. Trader Joe isn't crafting each delicious samosa for my consumption. At its core, many businesses outsource some product from someone else and sell it for a profit. But the difference usually lies in the honesty, work put into it, and quality of the product. Caitlin may be, allegedly for example, selling cheap Chinese factory jewelry on a website for handmade small business goods for 9 times the price, claiming that it's handmade when it's not. Taking up 81% of the first page results for earrings for suspiciously affordable prices, pushing real Etsy sellers out of the search results. Oh, and did I mention several items from this store are Etsy's pick? Apparently hand-selected by Etsy's style
I don't
experts
like
for
Monday.
quality items. I'm
I'm
not
with
so
you.
sure that this store and stores like them should be allowed on Etsy. Unfortunately, they're
Although
far
every
from the
day
only
is-
one,
every day
as
is
they're just
Monday
taking
for me
advantage of Etsy's
at
lack
this
of
point.
care, because it obviously makes them a shit ton of money. Etsy users and sellers have been complaining about mass-produced
Every
dropship
day
items on Etsy
is
for a while. This
Monday.
company also sells on Amazon, and the blurb
You know what?
under
I need
all
a
the
loot
products
filter.
say, "We put our love and care into each piece we craft." Whether this brand is wholesaling or dropshipping directly, it's still dishonest. And I don't like it. Like I said, this is
Oh,
far
right, I
from
came
an
up with,
isolated incident on Etsy. It
this
extends
was what
to
we were gonna
rugs,
do.
bedding, doormats, furniture, clothing, lamps, pants, green goose, guava juice, milkshake, chocolate cake, and sellers like this.
Wow,
First
that-
of all, make online shopping a
that
hell,
Fairly
especially
Odd
when you're
Parents
trying to
meme.
find quality or unique small business products without seeing them in person first. So it's easy to mask the quality in price and photos, pretend that it's handmade, and makes it impossible to shop because it's easier to overcharge for worse products. While we're here, let me give you some practical advice. Let me show you a quick way that you can check for yourself if you're getting overcharged, or check if the product you're interested in is a resold one or not. Who knows, you might find it cheaper on a different website as well. So I searched handmade.
If I
on
do this,
Etsy.
I should
Let's
probably
scroll
keep it
down,
physical
scroll. Let's
instead of
find
going down
something we
here.
like. This mug seems pretty cute.
We'll do that.
Handcrafted ceramic mug for $19. This is pretty gosh darn cute, wouldn't you say? Well, 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 here's what we're gonna do. And you can do this on most websites. You're gonna right click on the image, and you're gonna go to this silly little guy here that says search image with Google. And there's this new thing on Google Chrome that it will just pop up on the side, Google Lens. It's their like reverse image search. And wow. It's crazy
Wow.
how this handcrafted mug is on Amazon from Deco and Shein. And this is the listing: Etsy and Walmart and Roomy Living and AliExpress and eBay. Wow, that's really cool. Oh look, it's even cheaper on Amazon. That's definitely the same mug, right? Like down to the imperfections in the mouth spots. What is it called? The rim. Down to the bottom of the mug being a slightly different material. You can see that here as well. This is the same mug is what I'm trying to say.
I'm
Secondly,
assuming
this
I can-
forces out
I can
legitimate
filter
and
out
honest
by-
small businesses from
by
becoming
value, but we're gonna
successful and
find
from
out.
being seen in a lot of places. This also creates a more challenging landscape where, for example, small handmade earring sellers now have to compete with cheap drop shippers who spend their time
find out later.
optimizing and hacking search engines on Amazon, Etsy, to have their listings live at the top of the search results. Since dropshipping has such a low barrier to entry, the market is overly saturated now with poor quality products that make it more difficult for consumers to discern the quality. If you're just straight up lying about it being handmade, then I'm not really getting what I'm paying for, am I? Ironically, in the age of unlimited access
Hacker
to
man.
online shopping, they're directly competing with giant dropshipping manufacturers and have to differentiate themselves in a crowded marketplace that ironically offers little variety due to the predatory practices of Amazon and companies like it forcing out competition, making it all so bad for the customer. But that's all part of running a small business. I hope you like the set change. I'm going for like a single man's apartment aesthetic. Baby. Competition and doing things better and smarter than your competitor are part of the game on how to be financially successful. Learning valuable marketing skills like search engine optimization and effective social media strategy are part of running an online business these days. Whether you're
Well,
selling
looks like
hand
it can't be by
sanitizer or
gold,
blinker fluid,
amount.
at some point you
Unfortunate.
could say don't hate the player, hate the game. That's just how things work now. But it's just that much more frustrating when your competitor has cutting corners methods of getting to the top, and more monetarily successful than you doing it. Life's not fair and dishonest people get to the top. I get it. I'm just standing here saying it's annoying. Because it is. You know what this feels like? It feels like the people who only want to do YouTube for the money without wanting to put any of the effort in to get there. So they automate everything and you get like the worst amalgamation of douchebag business bro who is selling a course, obviously. I own over 30 YouTube channels, a combined subs of over 10 million, a combined revenue of 60K a month. The best part? I don't even show my face, not in a single video. Here's how you can too. Model what works. I hate when people subscribe to the idea of originality. Isn't that right, guys? I hate when the creators I watch are original. Get that shit out of here. Originality is just a myth. Wow, that's how these people think. That's crazy. Monetize. Meditate on this. YouTube revenue is not just about AdSense rev. Diversify your income. It's also about community partnerships, product sales, affiliate marketing. Dude, this reads so much like I have no idea what I'm talking about. Here's another one. How is an automated YouTube channel ran? Roles include everything that running a YouTube channel has. Editing, script writing, voiceovering, ideation, like you can't even come up with ideas yourself. I never tell invested in crypto on podcasts. While at first Amazon might have offered a fresh, new, reliable way to reach customers outside of your local area, at the same time, Amazon now controls 50% of online spending in the US, according to House investigations. Most online shoppers start their search on Amazon. Since Amazon is so dominant, small businesses feel forced to sell on Amazon in order to reach potential customers. In doing so, you have to pay Amazon. Like most website marketplace hubs, from Etsy to Craigslist, you have to pay to sell on there. On Amazon, you have to get a subscription plan, everyone's favorite, where you choose from either the limited individual plan for 99 cents per item sold, or the professional plan at $40 a month. So if you sell more than 40 things a month on Amazon, you should probably invest in the professional account. But hey, that's not so bad. Oh, but this is just the subscription plan. After you already pay them monthly, you have to pay additional fees based on what you're selling. If you're selling water bottles, you have to pay an extra 50%
That makes life easier.
fee per each item sold. If someone
It would be
requests a
nice if you could
refund,
do it
it's
by
either
gold amount.
$5 or a 20% fee of the refunded amount,
Because
whichever
that's
is
a
less.
really
Once you're
quick
on
way of
Amazon,
filtering
they
out,
now
like,
control your sales, which is a scary thing for your business to rely
have like a
on.
general
And
idea
here's
of the
why.
quality
I
of
don't
the
wanna
item.
say forced, but basically you're guided to be part of the Fulfillment by Amazon program, where they house your inventory and handle shipping for you. This is what causes a product to have that beautiful blue Prime badge that ensures 2-day shipping and reliable returns. Having your product be Prime infinitely boosts your item in the Amazon algorithm and search results at a cost. If the item you're selling is over £3 per se, that'll cost you an extra $7.25 per item. As you can see, it's pretty costly to sell on Amazon in the first place, especially when Amazon strictly limits contact between sellers and customers. Most sellers can't see the names and addresses of the people buying their products. They deliberately try and stop brand loyalty from happening on Amazon. And you'd think all these fees on sellers would cause products on Amazon to become more expensive, but things stay relatively affordable on there. Why? Well, dropshipping, first of all, keeps costs low, but Amazon also enforces prices to stay affordable through their bot that detects if a seller is offering a lower price on another website, and then demotes them in the search results, or even taking away their Prime badge, according to House investigations and Bloomberg. This can destroy a business's sales, since Amazon's monopolized the space so much that people need it for their businesses to survive, while competing with the businesses on their own website, considering them internal competitors. I know, it doesn't end. It feels like I'm calling my sister to gossip about my ex. No way.
Yeah. And then
It's kind of fucking insane. So like if you're a company that you know puts your products on your own website, and let's say you want to run a promotion that you know pushes people to your website predominantly for any other reason, like you want to collect you know buyer information and whatnot, all very useful for marketing and growing your business. You can't do that because they're just going to scrape your website with a pricing bot and then match it to yours and then just nuke you from orbit on Amazon. Like, that's just fucking insane, bro. That's crazy. I mean, and like she said, you know, obviously, and this is not like it's some secret, Amazon has gotten so big that a lot of online businesses, or the businesses that rely upon selling any kind of product online, you know, you could be pretty make or break just with whether or not you're operating on Amazon. Like, that's fucked up.
he did this.
No way.
Yeah.
No.
It's getting dark. House Investigations and Wall Street Journal found, and I quote from ilsr.org, that Amazon has spied on sellers and appropriated data about their sales, costs, and suppliers. It's then used this information to create its own competing versions of their products, often giving its versions superior placement in the search results. Amazon has also been caught using its venture capital fund to invest in startups, only to steal those startups' ideas and create rival products and services. In some cases, Amazon's decision to launch a competing product devastated the business in which it invested. Wow, that's the Amazon brand stuff that you see. They're out-competing the very people that pay to sell on Amazon. Not to mention, also according to House Investigations, that they also destroy smaller companies by, for example, selling their diapers at a lower cost for long enough to destabilize diapers.com, forcing them into a merger. They've eliminated competition on Amazon itself with Amazon brand products and algorithm suppression. If you're not a dropshipper, you're losing money. Amazon favors and encourages it by the way they run the site. It ironically limits the variety of products for the consumers, while being in the most diverse era of online shopping possibilities. I feel like most people loosely knew that Amazon was an unethical company, but it just keeps going the more that I look at it. And I personally didn't know all of these specifics, and I know that there's probably more. Amazon's press center paints a different story, saying more than 60% of sales in Amazon's store are from independent sellers, most of which are small to medium-sized businesses. I wonder how many of those independent sellers are dropshippers. No, really. Like this mushroom nightlight being sold by 50 different sellers that is cute, but the longer you look at it, the more you feel like you should look away. Actually, an article by Vox paints a bigger picture of this. Over 60% of Amazon sales are from independent sellers, but almost half of these sellers are based in China. So presumably, at least a third of Amazon's sales are being drop-shipped or mass-produced directly from China. Now add that to how many drop-shippers source from those manufacturers, but are technically based in other countries like the US. The number? I have no idea. What are you asking me for? But it's more than a third, I can tell you that. Temu or Temu is like Amazon, but with cheaper stuff, and its endless scroll of cheap, non-essential, quirky items reminds you of Wish.com if you're familiar with that. According to them, Temu competes with Amazon by cutting out the middleman and offering wholesale prices.
What the
In other words,
fuck?
their entire site and business is dropshipping. Every order is shipped directly from the manufacturer.
Dude, that's a death
to
bridge. What the
customer.
fuck
Temu
was
doesn't
that?
hold any inventory. The exact definition of dropshipping. They say that they're streamlining the supply chain, and this is how their prices stay so low. Well, there's that, and since items come directly from factories, they're usually in smaller separate packages that avoid the tax on shipments over $800 to the US. Thirdly,
Jesus,
well,
where did that damage
the
come
US
from?
Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party, God, they need an acronym, released an interim report alleging, okay, don't sue me, please, that there's an extremely high risk Temu's supply chain uses forced Uyghur labor, an ethnic group that, in simple terms, China doesn't like very much, which is not only illegal in the US, but very, very bad. Like I said earlier, plenty of Temu products exist on Amazon, so yeah, whether Amazon wants it there or not. It can be pretty difficult to really trace back the source of the materials for anything you buy, and even for sellers. AliExpress works similarly, selling directly to consumers and connecting dropshippers directly to manufacturers. Alibaba is designed to only connect companies with mass-producing manufacturers. But it's not only for direct-to-consumer dropshipping. For example, people will also get supplies from here for their businesses in bulk, like blank t-shirts, blank phone cases, and UV printers to print onto those cases. So now we know why dropshipping kinda sucks for consumers and for other sellers, and how companies like Amazon, Temu, AliExpress, etc. may thrive off of it. And where there's a way to make a quick buck, there's a will to sell a course to make a quick buck.
Of course, the course, drop shipping courses. Let's go. I was waiting for this.
Never even done it before.
These are just a few of the products I sell on Amazon that make me over $20,000 every single month.
I bet you're wondering what's the best business model I could start right now. The answer is easy. It's dropshipping.
You may or may not have seen sponsored posts like this on TikTok or Instagram stories. They make it tempting, showing you how much money they presumably make from dropshipping.
So I'm going to be showing you guys exactly how me and my team are able to do numbers like this on a consistent basis.
These size coffee glasses make me over $5,000 a month. And these thank you cards make me over $10,000 a month.
I make too much money in other places.
And they always talk to you as if they can teach you the big secret, and all you have to do is sign up for their course. You too can live the lavish lifestyle with
Practically zero effort.
yeah, there we go. You too can pretend you're a big, smart businessman with zero knowledge, work ethic, experience, or expertise. Just choose the right product from AliExpress.
So at this point, you guys, all we're doing is actually finding a winning product.
I used data that comes straight from Amazon that shows me exactly how many people are looking to buy items just like these.
Product that basically you could spray beer into people's mouths. I was like, bro, I promise you this will do well. Just like take a chance on it. First week, right, messages me, yo, we've got 3 million views on the video overnight, right? I was like, why have we not got any sales? What's going on? Open my phone, logged in, 3K sales. Finished that day, 14K in one day.
God. Okay, that editing is actually making me motion sick. Holy shit. Okay. Now you're gonna make a Shopify website, which by the way takes 5 minutes with a free template and offers a 3 months for $1 promotion to sell the product.
I don't even make these.
Market the product.
For marketing, all we're going to be doing is scrolling through here and literally just watching these videos and remaking them ourselves.
Then,
All I do is figure out the products I want to sell, put them on Amazon, and watch the sales roll in.
no, first sign up for the course.
So make sure you just go ahead and go here and then go right here so I can show you and teach you the rest. So first you're just going to want to pull out your phone and you're just going to want to open up TikTok. Once you're on TikTok.
I'm watching this on TikTok. This goes for most of these online courses, especially those that want to teach you how to make a quick buck. They love acting like they're gonna teach you some big secret so you sign up for their course. It reminds me of MLM recruitment messages. I feel like we need a new color for this. Hey girly, haven't talked to you in forever.
I mean, really? Seriously? Drop shipping feels like it's one half barely legal step away from a pyramid scheme.
I just wanted to let you know of this opportunity.
Except,
that
like,
helped
instead of making, you know, more money the more people that you have underneath of you, it's kind of almost like the more money that you're making, the more people are drop shipping underneath you.
Financially free and allowed me to become a digital nomad. Can I send you the info? You could make around $5,000 a week with this opportunity just working for yourself. I also have a course on how to do it. Just make sure you go to my profile and click the link in my bio. Hope to see you there. I want to go back to this guy I talked about earlier because he is clearly nervous, first of all. He can't even explain what the product he was drop shipping even is.
My most profitable product was these sanitizing tablets that you would utilize for like cleaning clothes. So you would put them in.
Wait, where are the enemies left? I've been the whole map.
The washing machine or in the plate washer.
It's a tablet for cleaning clothes that you put in the dishwasher, or the plate washer, or the washing machine. Sorry, what is it?
Oh,
it's like
we're
all
grasping them
these guys wanna
firmly.
be Mark Cuban on
What up,
Shark
Dapper?
Tank and idolize Jordan Belfort with completely missing the point of Wolf of Wall Street entirely. Then he has to come big balling over the other guys to prove himself, dropping the most lukewarm knowledge of all time as if it was a bomb of wisdom and insider business know-how.
Was that an AliExpress product?
Of course, brother.
But how do you? What are the
Everything.
logistics?
When you say AliExpress product, what do you mean? Let's break down the myth of AliExpress.
What myth, brother? What are you talking about? Is there a myth?
The big
surrounding
AliExpress
You know
myth.
that AliExpress are actually dropshippers?
Oh, here we go.
It's people that are dropshipping manufacturers.
Yeah, dude. If he didn't know that, he wouldn't have asked. Did you know it was... You're talking about you drop shipping on this podcast.
It's people that are dropshipping manufacturers.
Yeah.
So when you say AliExpress, only a noob dropshipper pulls anything from AliExpress.
I had to get more
Only a
context from
noob.
this clip because he ends it off by saying only a noob dropshipper pulls anything from AliExpress. So I'm gonna pwn this guy epic style noob 360 no scope on Rust by looking into where a pro dropshipper sources his products, like him. Okay, in the meantime of finding the context for this clip, there are YouTube shorts of this podcast he posted. He's not the host of the podcast, by the way, he was a guest. But there's this one clip they turned into a TikTok.
To say $10,000 is a lot of money, it's not a lot of money.
Per day.
Per day, bro. It's not a lot of money. It is nothing. It's nothing in the context of what I want to accomplish. If you can live off of $10,000,
Nothing.
very fine. For what I'm trying to accomplish in life, it's not
Nothing.
enough. I have to feed 100 families. In order to build operations of scale, you need to make a lot of money. To think that, oh, it's a lot of money is capping your mentality and possibility of scaling. So to me, not a lot of money. No,
Are you saying it's
not
just
at
to
all.
get a clip?
No, you need the mindset of saying, hey, there's potential, there's scalability, as opposed to saying, this is enough, this is good. People can say this is enough, this is good, and they can cap themselves there. I just choose not to.
What do you mean you're feeding
I have to feed
100 families? Is he the guy that was a serial sperm donor and now he's the father of like 200 children? Was that him? And then he gets called out by one of the hosts asking if he's just saying this to get a clip.
Are you saying it's
not
just
at
to
all.
get a clip?
He's just saying shit and thinks he has a point. He's like the definition of saying a whole lot of nothing and pretending it's profound. Also, just obviously $10,000 is a lot of money. I get his point that if you cap your mentality at thinking that 10K is a lot, then you'll never have the mindset to achieve more. Which, by the way, is kind of wrong. You can still make a lot of money and recognize.
Watch
and
The
be thankful
Beekeeper.
that it is a lot of money, and be
7.5
proud of
out
the
of 10.
achievements that it
Oh,
took to get there.
Beekeeper.
It's not
Oh my
capping
God.
yourself. You're just
What was that movie again? Give me the premise again.
saying like, hey, that's a lot. That's pretty cool. Anyway, back to finding the context for that one clip.
Only a noob dropshipper pulls anything from AliExpress.
This guy looks like the biggest fucking douche nozzle. This looks like a dropshipper. Fuck me.
Because people from China are listing and drop shipping those same products and then going to the manufacturers. I have my own manufacturing. I have my own 3PLs. I have my own private party logistics. So in the essence of, can you find my products on AliExpress? Sure, because manufacturers can literally post them there, like you would post them on Amazon, but they weren't AliExpress products. They were sourced and manufactured by my own team.
Sourced and manufactured by my own team. What are you talking about? The reason why I can show up on the other places on AliExpress is because they're wholesaling to multiple people, including yourself. It is not your team making these items. You're not employing a bunch of 14-year-old Asian children. A retired beekeeper who befriends an old lady. She loses her money to a scam, computer virus scam. Bruh. That is the concept of the movie? Jason Statham movies remain goated. What an absolute concept. That is the most Jason Statham-ass, Jason Statham, like, plot device. God bless him. I love Jason Statham movies. They're almost all the exact same movie, and yet I'm gonna watch them.
So, translating dropship bro to English, basically what he's saying is what I mentioned earlier, is that he and his team made original products using those manufacturers in China, and that manufacturer took that product and put it on AliExpress themselves. Then he developed his own supply chain methods and started managing inventory, which is what 3PLs is. As the host calls out, this is just not dropshipping anymore.
You start scaling even higher, you have to call the manufacturer, see if they can produce in time. So it goes from drop shipping, quickly becomes e-commerce.
Yeah, so that's not drop shipping into that.
It's that, well, you transition from it, right?
So only a noob dropshipper sources from AliExpress, and a pro one sources from the same factories on AliExpress. Got it. Genius.
Pro.
He goes on to talk about how the top dogs test with dropshipping and then immediately go into white labeling when it works. And they talk about how he made his fortune from dropshipping and then investing all of that into crypto.
All of it?
So you had this huge come up with dropshipping, and then you funneled that money into crypto.
All of it.
While the barrier to entry in dropshipping is low and the market is overly saturated with dropshippers, I should say that not everyone succeeds in it. People use it as a get-rich-quick idea to sell a course, but you still need some know-how in order to be really successful at it. I looked more into this dude's advice, and it's clear he just wants to be TikTok Gary Vee.
At some point, something has to fucking give. At some point, you just have to be sick and tired of being fucking sick and tired. Hey, look at the dude sleeping. Look at the dude sleeping. That's most of you motherfuckers, bro.
He thinks the only
Oh no. I knew this guy was gonna be a fucking douche. Just looking at him. He's a fucking douche.
valuable end goal in life is to achieve end game capitalism. Like, he wants to get to the point in Animal Crossing where you take over Tom Nook's flesh. And he offers some genuine marketing and business advice if you can see through the alpha male bullshit. And of course it all leads back to selling a course that's $369 a year, or about $30 a month.
Stress, my fellow glitches, is the silent killer. Let me repeat that. Stress is the silent killer. Everything is designed to cause stress in your life. A lot of you are out here chasing women, chasing relationships, chasing this, chasing that. And you don't
Who
realize
is
that,
this
yes,
guy?
that's
not the same guy.
More headaches, more problems to your bag that are going to equate to more
What is
stress.
this video
But it doesn't
again?
stop there. And a lot of you want to be winners. A lot of you want to build businesses. A lot
Wait,
of you want to
what
have your
the
dream life.
fuck?
But you can't tame something like stress. And if you can't tame it, my friend, it's going to kill you.
I swear, some
Are you
people will do
serious?
anything
Did I
but
just get
for
fucking
therapy.
nuked?
You can be financially successful and invest
Bruh.
time into a healthy relationship and a happy life that doesn't only revolve around money. That's my advice. Now give me $30. Come on, fork it over. Fork it over. And under the veil of filming videos in his Rolls Royce on purpose, he explains generally
Really?
what products to market to what audience and how to market effectively, which is a lot easier than it sounds to just make a TikTok go viral instantly and sell millions. Though, like YouTube, where there's a low barrier to
Oh,
entry,
that's
there are
why.
lots of
It's gonna
people
be a
willing to
bunch of
take advantage
asshole
and
enemies
cheat to
like
get to
these
the
that,
top.
like,
just
they're the
straight
ones
up
that come off
copying
the
someone
side of the
else's
screen.
TikTok.
What we're gonna be doing is scrolling through here and literally just watching these videos and remaking them ourselves.
Or lazily
And they do like
copy-pasting
6
someone
trillion
else's
damage
YouTube
before you can
script
respond
into
to it.
your video.
We created Willy Wonka's chocolate factory in real life. We're spending the next 100 hours in GoPro.
I gathered some of my friends, and whichever one of us builds the craziest Minecraft item to impress.
In this briefcase, I have $25,000. There are 10 YouTubers and I have 5 ways to double. Here's why. One of my favorite YouTubers, Ryan Squid.
That's Mr. B Silent.
I recreated every single step from Squid Game in real life.
This is Mr. B Silent, the island that this contestant won during his
We're
100
surviving the next
million
24 hours in this desert, but the only thing we
I
have
rented
is
a
Legos.
$1 million a night
This
hotel
is
room. And
a
I also
country.
I recreated $1,000.
It's the same fucking thing.
Like, have you no shame?
Hey son, does this give you a headache? Me too.
And yes, it also gives me a headache.
My point is that this isn't unique to dropshipping, but god, it's still annoying in every genre. So, even after all we've covered today, no one is the perfect consumer and no one is the perfect seller. Lots of us still have iPhones and... So I don't think it's very productive to name and shame people who choose to buy from these services. It's almost impossible to trace back the source of every single item you've ever owned. There's also something to be said about the culture of today's hyper-consumerism and buying a ton of cheap stuff you don't need, which is how Temu thrives. If you want my personal opinion, and you don't have to agree with this, I think you should do what's best for your morals, ethics, and budget. And I just wanted to spread what I've learned about this so you can now make educated decisions on what you want to do. Because not everyone can afford $1,000 earrings to make sure that they're handmade and made out of pure gold that's ethically sourced. So don't worry, I'm not going to come to your house and bully you and throw rocks at your window. I know you were worrying about that, but I'm not going to do it. I won't. Yeah, so... Why don't skeletons fight each other? They have no guts! I'm just trying to end this off
That's
on a
terrible.
high note.
That was some Dapier level shit right there. This echo can freaking blow me, man. I hate these enemies so much. This whole echo is just the enemies that run off at you from off screen. And you can't really do anything. You have to like preemptively be throwing stuff out that will likely stun them so that you're not just dying immediately. Gotta have like 6,000 critical strike avoidance and 400% physical resistance. Bone amulets are usually pretty fucking good. It was one of the best items I got right at the end of pre-release. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Oh, surrender. Fuck yourself. Alright, surrender. Drive safe. Assuming that you're driving. So how are we looking so far, guys? Has Twitch been doing the weird loading thing or anything like that so far? Like the buffering shit? Haven't noticed anything so far? Okay. Good. We'll keep an eye on that. Alright, that's good. Yeah, for those, some of you guys weren't here when I was first mentioning it, but we're doing a full test bed. You guys will remember a few weeks ago when I was streaming to YouTube at the same time as Twitch and everything, there was like some oddities. We couldn't figure out if it was like our end or Twitch's end. Where there was a bunch of stutter and shit. Or not even stutter, but like it was actually buffer loading on Twitch's end. And so today is the first time in a while that we have been streaming to YouTube at the same time. And I'm also local recording, because I wanted to make sure that, you know, if I'm doing, you know, a review or something for Final Fantasy, or if I want to at least be prepared to do it with footage, then I needed to be able to do all of the above. Recording locally and all that shit. I know I'm long since done. I'm just kind of clearing shit out here because I'm trying to max this out because I don't think I get quite the same rewards since I died on that first run. Yeah, I don't get the chest anymore or anything like that. Fuck, that's so unfortunate. Fuck those enemies, I hate those. They're so hard for me to survive sometimes. Like if it's just the right combo, the enemies coming off the screen. One of like those bigger cats have haste and shit, and if I get stunned or if I haven't already stunned them, which is hard to do when you don't know if they're even fucking coming. Then very hard to not just get killed. Let's see what's next. Three-hour Kingdom Hearts lore explanation. After last epoch, will you be interested to try PoE? I've played PoE before. I've played it for, I want to say I played it for like 30 hours or something like that. And I tried it multiple times. Like I tried it earlier on. I then went back years later because, as we know, it's been around for quite some time now. And just couldn't get into it. Some people view PoE's skill tree depth and whatnot as a strength, and that it makes the game better. I actually, for me personally, I actually think it makes it worse, and I think it's a crutch. There are a lot of people that are, you know, a big fan of that system. But not me personally. It's yeah, it doesn't, I don't think it makes the game better at all. In fact, while I respect people's love for the game as a whole, because it's PoE is more than just its skill tree and other mechanics, and I respect the game as a whole. I do struggle to see how anyone could possibly see its skill tree as anything other than a crippling mess of a system that's only built for like the most absolute hardcore, you know, sweat level ARPG players. Because for everyone else, like the moment, here's how I look at it. The moment that I need to spend a nearly equal amount of time out of game researching and looking at materials to be able to understand and interact properly with shit that's in the game, you have already catastrophically fucked up as a developer. You missed the boat. And it feels like PoE takes pride in that and then just triples down on it as time goes on. So yeah, am I going to play PoE? It's not highly likely. I'm very interested in how PoE 2 turns out, for sure. That's going to be a big release. Come on, give me something to watch, would you? Sure, John Oliver, I guess. What do you got? Freight trains.
Our main story tonight concerns trains. In the 1800s, the preferred method of murdering damsels, and nowadays, antidepressants for middle-aged dads.
All these games that just drop pinata levels of loot aren't attractive at all. That's part of why this game has a built-in, very flexible, easy-to-use loot filter, because then you're only seeing the loot that you give a fuck about, which is wonderful. But yeah, I mean, and it's true with PoE. For me, with these games, I think I've talked about this before. These games are approaching. They flirt with the edge of being an MMO. They're right on the edge of it, and the nature in which they often flirt with the edge of being an MMO is typically in ways that, for me as a gamer, you're wasting my time. You're not respecting my time. It doesn't, like, how Last Epoch solves the problem of having a million different characters and trying out builds, not being certain about what might work and what will work, etc., etc. how it tackles that with the relatively easy, straightforward, and nearly painless respecking of both skills and your character, with the exception being, of course, the mastery branch that you choose, that's really fucking good. Because it's respecting my time. You know, your game is not made more fun by punishing me for interacting with your game's systems without using some in-depth guide by a dude on Reddit that has played the game for 4,000 hours and has now min-maxed every single thing in the skill tree. So, you know, it's because at that point, are you playing the game, or is somebody else with more time than you have playing the game for you, and then you're just taking their experience and applying it without doing anything yourself? At which point, why even have any of these systems to begin with? And the moment that the systems that are in place more or less punish you for experimenting, the less I am ever going to want to spend any amount of time interacting with it. Like, why would I even experiment? If I don't have that much time in the day, and then I've got to go outside of the game and read a bunch of Reddit threads or find some fucking spreadsheet that's already figured it all out. I think that's just shit game design, personally. I appreciate, like I said, why people might like PoE, but I actually don't think that that it's in a good spot right now, except for the people that already play PoE. I think PoE is kind of in a World of Warcraft scenario where the only people that World of Warcraft truly appeals to at this point are people that are already playing World of Warcraft.
Trains aren't just a mode of transportation, they are beloved children's characters in shows like Thomas the Tank Engine, except not
Yeah,
that
similar to
I'm
Warframe.
talking about the British original narrated by Ringo Starr, which is much darker. Take this episode in which Henry the Green Engine gets frightened of the rain and won't come out of a tunnel. Everyone begs him and then yells at him. Thomas even tries to physically push him out, and then finally, the head of the railway steps in with a drastic solution.
We shall take away your rails, he said, and leave you here for always and always and always. They took up the old rails and built a wall in front of him so that Henry couldn't get out of the tunnel anymore.
That's Ringo Starr, by the way.
Yeah, the British version of Thomas didn't fuck around. An episode whose premise is stop complaining about work or we'll throw you in your forever hole has got to be one of the most disturbing episodes of children's TV ever, right up there with the episode of Blue's Clues, where Blue reveals herself to be the Zodiac Killer. Come on, Steve. The clues were a handgun, a Zodiac symbol, and an issue of the San Francisco Chronicle from 1969. She basically wanted to get caught. And if you're thinking, well, surely that was the midpoint of the episode, and Henry was eventually allowed out so that there'd be a happy ending with all his friends.
No.
It wasn't. This is how it ends.
He wondered if he would ever be allowed to pull trains again. But I think he deserved his punishment. Don't you?
Ha 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 ha!
Look, there are children's shows, and then there are British children's shows. And that is why I am, and this is true, like this. But we're going to be talking about one kind of train in particular tonight, freight trains. And let me just say for the record, this show is pro-train. They are objectively good. They're fast, they're loud, and they make noises like chugga chugga choo choo and ding 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 ding. I love trains. And freight trains are essential. We rely on them to transport around 28% of the country's freight. And while trucks also carry freight great distances and have some pretty hit sounds of their own, to wit... Trains are much better for the environment, as they only account for 2% of US transportation emissions.
But instead, we're putting everything into
Palestine,
trucks.
When freight trains go off the rails, they can cause immense damage. That crash incurred an estimated cost of at least $803 million in total damages. And 80% of residents surveyed say they've experienced headaches, rash, coughs, eye irritation, and diarrhea. And about 40% say they suffer from PTSD. But while that was a particularly nasty derailment, the truth is, it shouldn't have been that surprising. Last year, there were more than 1,000 train derailments in the US. That means an average of 3 per day. And while most occur in rail yards and aren't major incidents, the ones that occur outside of them can cause a huge mess.
The flaming freight train inferno outside Phoenix, Arizona, derailing on a bridge in Tempe.
A runaway train derailing in the Mojave Desert, causing a mangled mess.
Tonight, new dashcam video shows the moment a Norfolk Southern train derailed in Springfield, Ohio.
From Livecopter 3, an exclusive view at the Union Pacific train derailment. 33 cars total, 22 derailed. A red substance was spilled, but officials have not confirmed what it is.
Look, none of that is good, but the phrase, a red substance was spilled, but officials have not confirmed what it is truly chilling. It sounds less like a legitimate news report and more like the first draft of a Stephen King novel. So, train derailments happen a lot, and experts say the reason we haven't had massive loss of life in this country as a result is more luck than anything else.
The railroads are going to keep flirting with danger, keep flirting with disaster, as long as people are getting rich. I don't want to say that we dodged a bullet.
Oh,
in East
low roll,
Palestine,
low roll.
but the next one may be in a major urban area. It may be in a downtown Chicago. It may be in a downtown New York City.
It is terrifying to think a train disaster like East Palestine could happen in New York, partly because I live here.
I was kind of hoping this could have been a freaking epic item.
We're a perpetual terror target. We got the country's first big wave of COVID. We had a biblical plague of lanternflies last summer, and there's an army of creepy Elmos running rampant in Times Square. We don't have the anxiety bandwidth to also worry about a giant train full of poison exploding in the middle of the city. So if freight trains have the power to cause that much damage, tonight, let's talk about them. And let's start with the fact that the Federal Railroad Administration, which is a fairly weak...
500 gold, and it's literally the lowest freeze rate multiplier.
Estimates its inspector's ability to inspect less than 1% of the railroad activities covered in regulation. And as a result, railroads
it's got 2 tier
have the
5s.
primary responsibility
That's why.
for the safety of the railroad system. And if history's taught us anything, that's not a good formula for positive outcomes. If anything, the formula is industry plus deregulation minus government oversight equals episode of Last Week Tonight. And guess what, guys? Here we are. Although I will give the FRA some credit, it does produce some spectacular railway safety videos to show you what not to do around train tracks.
This freight train episode reminds me of the nuclear power discussion we had the other day. They should be better, but again, we add trash human factor cutting corners. Oh, for sure. I bet you trains are being basically run on shoestring budgets, and more money is being put into making trucking a viable thing, which ends up skewing some sort of realities of the safety of trucking over trains. Streamer brain activated. Oh, yeah. What up, Sammy? Full activation of the streamer brain. Background YouTube content to keep me awake while I grind this shit.
Shoot.
How you doing this
I
morning?
think the car just died. Seriously, this is not happening.
Well, why did we stop? What happened?
Are we stuck? It's fine. We'll sit here for a minute and I will call someone.
Oh, they're over top of a train track. I see. Let's hope PoE2 is more welcoming then. I mean, they definitely have a lot of work to do to get it to be even remotely as welcoming as Last Epoch. Like, imagine if Last Epoch wasn't like 30 dudes in a basement that met on Reddit that ran into all these server issues. The game has been like rocking CCUs of like 270,000 people or some shit. Like, if they had that shit going, this thing would have probably hit like 400,000. That shows you just how much traction this bitch has got, and unfortunately they burned a few bridges along the way, but that's kind of the way that things go these days, it seems.
But what if there's a train coming? Don't worry, there's never a train here. And I'm sure we would hear one coming from pretty far away.
What are you doing? It is hard to pick a favourite reaction from the world's calmest or dumbest mom there. I think the car just died when your car clearly died is an office Hall of Famer. But for my money, I'm going to go with the absolute blind confidence of there's never a train here. A fact she cannot know and doesn't seem to totally believe herself. Also, and this isn't hugely important, but I will call someone? Who exactly do you think you'd call? And how do you think that call
The
would go?
Ghostbusters?
Right, my car broke down on some train tracks. I'm in the car with my children. Get out of the car and off the tracks.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's never a train here. Really? Because trains generally go where the tracks are. Put one of your children on the phone. Are you going to send someone to help me, officer? Lady, I'm not even the police. This is just a number that you called. Get off the fucking tracks. But back to the FRA. As I was saying, the problem is that they have limited insight into what's actually happening on the rails. And not every problem is as easy to solve as taking...
How does one get stuck on tracks?
Forever.
Well, I mean, the car gets stuck on the tracks and the person is too stubborn to leave the car because they don't want to, you know, they think that if they're in the car, there's a chance they can save it. I guess.
It is crazy that the FAA knows about the exact location of 5,000 planes in the sky, but the FRA can't tell you where most trains are or what they contain. In fact, in the New York area a while back, people got pretty alarmed when they learned that volatile crude oil was being transported right along the Hudson River.
This is the greatest threat to the Hudson I've experienced in my entire career. These trains that run for almost 50 miles right next to the river, carrying highly explosive crude oil in rail cars that were not designed for this, that shear on impact.
120 cars on some of these trains, 30,000 gallons of fuel per car, very volatile fuel. When it comes down to it, each of these train cars is like a rolling bomb.
It's true. And that is not unique to the Hudson Rail Line. Trains that carry combustible cargo are regularly referred to by rail workers as bomb trains, which is terrifying. Bomb train doesn't sound like something that should ever be allowed on a railway. It sounds like the title of a Jason Statham movie that's got 27% on Rotten Tomatoes. But rolling bomb is a pretty accurate description. Just 22 train cars carrying liquefied natural gas hold the equivalent blast energy of the nuclear bomb dropped on Hiroshima. And there have been incidents where train cars full of crude oil
yeah, the car might lose traction, or it might just literally die, like by way of how many cars drive across them, just like statistically.
It may not seem so alarming until you see what that exact spot looked like before the blast. It's hard to tell, but if you look very closely, you'll notice that the town part of that town is gone.
Yikes!
And the notion that profits might be getting prioritised over safety is in keeping with the larger trend shaping the freight rail industry. Because like many big companies, these giant railway firms have felt increasing pressure to squeeze margins to please investors. And that brings us to the key trend in freight rail over the past few decades. Precision Scheduled Railroading, or PSR. It's the brainchild of this man, Hunter Harrison, seen here mid-colonoscopy. Until his death 6 years ago, Harrison worked as a CEO at 4 major railroads. And his philosophy of PSR has now taken over the entire industry. And it's about aggressively pursuing efficiency. To that end, railroads have closed facilities, retired locomotives and rail cars, and cut workers to lower costs. And all of that is the kind of stuff that
Here
makes
it
Wall
is.
Street idiots extremely happy. In fact, here's one of them now.
Hunter Harrison, the new darling of Wall Street. Harrison will implement a strategy that's known as precision scheduled railroading. He's already changed routes and schedules.
It's Kramer! I'm still somehow on TV! After all these years of being wrong consistently, holy fuck, I can still hit some physical buttons in studio and make the lights flash, and that makes the old balding white men clap their hands. How the fuck is Kramer still on TV?
And the way the company sorts long trains. He actually maps them out in his own living room. I'm not kidding. This guy's the real deal. The guy is
Wow, he maps it out?
Cool. You know a...
Once again, we're keeping track of like thousands of planes internationally in the air with near pinpoint accuracy. And so we're gonna praise a dude for having the ability to like map out hard railroad track that haven't changed in a fucking like millennia, but still not exactly know where the trains are yet. Like, come on, man. Come on, bro. How are our standards so damn low?
Person is pretty awesome if they get a ringing, sound effect laden endorsement on an esteemed show like Big Buck's Word Puke with Captain Money Clown. But it's true, Hunter Harrison was the type of guy who mapped train routes out at home. He was also the type of guy who looked for even the smallest ways to cut costs, from tearing up unused tracks to eliminating overnight stays for train crews. He even flew around in a corporate jet with a tail number that read OR59, his aspirational operating ratio. Presumably something that made him so happy he smiled like this. But that efficiency for the companies has come at tremendous cost to everyone else. And let's start with one of the things that may be less obvious, because a key component of precision scheduled railroading is running fewer but much longer trains. And I mean much longer. Some trains now stretch nearly 3 miles long.
What?
And those longer trains aren't just dangerous when they're moving. They can also be dangerous when they're not. Trains frequently need to stop to allow other trains to pass or to work on
Why? Why?
mechanical issues. And tracks were built to accommodate this, with sidings alongside the main line where trains can pull over. The problem is, those sidings were built when trains were much shorter. And nowadays, when they are multiple miles long, they can wind up stretching back onto the main track and possibly across roads, blocking traffic. And that is one reason why this can happen.
For some East End neighborhoods, this has become a way too unwelcome soundtrack. The bells start, traffic stops, this driver sleeps, this guy climbs over, this one too, another right under, all of it without a thought to the potentially deadly consequences. The wait just becomes too long.
Well, how often does this happen, Lorenzo?
Just about every day. That's true. In certain towns, trains can block traffic, and for hours. And it's not like they can quickly get out of the way by turning around. Trains are like Liam Payne. They really only work in one direction. Alone, there were more than 30,000 reports of blocked train crossings across the nation, with nearly 1,000 blocked for more than a day. And that can mean people wind up making risky decisions to get to work or even to school.
It's the kind of moment that takes your breath away. A little girl in a bright red coat, tiny arms and legs wiggling underneath a train car that could move at any moment. It's quiet as she dusts herself off, casually picks up her book bag and a dropped water bottle, and carries on.
That is tough to watch. But I guess it is kind of nice for the younger generation to have an immediate counter whenever their older relatives complain about how they used to walk to school in the snow. Oh, was it cold, Grandpa? Did it get chilly? I guess I wasn't really thinking about the weather when I was crawling under a train that could crush my tiny arms and legs to get to fucking homeroom on time. And while that girl thankfully was okay, others haven't been. Pedestrians trying to cut through trains have been disfigured, dismembered, and killed after the train suddenly started moving. On top of which, blocked train crossings can also seriously delay emergency services like fire engines or ambulances, as this Oklahoma man knows all too well.
I think it's going to take a major tragedy for the railroad company to wake up and decide that they're going to do something.
That was about 6.5 years ago. Chad Bird complaining about these tracks near their home, and at the time, sitting on the only crossing to get to their home.
I think the major concern is if somebody's injured, trying to get an ambulance to that side.
Fast forward to early September of 2020. Chad's premonitions becoming reality. His father, Larry Gene Bird, dying from a heart attack, and emergency vehicles were stuck behind a train on those same tracks. When emergency crews arrived, police asked the conductor if it could be moved. He said no. The lawsuit adding that he, quote, closed the locomotive's window and would not respond to any further questions.
That is awful. And while it is not the most important thing, are we all just allowed to close our windows and not talk to cops? Or is that only for train conductors? Because if so, I will buy one of those stupid little hats tomorrow. And also, I wouldn't call his prediction a premonition there. It was an easily foreseeable consequence of poor policy. And that is not a one-off. There have been multiple similar stories of people dying and houses burning down after emergency vehicles were delayed at crossings. But longer stopped trains are just the beginning of the issues with PSR. There is also the issue of what the relentless drive for savings does to workers. Even as trains got longer, staffing has been cut to ridiculously low levels. Just watch as a union leader explains to a flabbergasted news anchor right after East Palestine just how low these levels had become.
Look, if you add more and more cars to these trains, you're introducing more and more points of potential failure. And that's why it's really alarming that the railroad industry actually wants to cut back the number of people operating on a train from 2, as is the current standard, to 1.
I'm sorry, hold on. Are you saying that as of now, a train with 150 cars and that is carrying hazardous material, vinyl chloride, whatever, as a standard only has 2 people operating it, just 2 for that entire train?
Yeah, that's correct. 1 conductor, 1 engineer.
And they want to cut it down to 1.
What?
Yes.
Right. 1 person, which is absurd. Trains need an engineer to drive the train and a conductor for the rest of it. It's not one of those jobs where we have 2 people do it, even though it clearly only requires 1, like anchoring the news or renovating a home or hosting the 2011 Oscars. And people who work on these trains will tell you every part of their job is exhausting now. For example, when there are mechanical or other problems that cause a train to stop, the conductor may have to walk from the lead locomotive to the problem area and back again, which could mean walking 4 miles to the end and back on a 2-mile-long train. Workers are being stretched so thin that they're now working ridiculous hours and required to be on call, forcing them to pick and choose between work and their families and even medical appointments. Until recently, when workers wanted to take a sick day at BNSF, the largest freight railroad in the US, they had to schedule them a month in advance and only for Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. And I don't know how BNSF thinks illnesses work, but the flu doesn't have a Microsoft Outlook calendar where you can look at its schedule and book your infection at a time that works for both of you. And while BNSF changed that policy this fall, it's still in effect at other major railroads. A former union head sums up the situation like this.
As we say, you either go to work sick and tired or you get fired. That's really what this has come down to.
Look, it is never a good sign when conditions are so bleak you've come up with a catchy little rhyme for it. Also, no one should get fired for being sick. As far as punishments go for not being able to work one day, it's right up there with being entombed in the tunnel of constant punishment. And having sick, tired workers is bad across the board. But it gets much worse when you realise some of those workers are the ones who inspect the trains to keep them safe. And the time allotted for that keeps shrinking.
Oh, sounds like airplanes. Man, how can we save money, guys? I mean, I don't know, we're running pretty thin margins, but, you know, there's a chance that if we just inspect the planes faster, we can have less people required, less money. How is that? Good? Yes? Okay, so the only off chance here, or the offset here, is that maybe, possibly, more of these planes have mechanical issues that result in the death and dismemberment of many people that might actually result in some sort of, I don't know, massive legal dispute, but that would cost us $20 million, while over here, assuming that only happens at a rate of once every 5 years, we're going to make 3 times as much money on that over the same period of time by cutting these measures. So we're basically just going to take the loss of human life as a profit margin. So yeah, why not do that?
One former railroader says Norfolk Southern's inspectors used to have 5 to 8 minutes to check a train car's wheels for problems like leaky bearings or damaged components. Now it's often between 30 seconds and a minute. And worse still, employees feel that they can't speak out as a result of a pattern of retaliation against workers who report safety violations or injuries. One whistleblower even sued his company and had some pretty compelling evidence on his side.
Don Sanders, a former BNSF track inspector in Minnesota, secretly recorded calls with his supervisor back in 2015. In this recording, obtained by 5 Investigates, you'll hear what happened when the boss found out Sanders called the Federal Railroad Administration.
Why in the world would we ever call FRA about anything? Unless I'm absolutely blatantly telling you to break rules or don't do something. Is that against
that is automatically suspicious. If you work at a restaurant and your boss tells you that under no circumstances should you ever call the health inspector, best case scenario, he is being ratatouilleed. But that's the best case. That inspector was later fired in what a jury later agreed was retaliation for reporting too many track defects. And another rail worker sums it all up like this.
The railroad, probably 100 years ago, came up with safety first. When precision scheduled railroading came out, they gave us a list of priorities that we were to work by. Safety's fourth.
Here's the thing. That is true. Safety is fourth. He's not embellishing there. Hunter Harrison would frequently run down a numbered list of his guiding principles, which started with...
Imagine, if you will, that all it takes to be, in some instances, the most ingenious and heralded businessman is to simply throw every concept of morality and caution to the wind and just pick the worst possible options, and then you make lots of money. This is a very important part as to why you see most CEOs or board members and shit of many large corporations are all psychopaths. Because you have to be, in many instances, to be able to lay your head on your pillow at night and not require enough mental gymnastics to shatter your psyche based on just what you've decided to do that day for the sake of the bottom line of the company. I also feel like that's why these guys tend to live forever, because they care so little that, like, their stress, they just can't be there. They have no care for it. They've got the money part now, and the only thing that's left over is to make some more money, and you can make more money by caring less, and oftentimes these situations. So they're just a stress-free lifestyle.
Service, then cost control, then asset utilization, and then and only then safety. It was literally fourth on the list. And once you...
Service, cost control, asset utilization, and safety. That's should probably be a little higher. Just a shot in the dark.
You get past 3 items on a priority list. Anything after that isn't a priority by definition. It's like ranking your favourite Beatles. There are 3 that you care about and 1 afterthought who narrates sadistic children's shows about abused trains.
There you go. There it is, Ringo Starr. There it is. The original Mr. Conductor.
And at one hearing, when Harrison was running through his list and eventually got to safety, he wound up making a pretty striking confession.
The fourth portion of this is...
Oh God. Did I leave my armor in the fucking...
Don't get anybody hurt.
Oh no.
Now, we can be very sophisticated, and we can talk about...
Oh, that's problematic.
...management and loss control.
Alright, I need to survive long enough
so forth. I got blood all
to find armor and put it on.
In this industry that
oh, that's catastrophic.
should have been avoidable.
Wow. I've got to say, after 10 seasons of showing you executives denying their neglect, that is almost refreshing. It's the kind of honesty you only usually get from a guy like that after he's been visited by the ghosts of
And of
Christmas.
course, it's like some of the highest damage single target.
Will tell you that safety has always been important to them.
Boy.
And they'll point out that derailments have fallen by 44% since 2000, which is true. Although, I'll point out that some of that is because we're running far fewer trains since then. Also, the rate of derailments for large railroads has been creeping up again in
These guys are here too?
One
Oh
railway
my
veteran
God,
describes a
dude.
major
What the
crash as
fuck?
just a matter of time, fearing there's going to be a freight train that hasn't been inspected in 90,000 miles that comes off the track and either explodes.
And like worse than that, this whole zone has got these walls and I can't even fucking like see where I'm going.
Everybody's going to care. You've now heard that exact sentiment multiple times in this piece, and he's probably right. And look, the solution here isn't to turn away from rail. Again, trains are good. Because for one, they're still safer than trucking, and two, as we've already established, chugga chugga choo choo, ding ding ding, trains are fun. But that doesn't mean they shouldn't be safer. And all that requires is some very common sense measures. Regulating the length of train cars, allowing more time for train inspections, not letting this woman near trains, cars or children, properly staffing trains with appropriate sized crews, and carefully limiting the amounts and routes of hazardous materials being transported. Now, to ensure
Please,
that
God,
happens,
just
we need to empower
I
the
need you to
FRA
drop some armor.
actually monitor trains and cargo in real time. And while we're at it, give them the ability to limit the amount of time that trains can block intersections. And finally, and crucially, workers need a way to confidentially report safety issues to regulators without being afraid of retaliation. Until we fix all of this, we might really need to fundamentally change our children's programming to show the world of trains as they currently are.
Once upon a time, on the island of Sodor, there was a train
Oh,
named
no.
Henry. Henry was a freight train, and he pulled all kinds of important materials around. But then one day, Sir Topham Hatt had an idea. And suddenly, Henry got longer, and longer, and longer.
Oh boy.
Henry got so long, when he rested, he started getting in people's way, and drivers got very angry with him. I'm late for work. What's the fucking hold-up, train? Said the driver. A little old lady shouted to him.
Alright, we have some armor now.
Fucked.
Get
A little girl crawled underneath Henry on her way to school. That tickled, said Henry. I fucking hate you, train, said the little girl. A fire engine pleaded with him to move. I can't move, said Henry. I don't have any room. So they both just sat there and watched the children's hospital burn.
What the fuck?
But Henry was told he was much more efficient now, which is another way of saying profitable and 9 miles long. He carried all sorts of things people needed, like medical bandages, corn, vinyl chloride, fireworks, a mysterious red substance, question mark, hand grenades, question mark, plugged-in space heaters, and all sorts of zoo animals. What's liquefied natural gas? And why am I pulling 22 cars full of it? Henry asked. Never you mind, said Sir Topham Hatt. I mapped this whole route out at home. That's a weird thing to do, and I don't really know how to respond to it, said Henry. Just mind your business, like a good little rolling death machine, Sir Topham Hatt said. Sorry, I'm a what? Asked Henry. Then one day, a wheel on one of Henry's tank cars started overheating. His engineer hadn't had a chance to inspect it in months. Henry was getting worried. It seems my caboose is loose. I can't drive with a loose caboose, Henry told the driver. But it was too late. Oh, shit, said Henry. Henry the freight engine became Henry the bomb train. Well, thought Henry. It could be worse. At least my tankers didn't explode. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island... Oh dear, said Thomas. The explosion obliterated a significant part of the island of Sodor.
The commitment to this
So
bit.
sad. Sir Topham had blood on his hands, but he didn't care. It wasn't his blood, and he could just wipe it off with all his new money. As for Henry, he was taken out of commission and put in a tunnel. But as trains can't die, he just had to suffer forever and ever. But I think he deserved his punishment. Don't you?
That's our show. Thanks so much for watching.
My
We'll see you
God.
next week. Good night.
The commitment to the bit was a 10 out of 10. Ow, what the fuck is hitting me? The crazy part about this shit is that, like, I don't... Like, sometimes, even though, like, I've already killed pretty much everything in the area, I don't even really have the time to, like, stop to just even have a cursory glance at the items that have dropped on the ground. Because it's just, like, you never know when another, like, 15 enemies that were never there to begin with are gonna run in from, like, halfway across the map. Especially these guys. Little assholes. Like, just let- alright, fine. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just pick it up. I'll look later. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Like, where are these guys even coming from? They're like, they're coming in from areas of the map that are already... they're already cleared. Alright. That'll do. Huh? Now, what do we got here? Oh boy! 60% necrotic resistance. Dear Jesus. Max roll tier 6. Of course, the downshot to that is just the sheer amount of loss in a lot of pretty important stats, but I'm going to keep that helmet in case I ever need a large boost in necrotic resistance. We don't use aspect of the shark. What's an hours that can be sold? Physical and necrotic resistance. Low roll, pretty high roll. Low roll. Yeah, not really worth keeping. What we got here? Cooldown, recovery. Nearly max. Low roll void damage. Elemental damage over time. Low roll on the tier 5. Mineral endurance. Nah. Ooh, fire penetration. Not an affix I've seen very, or affix I've seen very frequently. I don't know why I picked that up. Might have been accidentally. 407 stun avoidance. And 40% increased critical strike chance with lightning skills. Mother of God. So the shit thing about that, of course, is that it is a 5 slot, which means you can't use this one. So I'd have to lose out on crit strike chance for totems. Like a base. Which probably... And it's increased lightning damage. But I do get an enormous amount of stun avoidance. I mean, that is a ridiculous amount of stun avoidance. Like, that's a mammoth amount of stun avoidance. If I play my cards right, I might be able to offset that. Like, there's your lightning damage. But that's not for minions. If you run this... That's mostly fine. Yeah, that's our big physical resistance. Okay. Hard to pass up on 400 stun avoidance. Holy shit, +4 static charges generated per second? It's tier 1? Fuck me. It's kind of garbage. I don't care about that. All right.
Yes. Take care.
Now, is that piece of armor still? It is. Okay. Whew. Okay, hold on. This was a lot of armor. The one that I picked up. And stun avoidance. Probably just losing a ton of minion damage. Indeed. Losing attunement. A ton of minion damage. A whole hell of a lot of health regen. Minion crit chance. Dex. Like, that's kind of tough. Okay.
Yes. Take care.
A Clippers rebrand and uniforms. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Okay. So, first impressions of the jerseys themselves. I like them. I think they look good. I dig the font. I dig the alternate. I like the color scheme. I think those look good. It's not a dramatic departure from their existing. Now, let's see what their logo, let's see what their, like, the brand designer describing this. Illustrates movement and precision. The team's nautical heritage. The compass's end pointing to north in Los Angeles. Oh god. Providing timeless direction. I fucking love when logo designers describe their logo designs because so often they make the dumbest shit up to sound neat. And in reality it's just like, I was doing this logo design and it coincidentally lined up. I looked at the end and I went, wait a minute, what if I lined that with... The hull of the ship set off with the seams of a basketball. Okay, yeah, I get you. Custom typeface inspired by naval topography, or typography. I mean... the typeface, I gotta be honest, not a big fan. And I feel like the logo is it almost has too much going on. It's not bad. I've definitely seen worse rebrands, 100%. But I wouldn't say it's like that the actual logo itself is my favorite thing, but it's not bad. It's not bad. I've definitely seen worse decisions. For sure. I like the blue that they chose and the red. It looks really good together. I feel like they took a lot of design inspiration from baseball for this. This looks so much like a baseball livery. It's insane. Like this is gonna be something you're gonna be seeing a bunch of people rocking Clippers hats, no doubt. Probably just gonna have like the clips up front. It's gonna go hard with the red and the blue. I think it's gonna look really good. The font that they chose for the jerseys, which is reminiscent of their previous stuff, that's really good. The font that they chose for the logo, I'm neither here nor there. The logo itself, I'm neither here nor there. It's not blowing me away. It's not depressing me either. It's just okay. Honestly, for me, if you, in the logo, if you got rid of the compass and the C, and probably just ran with the ship with the basketball seam motif in the middle, that might clean it up enough to be better. It might also work better if you just got rid of the C, but you kept the compass additions. I think it's just too many ideas going on in there all at once. And all of them have slightly different design language. So the C it looks like a slightly different design language from the compass marks, which is a slightly different design language than the ship. So, but the compass and the ship are closer than the C and anything else. So I feel like you could probably clean that up a bit, but I've seen worse. I like the jerseys a lot, though. I think those look fantastic, and I think the hats are going to go hard as hell, for sure. I think they definitely looked at baseball for inspiration on that. Yeah, I think you're going to see that be relatively popular. And rare W on color choice. A lot of the NBA jersey color choices have been so fucking bad, it has hurt to look at. Like Atlanta, whoever has Atlanta on the design side needs to never do design work ever again in their entire fucking lives. That shit was embarrassing. How do we feel about the court? Well, I like the court. For the most part, it's always hard to have a court that looks good with your, with the sponsor for the arena. The Intuit Dome, it's a different color blue. It has to be. The logo has to stand out from everything else because it's branding and it's advertising. I think the logo looks good in the middle of the court. Again, I think it would look even better if it wasn't so complicated. I like a good logo in the middle of the court that's like a hard color stamp and not like a light outline. Like I like it when they're bold with it. I like the choices of where to apply red and the blue. I like the little cheeky idea of having the coordinates at the bottom. I don't like the font of LA Clippers on either end of the court. I think it looks like dog shit. You could definitely, you know, I know that's their custom typeface, but, no. Get that shit out of there. I would have preferred probably seeing that font that they are using for the Clippers at the ends of the court instead of that custom typeface. I think it would have probably looked better. Overall, I'd give this a solid 8 out of 10. Where the majority of the points being lost here are in the logo itself, and then the typeface. The custom typeface is just neither here nor it's not hitting for me. Oh, the LA Rams rebrand. Fuck me, dude. That was... Woof. That shit... that shit hurt. For real, for real. The Rams were in shambles on that redo. In fairness to that rebrand, like the colors are mostly fine. They flatten them out, right? But the logo itself could have been better. For sure. Yeah, they just stylized the LA part and don't even use the RAM anymore. Yeah, that's how you know you've done well. Oh boy. Let's get a check-in. 2 weeks ago, we all know how City Skylines 2 came out in a less than ideal state, right? You know, they made the decision that in order for this next iteration of the game To truly be able to be above and beyond the first one, they needed to redo things because they wouldn't be able to expand upon the engine that they had in the first game. And of course, when you do that, you can't really bring over all the content that you had from the first because it's kind of like starting from scratch, and it caused a whole bunch of issues, and performance was a hot mess. This couple weeks ago, let's see, this is apparently going to be a bit of a check-in on the state of City Skylines 2.
So I've been very unhappy with City Skylines 2 for a while now, and I want to talk to you, my viewers and supporters, about it. So grab a cuppa and settle in. Why am I
grab a cuppa? Oh, you know who we're talking with now.
Recording this video? Well, first of all, it's not to bash Colossal Order or Paradox. We know, they know the game is buggy and bugs need fixing. They're working on it, so I'm not going to talk about bugs. I do believe if the game's performance at release was what it is now, there wouldn't have been such a big outcry and things would have still improved to this point, but we are where we are. But I also think there's a deeper fundamental gameplay mechanics that need to be looked at, and my hope really is that someone at Colossal Order and Paradox will see this video and that it helps them to make the game what it should be. I really want Cities Skylines 2, I'm going to shorten that to Cities 2. I really want Cities 2 to be the game we all hoped it would be after the immense success of Cities 1. I want that, I know you want that. I have to believe that Colossal Order and Paradox want that as well. I still think it's possible, but a lot has to change. After each of the problems that I'm going to talk about next in the video, I'm also going to talk about...
I'm not even going to get a chance to look at items on this one.
I'm trying to be constructive. So if you
enemies do 18% more damage and have more health, and we're in Skeletonville.
And I'll take
so I'm going to have to just run through here,
listen to little old me. Well,
do my shit.
Played Cities 1 since its release with thousands of hours in the game, plus hundreds of hours in many other similar games. You could say I'm a hardcore fan. I'm not sure what level somebody would get to be called an expert in their field, but I must be close to that, surely. I love City Skylines 1. I played it for 5 days a week for years. I built my channel, my business, the thing that feeds my family around it. I would honestly dream about it sometimes. I went to bed what I'm going to be doing in the next video and what I'm going to be building. I love the community. That's the other fans, fellow Cities creators, those that created mods and assets. I've worked with so many. All of us, this fantastic community that we built up. It was just the right balance between management, simulation and creativity that was just perfect for me. But something is just not quite right with Cities 2, and I hope we can fix it. And yes, I've still got a cold, so that's why I sound a bit odd. Why am I making this video now? Well, I see many comments, probably just most of them are drive-by members of the internet horde writing things like, why are you still beeping playing this piece of trash? We all know it's broken, and those sort of things. Yeah,
oh, no.
We all see those. I enjoy deleting those
Let's
sort of
not be
comments
there.
and other worse toxic ones and blocking those sort of people. But I know there's a lot of us out there that have deep feelings, similar feelings, in a more constructive and less expletive-ridden way. I've got those feelings. I know you've got those feelings, my fantastic viewers. Other creators on YouTube that play the game have also got those feelings, believe me. So, yeah, I sit down to plan and record a video in City Skylines 2, and at the moment I'm struggling. I'm struggling with bugs and gameplay. We said we're not going to talk about the bugs, but the gameplay, yes. So let's dive in. Here we go. So the other day, full of cold, I'm lying in bed. It was late at night, and someone sent me a podcast with Flyvox. I think it was Joy. Sent me the podcast with Flyvox and friends. They were discussing City Skylines 2, all the problems with its launch as it stands now. It's a very balanced discussion. It's about an hour and a half long or something. I'll link it below. But while I was listening to that, I had an epiphany that so much in the game at the moment just doesn't matter. What do I mean? Well, let's take a look at some examples. And as I mention these examples, I'm going to throw some ideas out there how to fix these things that at the minute don't matter. First of all, we've got seasons, and I'm going to include weather and disasters in that as well. So much touted pre-release stuff, looks great, a crowd pleaser. And even now, I love how autumn looks. It's beautiful. In real life, I love the snow, can't get enough of it. In the game, when the whole screen is white, yeah, it's a bit blinding. I do struggle with that sort of thing with my eyes sometimes. I mean, I know it's snow, but should be something that can be done there. Also, it is just impossible to see the cursor. I have to take it onto another monitor, wiggle it so I know where it is, and then bring it back on. And I've decided now in videos, I just need to turn the snow off. I might do the odd little view camera shot with the snow, but it's just impossible to play with the snow. People can't see what's going on. Could we have a toggle so we can turn that off? I have to use DevUI to do that. Well, people that haven't got access to that or play on console eventually, they're not going to be able to do that. So we need a season toggle, or at least the visual elements of a season, and also the weather. I know a lot of people struggle with the visual input of all the rain on the screen when that happens, so be able to toggle that off. I toggle that off as well. It just makes the videos dark and gloomy. It can rain for hours in the hours literal playing time in the game. Makes it look grey for most of the year until you get to summer and autumn. It's depressing. Cities 1 had LUTs. People wanted to make their game look bright, cheerful, warm, tropical or desert. Wow, imagine those. I love to switch on the weather of all the seasons or the disasters, which, to be honest, barely appear and don't really do anything, for some moody shots. But when I'm playing, it's just off. And you know what? Seasons and the weather just don't matter. On or off, it barely has an effect on gameplay at all. That you see. I know a lot of these things in the background they are, but that you see in the game. What's the fix? Well, make it matter. Make seasons affect production in a meaningful way. Make it affect traffic patterns, shopping patterns, working life in a way that we can see and react to. Like I said, supposedly this is all in the game as part of the traffic AI, which we'll talk about in a bit, but I can't see the effects. Give us a toggle for the visual effects of a season, for the sake of our eyeballs in the winter, for the sake of our moods when the game is just too grey and dull. And if the game mechanics work the same, but the visuals can just be adjusted, then that's a win for everybody. Give us the ability to make and share LUTs. We've got this amazing photo mode, which I've used for making thumbnails, getting great shots. But for all non-YouTubers that are playing the game, we want to be able to make our cities look like that all the time when we've tweaked it and got it just looking right, and then we come out of photo mode and it's all gone.
Holy
Let
shit.
us able to share these settings, whether they're called LUTs, whatever, and then share those, save them and then
Oh
share
my
them.
God.
That's the first one. Okay, what's the second thing?
That was
Production
a,
chains. One of the things I
death
was
choke
most
point.
excited for. It looked like that we'd have huge production chains in the game, bigger and better than Industries DLC, or at least different enough that we'd be happy and engaged with it as a new gameplay feature. But what do we actually have? Well, we've got a list of, I think it's 35 materials and goods, and the only way that we can really affect those is by adjusting tax rates, which is moving a slider. Wow. So you can adjust the slider to incentivize a certain production chain, and then that's it. What happens in the city? Well, who knows? You can see the surplus and deficit move up. It's more red, it's more green. So production changes, move a slider and watch a red and green box. Yeah, you can play whack-a-mole to try and get the certain type of industry building that you've now incentivized. You know, I want to make more, I don't know, I can't even remember what all the things are, more machine parts or something. So we drop the tax rate right down. We pay them to move into our city, and they just don't move in.
Terrible
So you play
roll on
whack-a-mole
elemental
with industry
resistance, but
buildings
that's okay.
until you finally get one.
Terrible roll on health and
It probably
mana.
looks the same as the last building. The green surplus bar goes up, and it just doesn't really matter. I'm just so disappointed with the.
So we have one of these already.
They
It also has a pretty high Weaver's Will, I think, but I'd have to re-roll that implicit because my God.
Don't wait for some future super industries DLC to make it matter now. I can sort of see where you're going with it.
All right, so by the sounds of it, it's better, but still not great. But does it run like dog shit still?
You have to. Think of the console players. The choice to put dedicated lanes where we want them. Thank you for the no left turns and no right turns, and eventually the no straight on turn, but if they're set for the whole road, they really miss the point. We want to be able to set dedicated individual lanes, which you can do with a mod. So it should be able to be done in game.
Wait, they don't have left or right only turn lanes on like an individual intersection basis? That's kind of silly. All right, what do we got here? No shot. This might be the least productive debate in the history of the internet. I don't know how many people are actually actively in chat right now. I've never seen that. Okay, listen. I have watched a lot of debates on YouTube. Some of them YouTube personalities that are debating each other, others that are like actual, like in the general community, not terminally online content creators, actual intellectuals debating because I find it interesting. I have never seen a debate video that has ever struck me as less productive and probably completely insane as Ethan of H3 versus Jesse Lee Peterson. Beta versus Ethan from H3. Dare I do it? I mean, listen, there's a lot of memeability. There's a lot of possible memes in this video. We could be blessed. We could be blessed. Now, I'm scared in that if I click on this video, I'm scared of what it's going to do for the algorithm on my account. However, that dark corner of my brain is telling me, you got to watch this. You have to listen to this. It's going to be the worst debate possibly of all time. Amazing. Amazing. Beta. Oh, I have to. Okay, but before we jump into that, I need more water. It'd probably be alcohol, but we have to watch that. I honestly can't think of very many debates of like internet personalities that could be less productive and probably just completely vapid than that debate. Honest to God. I mean, who would be worse than that? What is a worse debate than that? Like, I mean, for me, most of the worst debates possible probably include Jesse Lee Peterson, so it would just be him versus somebody else. Like, shit, dude. I don't even know, bro. I can't. I don't know. This is up here for sure. Damn near any voucher Destiny debate? Well, at least here, the difference with Destiny is I might not agree with everything Destiny says, which is definitely true, but at least Destiny is really good at articulating himself, and at least does you the service of having read a great deal on the topic before he goes and does a debate. So I'll give him a little bit of points for at least that. I feel like you can definitely do worse than Destiny. Alex Jones and Destiny has been on like Jesse Lee Peterson's show. That was a famous one that he did. That ended up going viral years ago. Alex Jones. The problem, like, you can't say like Alex Jones and Jesse Lee Peterson because they'd probably agree on too much. So that wouldn't be any fun. I'll be right back though. Damn, ExoDOS version 6 with over 7,000 DOS games? Shit. That's a lot of DOS games. But you know, fuck. I forgot my water up. Whatever. I'll go get it later. I'm gonna have this apple. Oh yeah, I can see it there. Yeah, the video. But you know what? You know what isn't one of those 7,000 DOS games? Jesse Lee Peterson. The amount of wait, okay, so why is Ethan's like energy so like completely nervous? Like my man needs to calm down.
Hello, everybody. It is I. Back from the Dayquil daydream hallucination. Kind of. I still feel a little bit out of it. My sinuses are so packed that my ears, I can't hear real good. My ears.
Dude, this man is vibrating. Holy shit.
I just feel stuffed. Do you know what I mean? What the shit? Anyway, thanks to Stamps.com for sponsoring us. Thank you to everyone for being here today. It is February the 21st. And we have a tremendous show planned. As you guys know, my long-awaited, looking forward to this, talking to Jesse Lee Peterson, who's a really funny, wacky, and again, I warn you guys up front, extremely offensive.
I'm really
racist, transphobic, homophobic, whatever opic, he's got it. So I'm going to be talking to him at 2:30.
Does God know you're gay?
God does, well, if he does, he knows something I don't.
Do you love black people?
I guess. I think God made us however, well, if the logic.
He's already got you tripped up.
Fuck.
No, I'm just.
This is a joke, dude. He's gonna walk all over you. You're beta as hell.
Shit, beta. Here's a clip of
beta.
I don't know.
Earlier, right?
AB just sent this to me, but this is great. I mean, there's so many great clips of him. Here he is,
At
talking
the
to a gay pastor.
At the age of 9, I knew that I liked the same sex. Yes.
How did you become that way?
I didn't become that way. I knew that was my innate nature to like men.
And so how did your nature go from a natural nature of being a man or male to an unnatural nature of becoming a woman? How did that happen?
Dude, it's so
said the
bad. It's
unnatural
so
nature of
funny.
me
Like,
becoming
who
a
would
woman?
think to say that? You're gay, so you're a woman.
To multiply.
Like, and then people get tripped up, right? Because, like, it's like, what? How do you answer that?
Yeah. You were born a natural male, right?
You're born a natural male.
Right.
You just say that's part of the problem with talking with Jesse Lee Peterson for sure, is that he says such completely insane shit that it stun locks you, and then you kind of look like you don't know what you're talking about. It's like we made this analogy yesterday, but it's like in Pokemon, you know, Jesse Lee Peterson comes out and you know, hits you with that confusion, and then you almost hurt yourself in the confusion. Cause your brain power is almost entirely committed to trying to process the fact that he actually said the words that just came out of his mouth. And you're trying to figure out if he's being serious or not. And so you're so hung up on, you can't even come up with a response because you're just stun locked with the idea that he's even saying these things in the first place. It's just like a fucking a shocked to the system.
You were right.
I am a male currently sitting here in front of you.
But how did you go from being a natural male to an unnatural woman?
It's like he just says insane shit, right? Like, how did you go from being a male to an unnatural woman? Doesn't make any fucking sense. All you can do in that instance, at best, is say, okay, I can't even dignify that with a response until I hear from you a more elaborate explanation as to what you actually mean. And unless you can articulate to me what exactly it is that you're talking about, Jesse, because you're saying words that no humans ever put in a sentence before. I need you to be able to elaborate upon this if you can before I even attempt to answer this, because otherwise I'm just going to sit here stunned like a deer in headlights. Like, I need you to elaborate upon what exactly it is that you mean.
Who's an unnatural woman?
But isn't homosexuality is like being a female feelings?
It's kind of like, it's kind of like, okay, so it's kind of like, so Jesse Lee Peterson, if he is being earnest, then he is almost inarguably one of the least intelligent public figures to have ever done it and had any sort of success. So like it's like listening to a child try to draw points of logic by only seeing like the most surface level shit imaginable and then just drawing like a single line point A to point B. There's not enough cognitive power to be able to see the actual route goes through more than one or two nodes. It's just women like men and men like women. So if a man likes another man, then obviously, like, that's like that's the level of processing power currently going on in Jesse Lee Peterson's mind.
No.
What is it?
It's like that's like, you know, well, water is wet and liquid, and lava is wet and moves like a liquid. So like, I can drink lava, right? It's just water.
No.
What is it exactly?
Being
This is, nobody interviews like him. I genuinely mean that.
Yeah.
This guy is a unique soul. I'll say that for him.
gay is, or being gay, being a homosexual, whatever term like that a person wants to use to identify themselves. It's an innate state of being. It means that this is who that person is. If I'm not a woman, I'm a man sitting here in front of you having a conversation. I have a penis, just like you have.
Well,
a
you
penis.
do have the male parts, but now they're cutting that off too. Did you hear about that? We'll get. Yeah. But do you feel
He's like, what the fuck?
Inwardly.
By the way, he posted this on his channel.
Yeah.
I honest to God, I can say this honestly. I think I have seen less than 5 videos of H3 in my entire fucking life. All of my information about Ethan within reason is from tweets of his that have gone viral. That's about it.
Maze.
Do you feel like a male or you feel like a female?
I am a male sitting here in front of you.
No, but what do you feel like?
And then like he does this thing where like he'll ask you the same
Yeah, same question like 1,000 times.
question 20 times until you're so like confused, and then he's like, "Got ya."
Yeah.
Like here, he does it here.
Inside,
I am a male sitting here in front
I
of you.
realize that, but inside, do you feel like a man or you feel like a woman?
I am a male sitting here in front of you. So that answers your question, right?
I know.
I don't feel like anything because I am a male.
You don't feel like neither male nor woman?
I am a male sitting here in front
I don't know if he does it on purpose or what. I have no idea, but
That's the thing about Jesse Lee is that I, honest to God, I can't tell if he's doing this all as an act or if he's legitimately this fucking stupid. But part of me believes that nobody would be able to keep up this charade for as long as he has. And so I actually think Jesse Lee Peterson's this is Jesse Lee Peterson. I think he's just an idiot.
he's interesting. So I look forward to talking to him. Me being a lib, there'll be plenty to disagree about.
So are you gonna be like gay all your life, or will this pass?
This too shall pass. This too. So, guys, look forward to Friday's episode. We're going to be doing Content Court. It is coming back. Gavels in hand. The scales of justice shall not tip. We will make sure that they are finely balanced. Like two whatever. Felt like I was groping.
Yeah.
Turn up a little bit more.
All right, here we go.
Okay, that should do it better now.
Hello, Jesse. How do we?
Yes, sir.
There we go. That's much better.
Oh,
we can hear you now.
Good. So how we doing? Are you live? Are you doing your show right now? Or are you just calling into ours?
No, I'm just on yours.
Yeah.
My show is in the mornings.
Okay. We're live, so
Okay.
It's what it is. But you're a radio man. You know about live broadcasts.
Are we on right now?
Yes, we are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So thanks for calling. I've been a somewhat, you might say, a fan. I love the way you interview people, although I'll be upfront with you. I'm a lib. You might call me a beta male.
Whoa. Beta.
Yeah.
Beta. It's just the best part of it is just that's the guy sitting across from you possibly calling you a beta male. And you just have to just soak that up.
Yeah. Right. So
How is Moses doing?
are you that's like, I don't know which way to take that.
Wow.
You mean like Moses the prophet or like Moses my brother-in-law?
Well, Moses the prophet's dead.
Moses, your brother-in-law.
How do you know Moses? Why would you even ask that?
Everybody know Moses.
What?
Even God knows Moses.
Wait, why did you ask me that?
Because I just wonder how you're doing. I haven't seen him in a minute.
Wait, stop. Why did you ask me how's Moses?
Because I haven't seen him in a minute, so I just wonder how he was doing.
Know, so you've seen Moses.
Oh yeah. Everybody know Moses.
So you're talking
What are you even talking about?
about the prophet.
No, I'm talking about your brother-in-law.
Okay. You've already got me all twisted up. This is what I'm saying. You've got this interview skills that you've already got me discarded.
And
all right,
why
Jesse.
is that?
What?
Why you just got about asking how he was doing?
You don't know my brother-in-law.
Well, how would I know to ask about him then?
But then how do you know him?
He got married, right?
Oh, stop it.
I know what's going on.
Who did he get married to?
Here we go. Here we go. Here it is. JLP's got the inside track.
To
Some crazy woman. I was surprised that Moses married a crazy woman because he seemed to have more common sense than that.
So I don't know what's happening. I don't know if there's a producer that knows all this stuff that's feeding you lines. How did you meet Moses?
He came to my office.
To do what?
I can't tell you all that.
Oh my God.
He was here for a meeting.
Okay, all right.
Isn't that amazing?
It's amazing.
Isn't that amazing? God, why?
So, Jesse, let's just get into it because I understand you only have an hour. You have a show called The Fallen State, correct?
Right.
So what is The Fallen State? What does that mean?
The Fallen State is really a show of different conversations. And what I realized is that human beings are in a fallen state, and they live in their imagination, which is hell, and that their nature is evil. And that's why they treat each other, though we're all created in God's image, they treat each other, I don't anymore, but
if
they
we're
treat
created-
each other like hell, like the lack of love, because they're living in the darkness of their imagination. They're
But if
in a
you said-
fallen state and don't know it.
If you says that we're created in God's image,
right?
It seems that you're maybe a little insulting to God because you just said that his image is his imagination is hell.
But no, they're not living. They have been turned away from the Father, so they're not living from His image.
Oh.
That's why we must be born again. We must return to the Father.
But do they
all
have a?
who are born of the woman is living in hell because they have anger. They have their mother's nature, and so their nature is evil. But when they return to the Father, then their nature returns to good.
I see. So women's nature is evil.
Yes, because Satan is the woman's god. The God
Satan is
above-
woman's god. Jeez.
Yeah,
Okay.
the God above is the man's God,
Yeah.
and the God below is the woman's God. That's why all who are born through the woman are born into hell.
Are you for real?
I'm sorry?
Do you believe that for real?
Without a doubt, how do you think you became angry?
I'm not angry.
You don't have anger?
I'm an alpha male.
You don't have anger?
I get angry sometimes. Does that mean that
How
my
did-
mom is the devil?
I'm sorry?
It seems kind of reductive to say, "Oh, you've been angry," which is a common human emotion. Everybody's felt it at one time or another. Anyone who's lived, and to say that it's because your mother is a Satanist or something like that.
And you're right. Every human being are born into hell, and that's why we must be born again of the Father.
I see.
You know, God said there will come a day when I return the children to the fathers and the fathers to the children. Every human being must be born of the Father. And
So, again, remember I was making the analogy about how he sees everything at such an absolute surface level, almost like every book that he opens is like a picture book. And so his ability to really like have any in-depth insight to anything gets completely destroyed by the fact that he only sees everything in like squares and circles. So it's kind of like conceptually he's getting the whole like the female and whatnot whole deal would be like a little bit of the mixture of the interplay between Adam and Eve, and that God is called the Father, for example. Etc., etc. So he's kind of like pulling direct out of that and then applying some weird pseudoscience like Freud type shit, overlaying that on top, and then he's managed to come up with this kind of framework.
in order to have perfect peace, in order to live on this earth in perfect peace.
Can a
But you
woman live a righteous life if their God is the devil? Do they have a shot?
Absolutely.
They can. So what do they need to do to live a righteous life?
They too have to do as the man have to do. They have to forgive their mothers for imposing her will on them and turning them away from their fathers and recreating them in her image. And once they forgive their mother, don't ask for forgiveness, but forgive her for what she's done. She could not help it.
What if
And
your mom
once they
didn't do
forgive
anything
their
wrong?
Once they forgive their mothers, then they forgive their fathers for not protecting them from the mother. He can handle her because he married to his mama. You become
Wait,
attracted
what
to
if
what
your
you hate.
mom didn't do anything wrong? What if you have a nice mom who's great and she didn't do anything?
That
Great.
doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
No.
There's okay, okay, good. So what are the sins of the mother? What are they?
Is anger, jealousy, envy, strife.
But you feel all
revenge.
that.
I'm sorry?
But you feel all those emotions. That's not a feminine emotion.
No, it's a mother's emotion. It is a feminine emotion because Satan is a feminine spirit.
But you feel anger, right?
No, I never feel anger.
You've never felt anger.
No, I didn't say I never have felt it. I did 30-something years ago. But when I forgave my mother who resented my father and tried to turn me away from him,
Mm-hmm.
God forgave me, and he took that spirit away. So I don't feel anger anymore.
Well, I'm very happy for you. But my mom,
I'm
and how
happy-
dare you speak about my mother like that, Jesse? I'll have you know she's a great lady.
No such thing.
Man, you really hate your mom, don't you?
No, I love my mother now, but all children hate their mothers. And that
That's crazy, because you know the famous psychological analysis by the great Sigmund Freud says the opposite. Kids want to fuck their mothers. What are your thoughts on that?
They do because you do want to F the person you hate.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Oh. You become attracted to the person that you hate.
Are you attracted to your mother? Were you
No,
attracted?
I don't hate my mother anymore.
Oh, okay. When you hated her, were you
If
attracted to her?
If you notice in your life, every woman you get involved with, just like your mother, you couldn't handle her because you never overcame your mother.
When you
And
were
so
an-
you're still attracted to that same spirit.
When you were angry at your mom, were you sexually attracted to her?
Not her, but women like her. It was the same
okay.
spirit.
Okay. Let's go back to the top here because we could go down this rabbit hole forever. So let me ask you about. Are you married?
No,
Do you have children?
I do. I have a son.
Beta. Only one son?
I made a son first.
You only have
Beta
one
males
son.
Make,
But
beta
you're-
males make girls first. Alpha males make boys first.
Hold on, Jesse. You're telling me you had a child out of wedlock? Beta.
That's true. Then I was in a fallen state. You're
Oh,
absolutely
okay.
right. But then I have 2 grandkids, adult grandkids now, and then 2 great grandkids and 1 on the way.
Why were you never married, Jesse? That seems like a great, frankly, in your line of work and with your values, it seems like that would be a real shortcoming of yours that you're single still.
And why is that?
Well, don't you live for family values, good Christian family values?
You can live for them without having to be married. Jesus never married. God wasn't married. Paul wasn't married, but yet they stood for those values.
Okay. So then, well, let me put it this way. I have 3 boys. And I'm married.
Nice.
I'm alpha as fuck.
All the way.
Right. Okay, good. I wanted to get that out there. I couldn't sit here with you calling me beta. I would crumble. I couldn't deal with it. You've said, but I hope you're not offended when I do say you are kind of beta.
No, I'm not offended by that at all.
Okay, good. Because you are.
Thank you.
Okay. You have said previously that you are afraid of affirmative action policy. What do you mean by that?
Well, affirmative action is set up in order to keep the blacks weak and dependent on government and not ever growing and becoming their best in their talent and what
That's
they
actually really
can
good
do.
acts.
And so what it does, it discriminates against the ones who earn their way, and it gives it to those who do not earn their way. And it's just not right. It's evil. It's wrong for the person that they're giving it to who are not earning their way. And it's also wrong against the people who are earning their way. It's just not, it's an evil plan, and it's not working at all. It is causing nothing but confusion.
And so, what crucial occupations do you think is being overrun with affirmative action types of people that's harming the industry?
Well, nowadays it's it's everything really. We just heard a report that I talked about on my show. They're hiring air traffic controllers and pilots and things like that, and these people are not qualified, and they are getting rid of the white the white people who are qualified, and they're putting the unqualified people there. And you see it in the military. They're even talking now about doing it in the medical field. They are giving these people these positions without earning their way. Not only is it not good for the individuals themselves, but it's not good for the country.
How can I, as somebody who's trying to identify affirmative action,
amazing,
things are vulnerable, how do I identify an affirmative action person who's in a spot that they shouldn't be?
Well, you can question them about did they earn their way, but you can see in the way that they operate, they do not operate at their best.
Are you an affirmative action radio host?
I'm not.
How do I know?
That's the problem with it. And you're right about that. You make a good point, because now that the blacks are getting affirmative action and reparation and all that for so many years, you do have black men and women who are earning their way. But how would you know, since you know affirmative action is set up for the blacks?
It's just
it's like Justice Clarence Thomas, for example. He earned his way. He worked hard. He came from a tough background. But because he's black, it's hard for anyone to accept that he's earned his way because he's black. So everybody just assumes that
everyone is a strong term.
The blacks are not earning their way. They are part of the affirmative action program.
So that's possible.
So it really does a bad job for all the blacks, to be honest.
But what about like white Nepo babies who are born into tremendous wealth and privilege, and they can pretty much skate into any field, any kind of job that they want because maybe their parents have leverage and they know people and all this? Isn't that, in a sense, as dangerous as affirmative action, or perhaps even more?
Did you say white? What kind of babies?
Nepotism babies.
What's that?
Nepotism is when you.
I refuse to believe that Jesse Lee Peterson does not know what the word nepotism means.
You get favored treatment because of a family member.
There's nothing wrong with that. That always happens in society.
But don't you think that putting
it even happens?
But if they're not qualified,
it even happens in the black society. You have family members who know someone that knows someone. It's common sense that they're going to refer you.
Right, but if you're if you're at like Harvard Law, you're going to get fast-tracked into one of these big law firms. And maybe you're not good. Maybe you're not even good at school. Maybe your father just bought like a wing at the Harvard University and so I don't want that guy as my attorney, do you?
I mean, I'm not against personal referrals.
Right.
I don't agree with affirmative action based on color.
So what about affirmative action for Native Americans?
For the Indians?
Yeah. Those are the ones.
Affirmative action shouldn't be for anyone. The Indians need to put down the pot. And they call it peyote or something, right?
Oh,
they need to put down the peyote and get up and earn from themselves.
Peyote.
The beauty about life, if you are an individual, you think and do for yourself, there's no one or nothing in life that can stop you. And America, when I was growing up, was that way. And now it has been, individuality has been deemed to be something bad. And there's this group thinking now. And so the group is always in a pitiful, I can't make it, needed mode. That's why I believe that we must return to being individuals, one nation under God.
But Jesse, you participate in groupthink.
What do you mean?
Well, you're part of a movement, the manosphere, right? This conservative online movement about teaching young men that everything is not their fault. It's the world's fault that they're, not successful, or that, they're gay because they hate their mom or whatever.
I'm not part of any movement.
Well, why do I hear so many people saying that kind of stuff?
I don't know. I started Bond 34 years ago, and I didn't know anyone.
Where
at
is
the
this
time,
random
but
enemy?
I started because I realized, and at that time I realized that the blacks were suffering because they had been turned away from their fathers, and the Democrats and others were telling it. Also, the so-called civil rights leaders were telling the blacks that they were suffering because of racism. And I knew that was a lie, so I started BAR, my nonprofit, Rebuilding the Man, the Brotherhood Organization of a New Destiny.
Even during Jim Crow, that racism was a lie?
Let me just finish this.
Go ahead.
To encourage blacks to not fall for the lie that some white man can hold them back, right? And so I started Bond 35 years ago. And I wasn't, and still am not a part of any movement, but just to encourage the men and women to return back to the Father.
Where is this?
So,
what were you saying about Jim Crow?
You're saying even back then there was no such thing as racism?
Right. No such
even
thing.
Jim Crow.
Right.
That's not racist to say that black people need to drink from a different fountain.
No.
No.
As a matter of fact, I grew up, as you know, under the Jim Crow laws, and blacks and whites got along better back then than they do today.
Really?
Because back then,
Wasn't the KKK like hanging? I mean, sorry to be uncouth, but I'm pretty sure the KKK was like killing black people, but then they were just like, right? Like, I mean, they were just doing that. I don't know.
No, that's not
lynchings.
true.
There was lynchings and stuff happening back then. You don't see
That's
those
not
today.
true. That's not true.
Oh, so what's the truth about the KKK?
Let me tell you about the Jim Crow.
Okay.
During those days, the blacks worked for themselves. They had family. They had fathers and mothers and grandparents.
Yeah,
And they worked for themselves, and they taught their children to work. And they taught their children to treat people the way that they would like to be treated. And then the wife did the same thing. They too taught their children to work and be independent and to treat people the way they would like to be treated.
Yeah.
And as a result, the blacks bought land. They had trades. They bought, if they wanted to go to a trade school or college, they went and did that. And they came back as professionals.
The level might be
and they were
scuffed.
not, they didn't have false leaders. Someone leaded them. God was the head of the family, and the father was the head of the wife and the children. And so it wasn't until the civil rights movement came along. No such thing as civil rights, by the way, but when the civil rights movement started, it started.
But Jesse, if Jim Crow happened, if that was still in place, you wouldn't be talking to me now.
You don't know that. Why would I?
Because everything was segregated. As a white man, probably, I'm not. You know what? I was one of the good ones. I would have never gone there. But, however, there'd be people saying, "No, don't talk to a white man."
That's not true.
No.
Because even under the Jim Crow law, black and white people talk to one another. If they wanted to talk, they got along. Those who wanted to get along. But you have to realize you have evil people, and there are some people who return to good.
Let me hit you with a stat. Between 1882 and 1986. Now you were born in 1949, so you were probably in your 20s, somewhere in this time frame. At the end of it, there was 4,743 lynchings that occurred in the United States during that time period. Is that racist?
I don't even know if that number is true, because you have to realize that the human heart is wicked, and that the people make up numbers in order to get what they want.
Why won't you admit that hanging black people is racist?
I'm sorry?
Why won't you admit that hanging black people is racist?
Oh, because it's not. If that was happening, it was evil. Our battle is a battle between.
No, they were like, the KKK is like, we hate black people, and so we're gonna hang them. They say that. They actually said that. They're like, this is, and so that's not racist.
No, it's hatred. It's either good or evil.
Does racism exist? Is racism real?
You're asking me a lot of questions. Calm down.
Whoa.
You're not letting me answer.
Hold on,
You're not letting me answer the one you're asking.
This
you're
is how
like
you interview
asking,
people.
and before I can answer, you run to something else.
Go ahead.
And so
I'll give you space.
we're not finalizing any conversation. What the? What's wrong
What?
with you?
Amazing. Yeah.
Amazing.
I'm sorry, Jesse. Go ahead. I'm trying to interview like you interview people.
That's not how I interview.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. I know how you interview.
No. According to Wikipedia, 1,000 plus white people were lynched. Was that racist?
It could have been, it depending on the
Why?
situation.
No. Racism is a made-up word. The word racist is a made-up word to cover up evil and in order to divide and conquer. When I was growing up in Alabama, there was no such word as racism. It was
That's
either
not true.
right, it was either right or wrong, good or evil. There's no such thing as racism.
So racism, it just means evil. But that, again, that seems reductive. I mean, there's different
No,
types of evil.
racism doesn't mean evil. Racism is just a word. It has no meaning.
Do words have any meaning?
No.
No words don't mean anything.
Not at all.
Oh, man. How are we going to pin you down on anything? What are you doing then? What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
Well, your words don't have meaning.
Right.
Well, how can you say that?
Because it's true. I mean,
But you're talking to me.
Practical words have meaning.
What's a practical word?
Practical words have meaning because, you know, what you're going to have for dinner. Your wife might ask you, what do you want for dinner, or what type of house you want to buy? But those are practical words. We don't live by those words. And those other words are only used to keep people down in order to control them for personal gain.
But that doesn't mean they don't exist.
God's voice is a voiceless voice.
Okay.
And the voice of evil is a voice that you hear in your head that sound like you, and they're always lies all the time. All thoughts are all, except for practical ones, all thoughts are all lies all the time.
All thoughts are all lies?
All the time.
Jeez, man, that sounds like you're in a prison. You're in a hell of your own making, man.
Except for practical thought, and you're right. People who live in their thoughts.
But everybody thinks.
Those who believe thoughts are living in hell, in their own
Interesting,
hell
wow.
within themselves.
Very interesting.
Just think about a thought that there are people who are committing suicide because a thought told them to commit suicide. There are people who are depressed and have fear and lonely and all these things because they have believed thoughts, not because it's real, but they
Okay. So my follow-up to that would be, so what you're saying is everything that is evil is a made-up construct. Everything that is good is real. And the good requires like it zero thought, because all thoughts are evil. So how do you operate throughout the day? There's no morality? And if there's no morality, then how do you define what is evil? This man has about as much IQ as a sheet of paper, except you can at least write useful things on a sheet of paper.
They have believed a lie. They believe thoughts.
Let's move on to another topic. Why do you call Trump the Great White Hope?
The Great White Hope. I'm glad you mentioned him.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see what he has to say.
He's back.
He's back.
Basically, all I've done is keep my promise.
That's why I call him the Great White Hope.
Is there a whole bunch of sounds, or is that the only one?
There are a whole bunch of them.
Let me hear some more.
Friends in the morning, they're very honorable people.
Wow.
From this day forward, it's going to be only America first.
So
I rest my case.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, it's so good. Amazing. It's so good. This man, honest to God, how this man did not end up in an asylum at any point in his life is shocking to me. It's probably because he's harmless. You know, it's like some of M's patients, they're completely fucking harmless. They're just completely out of their tree. Like, there's an elderly gentleman that ended up in her ward because he had a dream where he wanted to, like, end homelessness. So he gathered up a bunch of his tools, like saws and hammers and shit, and decided to go out in the woods and build homes to end homelessness. Which is a bit of a problem, you might imagine, for a number of reasons, not least of which is an old man just walking around aimlessly in public with saws and hammers and shit, just, like, not in a bag or anything, but just, you know, to end homelessness. Completely harmless, but out of their mind.
So, do you love white people more? Do you love white people?
This is Trump right here.
Yeah, we love Trump. He's the but why point out his skin color?
What do you mean?
Well, you call him the Great White Hope. Why do you reference his skin color?
This is white.
By the way, if you think you can out MAGA me, think again, buddy. All right, I got my own tools.
Amazing. I have one of those, by the way.
Amazing.
Put it on.
I don't have it in the studio.
That's convenient, Jesse.
I didn't know if you was gonna want me to put it on. But let me see what else I have. Hold on. Because a lot of people give me a lot of Trump.
Oh my God.
But Jesse, why do you refer to him as? Wow. Is it normal to be a Jesse? Let me ask you a question. You might ask one of your guests.
The pen.
Look at this.
I have a pertinent question that you might ask one of your guests.
Did you see that?
I do. Do you think that it's normal to
Here's my
fetishize
hat.
another man that much? Oh my God, you do have it. All right, Jesse. Well, then let me do this. Do you have one of these, motherfucker? This one's even bigger. Oh, shit. You actually do.
I have a black Santa Claus that someone sent me.
What is just take a picture of this. Just screenshot this, because this is like in the history books. Historians will be looking back upon this timeline and being like, this is how we got to where we are today.
Do you believe Santa Claus is black?
Do you find it amazing that they finally did a black Santa and they put him in a wheelchair?
Amazing.
It is amazing, actually. What's his story?
Is they knew that he wasn't going to do any work.
So they just put him
my
in the wheelchair?
God.
Yeah, because they knew he wasn't going to do any work. It's affirmative action Santa.
Oh, Jesse. Jesse,
what the fuck?
Why do you refer to Trump's skin color? Why does that matter?
Because he's a white man. He did when he was president an amazing job on America. He gave a lot of people hope.
Yeah.
And he's great at what he's done. He worked for the people and not against them.
That's a very detailed list.
I don't have one of
God.
those.
He's hot. Looks good. Okay, but that doesn't
No,
explain.
I'm glad to know that you support him, though.
Why? Well, personally, I think Obama was a great president. What do you think
No,
about
you
that?
don't. You're playing.
No, he did a lot of great things.
Like
Talk
what?
about hope. He gave people lots of hope.
What did he do that was great?
He was chill.
You can say that again.
Yeah.
He had Big Mama. But and so what did he do that was great?
What did Trump do that's great?
He did drilling, brought back jobs. He built a wall, almost completed a wall around.
No, there's no wall. Come on, Jesse. There's no wall.
He didn't complete the wall, and when Joe Biden became president,
he did like 1%.
Instead of completing the wall, he stopped the work.
Jesse, you're not being fair.
Even though it was paid for, so he brought back jobs. He drilled. He worked on the wall until they stopped him. He left. We had our enemies respected us around the world. And the people worked together. We finally had some unity in the country.
Really?
But he didn't build the wall, right? That's just a matter of fact.
He didn't complete the wall.
No, but he didn't even come close. He built like 1% of it.
He didn't complete the
wall. But you said that was
he,
something good he did. He made one.
That was.
Since when does 1% of something you promised a good job?
I'm sorry, he didn't complete the job because his time ran out.
But the amount of completion matters, right? The amount of completion matters.
I'm sorry?
The amount of completion matters. You say he didn't complete it. He didn't do 100%. But if he did 1%, surely that's not as good as 50%. I wouldn't call that a good job. 1%?
But you're not making sense. If his time ran out and he wasn't...
you said he built the
How
wall,
much time did he need, Jesse?
Well, let's put it this way, if this makes you feel better. He started building a wall, putting up a wall. Time ran out.
Okay.
And he did not finish. And according to BBC, he did 654 miles. That's
out of how many?
That's more than 1%.
Let's
600 miles?
The wall was completed. I don't know.
Well,
458 miles. What are you typing, dude?
Well, why did you say 1% and you really don't know?
Oh, sorry. You know what? It's like 25%.
But you really don't know.
Well, now I do. It's 25%.
Someone just told you?
Yes, somebody who fact checks.
So why did you say 1%?
Well, I was wrong, clearly, but it was 25%.
But why did you say 1%?
It's 25%.
Now see, that's the problem when you're talking to somebody like Jesse, who basically never actually has to account for anything that he says. One of the first things he's going to do if you make any slip-ups is, because he is also avoiding having to actually make any sort of effort himself, he's going to now spend an inordinate amount of time trying to drill down on the fact that Ethan made this categorical error, and blow it out to widen the gap between Ethan asking him questions, him giving absolutely like fucking nonsensical answers with zero reinforcement at all, and then whenever he asks Ethan something, he asks for reinforcement. Like a one-sided conversation, and Ethan's just been like fucking playing into this whole time. Now, mind you, Ethan knows what he's doing. It's kind of funny, but nevertheless, it is silly.
No, why did you say
25%?
You're not answering the question.
Well, it's a rhetorical question, is it not?
No, why did you just throw out 1% when it wasn't true?
Why did you say Trump completed the wall when he had only completed 25% of it?
I didn't say he completed the wall. I said he built the wall.
Okay.
And I said he did not get a chance to complete it because I ran out of time.
Well, how are you going to, if percent is a word and words are made up, then what are we even doing here?
We're communicating.
But words don't mean anything.
We're communicating.
I got you, Jesse.
Somewhat. Word doesn't. That's why you let them go in one ear and out the other one.
Let me move on here because we can go down this rabbit hole, and I love it. I love it. I love where your mind's at on all these issues. What's the deal with being gay?
Well, if that's what they want to be, there's nothing. Everybody entitled to stay into their hell if they wanted to. But if they want to overcome it, they can. They can overcome it, but if they want to stay in their hell, they can die in their hell. No big deal.
I've met very happy gay men. In fact, gay means happy, if you believe the word.
But again, they may have false happiness, but they have no peace. And again,
how can you say that?
Because if you're not overcome evil, you have no peace.
Did you overcome being gay, Jesse?
I never had to worry about overcoming that.
Okay. And then you say that gay is a cover-up for evil. What did you mean by that?
Everyone that's born through their mothers have to overcome that feminine spirit. They have to overcome anger.
Okay.
And there are people that are into all kinds of things. We all have to be born again of the Father. And so what I'm saying to the people, if they were to really start working on themselves, because our battle is a spiritual battle, and if every human being adult human being took control of their own life as an individual
Tell me
and
more.
work on themselves, they can overcome all things, all these things that they think that they are, and which other evil people are trying to confirm that that's who you are because they're evil. There's nothing in life that you cannot overcome, but you got to start working on yourself. And our battle is a spiritual battle. We're not our thoughts. We're not our feelings, emotions. We're not our bodies. And we have to overcome the identify with those things. And I promise you, you can be free. You can have perfect peace right here on earth.
Jesse, you helped me become straight, right? That's part of one of the projects you've worked on in your long career of philanthropy.
No one can help anyone be anything. Only God can change your life. You can't help me. I can't help you. That's why
You worked
That's why
with
you
gay
have to
men.
lead people. That's why you have to lead people in their hell.
Okay, but you worked with gay men, helping them find the path to straightness.
I work with all kinds of people: hermaphrodites, rapists, murderers, white, black.
Do you think being gay is like being a rapist or a murderer?
I think being that is a false identity, so they're lost in a false identity.
Would you rather be gay or a murderer?
I would rather be either.
But you got to choose.
No, you don't.
Okay.
You have never made a choice.
I tried to get you, Jesse, but you're too slick. You're too slick for me.
Why are you trying to get me? That's not masculine. Why? You're playing a woman's role.
Excuse me, Jesse.
Excuse me, I have 3 sons.
You're playing a woman's role in trying to get me. Men are not supposed to play the female game of trying to get. Men lead the way. They don't try to get. That's a woman's role.
Jesse, I'm a man and I'm doing battle. There's nothing more masculine than battle.
Who are you doing battle with?
With you.
Why? I'm not doing battle with you.
Well,
I didn't even
you
know
didn't.
we
You
were
don't
having
know
a
that
battle.
you aren't yet. But we're interlocutors.
And why? I thought we were friends. Why are you doing a battle?
We are. I'm a fan of your interviewing style, so I'm trying to exhibit some of your styles back on you. But obviously, ideologically, we are completely unaligned. It's friendly banter. But you called me a woman.
I said that if you're doing battle with me right now, you're playing the woman's game. But
Is battle a woman's game?
That kind of battle is.
Oh.
Let me ask, are you a good person?
Oh, why you gotta hit me with that? That's such a... Only God can say. That's how you would answer it.
And what do you say?
I say what God says.
What do you say?
What God says.
And what does God say?
I don't know. I'm not.
God's a voiceless entity, Jesse. Only the devil speaks in a voice. You know this. You told me it about 10 minutes ago.
I'm not arrogant enough to presume what God would say.
And so, are you a good person?
I try to be.
Are you?
Mm-hmm.
You're not answering.
I said I try to be.
You try to be what?
Oh, come on, Jesse.
You try to be what?
I try to be a good person.
By doing what?
Good people things.
Like what?
Like tucking my kids in bed at night.
Why do you call that good?
Is it?
Is it bad?
Is it evil?
Why do you call it good?
Dude, he's the best at this. Well, a big part of what you talk about is the man's role.
Why do you call that good?
What? It's the parent's role to stay at home and be present in their children's lives and to show them love and compassion.
And why do you call that good?
You're right. It is evil.
Why do you call it good?
No, you're right. It is evil.
Oh, Jesse's broken. He's caught in the loop.
To kiss your bed. Kiss
I
your
never
kids
said
and
it was evil. I never said it was evil, but you said it was good, but you won't tell me why you call it good.
I just did.
Why?
Because it's nice to be nice to your kids.
Niceness, does niceness mean good?
Well, I think, well, if we're using words in any way as defined, then yes, nice does mean good.
And how's that?
Oh, come on.
At this point, I'd say, look, Jesse, clearly there is something that you want me to say or not, right? You're looking for something. We're drilling down on something. There is, you have a very specific idea of what good is. So what is it? So that we can stop asking these questions.
Let me ask you a question, Jesse. You're
But
you're filibustering me.
No, I'm not. You never did answer the question of why do you call that good? Does your wife obey you?
My wife and I, we make decisions together, so I wouldn't use the word obey.
Does your wife obey you?
If something made me uncomfortable and I expressed that to her, she would probably respect my wishes, depending on what it was. But yeah, she obeys me.
Does your wife obey you?
I just said yes, she does obey me.
Amazing.
Amazing.
So, alpha. Oh, Jesse, let me ask you. Does your wife obey you?
No.
Beta! Got you again.
Amazing.
Got you again.
Amazing.
Let me ask you a question.
I don't have a wife. That's why she doesn't obey you.
That's beta, though.
No, it's not.
Oh, come now.
No.
Why isn't being a single man beta?
I didn't say it was.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I
Yes,
didn't.
you did.
When?
Yes, you did. That's it. Let me ask you another question. There's a paradox with the gay thing that it's kind of maybe obvious to some, but I do like to question people on this. If God made us, did God make us perfect? Did God make us, is God perfect? Let's start there.
God is perfect, and he made us perfect.
So then why are people gay?
Because they've been turned away from God by turning them away from their earthly father.
Did God create the universe and everything in it?
He did.
So then God is the one steering them away from being straight.
No, Satan is through the mother.
But he created Satan as all-powerful God. He controls Satan.
Right.
So then he's the one tempting people to be gay. God.
No.
Where was I wrong in the logic?
The whole thing, I just told you, no, it's not from God, it's from evil.
No, but God
And it
created evil. God created evil.
Right. Well, God created Satan, and yes, through Satan, evil comes.
So God,
But
this
it
is part
works.
of God's plan, is to turn men gay.
Holy fucking
I
chest.
don't know what you got with this gay thing, but
well, this
I'm
is
telling
something you talk a lot. Jesse, you talk a lot about gay
that
people.
is not. I'm telling you, no. God created us perfectly, and when you return to the Father, you will overcome that old nature that is made of anger, and you will return to your natural nature that's made of good, which is the nature of God. But you gotta overcome anger. And the way that, for those who might be listening, one or two in your crowd that's listening that want to overcome, I'm talking to them because I know most people love their hell, and they love the hell that they live in, and they love imposing their hell on others.
So speak to them, reach out to them.
But those who want to overcome it, I want them to know is that they have to overcome anger. And when you overcome anger, you must forgive your mother for imposing her will on you, trying to live through you, control you, turning you away from your father, and forgive your father for not protecting you. He loved you. He just didn't know how to deal with your mother. And when fathers leave, they don't leave their children. They leave the mother of the children, but the mother made the children think that the father leave them. And so for those who want to overcome fear and doubt and loneliness, suicidal thoughts, the gay, lesbian, drug addicts, alcoholics.
Did he say gay lesbians or gay thespians?
Smoking, all these things that the emotional stuff, they can truly overcome that if they forgive their mothers for turning them away from
Jesse,
their fathers.
would it surprise you if I told you I'm 15% gay?
Neither it wouldn't surprise me, and neither would I care. That's your problem, not mine.
15%. Is that better than 100%? Jesse, don't make it seem like I'm bringing it up out of nowhere. You talk about gayness all the time.
I talk about everything all the time.
Well,
my show is about whatever, my radio show is about whatever the people call in for. And the father state, we deal with different issues.
Can you be?
Do you have like? Are you able to move on because of time? Do you have like?
No, I have all the time in the world, but I understood you only had an hour, right?
Right, and I'm talking about my time.
So how much time do you have left? Because
and the gay thing is a rare topic on my show.
Yeah. So let me ask you this: you are not gay, right?
That's not your business.
Oh. But
wow.
You make the gayness a lot of people's business when you discuss
I make it no one's business. Do you want to act like a man?
Do you live in hell?
Do you want to act?
Do you live in
like
hell?
A man, or do you want to? Hey, look. I put aside my time. I thought you wanted to deal with issues to help folks.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else you want to talk about? Because
Yes.
I don't want to play the woman's game with you.
So, well, let me ask you this, because I know
Do you have any other topic? One last time. You can talk to your brother-in-law Moses about this, and he'll help you deal with that and overcome it.
Yeah. Jesse, why did you like this? Why did you like
Or
this
for-
tweet by Your Daddy
Or
OnlyFans?
forgive your mother. Forgive your mother.
He's giving a thumbs
and
up.
she will.
Jesse, why
I
did
have
you
no-
like this post from Your Daddy OnlyFans, Part 2 with Sean Boy UK?
I have no idea what
It's
that
two
is.
men kissing.
I have no
And
idea.
they're
what
muscular
that is.
and very
This guy
bear-like.
lied to me
They really think that you're like running your Twitter and stuff. Like,
Yeah, I have no idea. what you
Really?
Amazing.
Wait, why wouldn't you be running your Twitter?
So why did you?
you really think he would?
Are you?
Yeah, why-
Is
Why
the
do you think
producer?
he is? What makes you think he is?
Oh, so did you like it?
Yeah, did you like it? Are
Was
you
that-
gay?
I don't know any. I have no idea.
Bro thought he was cooking
Well,
right
Jesse,
there.
this is important. The people want to know. Your producer got real
Wait,
quiet.
is this
Well, did he like the
producer
gay
versus
porn?
producer?
Self-report.
It was one of you two. Someone fess up.
They're hanging up.
Someone fess up.
That's what you want me to do, so you can say I ran. But you guys said you wanted to talk about real stuff.
This is real, man.
Jesse,
this is a real tweet that was liked.
Jesse,
I really set aside
Jesse,
time
in
to
an
be on you,
expose
though,
by the
but I
Daily
had-
Beast, they
I
said that
had-
several men had sexual encounters with you, some as long as 10 years. Is that true?
Say hello to Moses, buddy. I'm out.
All right.
Was your producer? Oh, he hung up.
All right.
Well, you tried. That was funny.
Damn.
He really hates gay people, like really hates gay people. He kind of, I think he got a sniff of what we were doing when I mentioned something about gayness in the top. It's so funny. All of a sudden, he doesn't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
It's like a good 30% of everything he discusses.
Yes.
Is like gayness, women are evil is
gay?
another one.
You're gay?
It's so funny. All of a sudden, you don't want to talk about it. He liked that shit. You could tell.
He
For
100%.
Who is he like? The Rock. He's not managing his Twitter account.
Why was his producer so quick to be like, no, it was me? Pretty
Maybe
much is
he's-
what
yeah.
he said.
Yeah, laying down on that grenade. The producer's like, no. It was me.
right.
I like the penis.
Amazing.
Of course, I love gay people, and I think being gay is something you're born, an identity you're born into, and I think that there's nothing evil or wrong about being gay. I think it's extremely human.
What
to
an
be gay.
absolutely
I think
bonkers
love is
conversation
love,
that
no
was.
matter how it's expressed, and I think that's really all that matters. But Jesse is someone who is deeply homophobic and hateful towards gay people specifically.
Oh
and that
my
is why
God.
I followed that line of questioning with him. So
That was fun though.
I wish he didn't run.
Yeah.
Can we just go back to what the Moses thing
That
was all
was
about?
so fucking
Okay,
weird.
so this is my theory, and I was saying this before the show even. His
Oh, Oh, what a freaking interaction that was. What a mess. I mean, listen. At some point you gotta wonder, because the number of of publicly hyper conservative talking heads or political figures that are so anti-gay, the percent of them that end up being gay themselves is so astonishingly high that it's almost impossible to believe that Jesse Lee Peterson isn't just a little bit for the hot dogs and, you know, the buns. Like, it seems like a non-zero chance. He's you know, he's not married anymore. He spends his entire 30 to plus percent of his entire existence talking about homosexuality and how awful it is and all this various shit, but can't actually have a legitimate discussion about it. The best part about how he has managed to craft this ethos, this whole deal about the mother bullshit and all that is, and that the female energy and all this shit, is that the moment he's in a conversation with somebody where he feels like they might have a bit of the upper hand and they're playing a bit of the gotcha game that he actually also plays, he can just pull that card and say, I'm not looking to play the female shit, whatever, and then just back out every time. And it gives him this ideological out. It's a fucking meme, bro. That was such an, oh my lord. What an absolute 5-alarm fire. What is YouTube putting in front of me? Doing push-ups from the 21st till the 21st. Thanks, YouTube. That's definitely definitely something that I'm interested in watching. All right, what's next? That was wonderful. That was good for more than a few laughs. What do we got? What's next? That was pure magic. We gotta have something. I recently started watching podcasts from I Will Teach You to Be Rich, where he interviews couples with struggling finances. Oh, Jesus Lord. That sounds awful. Oh my God! This is perfect. I need a Jesse Lee Peterson versus Pearl Davis debate. That's it! That's the one! That's the debate! That's the one we need! Jesse Lee Peterson and Pearl Davis. That is the dream. We need that. We need that. That would absolutely... Shit, that might have already happened. I don't know. I have to. I'm sorry, guys. I have to. This is, Pearl is almost as completely brain dead as Jesse Lee Peterson, and I think the only thing saving her, perhaps, versus is her age. All right, where? All right, okay. Where does this start? Wow, this is. They get this started early. Oh, this is a banger.
All right, so yeah, let's.
Should we Philly D this? And just jump right into it?
Jesse and Pearl talked. No shot. It has happened. Oh boy.
What should we what?
Yeah. You know what? Let's just jump right into it. Let's just jump right into it.
Yeah, no, let's do it. Yeah, I don't want to keep her waiting.
Okay.
Oh my god. I need to know. I need to know. I need to know. Where is it? Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know if I don't know if I'm ready for this. I don't know. I don't know if I'm ready for this. Oh, okay. All right, okay. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. It's a Monday. We're setting the week on fire from the get-go. Oh boy. Oh, terrible, terrible roll.
Okay, so I have a question for the lady. Let's say you meet the perfect guy. This guy is handsome, rich, successful. He pays 100% of the bills. So you can do what you want. You can work if you want to work, not work if you don't want to work. You're happy. Like, this is the happiest you've ever been. One day, you get a message from a girl. This girl met him randomly at a bar on one of his away trips. He took her home and slept with her. But it was just a one-time thing. And when you confront him about it, he apologizes. He admits to it. He says he's very happy in the relationship. He loves you. He wants to be with you. It was just a one-time thing. Now, mind you, this guy, he can take care of you the rest of his life. Do you look past it and try to work through it, or do you walk away?
Oh, we're already starting strong.
Welcome to the Fall Estate. I am Jesse Lee Peterson. Thank you so much for being with me. Remember, the Fall Estate is now on locals.com. So click the link in the video description.
What the fuck is locals.com? We're learning about new websites
to support our work, and thank you in advance. I have with me Pearl Davis, better known as Just Pearly Things. Just Pearly Things. She is an internet personality and content creator. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Amazing. So you came a long way.
Amazing.
England.
Yeah, London.
London. Amazing. How is it in London now?
In terms of what?
Like, don't they have like a lot of Allah Abba people, like a lot of Muslims and
yeah, where
the
I
crime
live.
going through the roof and things like that?
Yeah, there's a lot of Muslim people where I live. A
What?
lot of people will say it's like very dangerous here. I've never really had a problem. Like,
Over there or here?
Oh no, people here will like say that London's super dangerous.
Right.
But I've never really had an issue. It might be, but not to me.
There are certain neighborhoods you can't go into though, right?
Yeah, I live in the hood though, so I was like.
You live in the hood?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
And what's the hood considered over there? What is called? Is it like over here?
No, I would say the ones here are probably worse.
Yeah.
It's not great though. Yeah.
Right. And so you're called Just Pearly Things. What is your podcast about? What do you deal with?
So I would say the main thing that
All right, so I got to figure out, like, I've gotten more than enough points here to unlock these other things, but there's obviously quest echoes. What is... Ah, here. I just click on it on the side. Okay.
my show blew up for was I Red Pill Women. So it's like there's certain truths about the world that like...
Oh, shady. Oh. Welcome to Dumpster Fire Monday, where we're watching the dumbest debates and discussions, or listening in the background. It's fucking amazing. It's like if you, in the back of your mind, it's like a special kind of Schadenfreude. If you've ever wanted to just feel more comfortable in your own intellectuality, this is it. Your own if you ever wanted to like remind yourself that you are in fact smarter than many of the people that are out. Oh, it's magnificent. If you listen, I get it if you don't stick around while this is I mean, first of all, you're not gonna have a lot of fun watching me grind this anyway, but if you gotta learn how to laugh at these guys, because the shit is pretty fucking hilarious. I gotta be honest. It's pretty insane. Especially Jesse Lee Peterson, because, I mean, you can't even make up some of the shit that comes out of his mouth.
I think especially women, we believe like the pay gap or like certain views about like feminism, and I tell them that none of those are true.
Oh,
and
you do?
So I'll show them like content like Jordan Peterson and like we'll react.
Right.
And then I also humble women on my show at times.
You humble?
Yeah, I humble them.
How?
Well, they'll be like, I'm a 10, and I'll be like, you're like a 6 on a good day.
Wow,
Is it
amazing.
easy to humble them?
Yeah.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, because they're delusional a lot.
They're delusional?
Yeah.
And do you tell them
Amazing.
they're delusional?
Yes.
And do they get upset?
Yes.
Yeah. And you okay with that?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Amazing.
I've read, I believe that you're
Amazing.
popular with the blacks.
Am I? Oh, wow.
Is that true?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
And so I have seen some of the interviews where you're talking to the blacks. Are you afraid to deal with them?
What?
Because most white people are afraid to be honest with the blacks.
What?
Because they don't want to be called racist. They don't know how to deal with the attitude.
Well, I mean, I talk mostly about like feminism.
Oh, I see.
So I would say the people that are the maddest are usually the women.
This is gonna be an absolute
I have been
mess.
Whale attacked.
What does that mean?
Yeah, so like a land whale, like a fat chick.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh
she,
my
like,
god.
tried to attack me.
Oh my lord.
So,
Do they get
Oh,
angry
my lord.
for you calling them fat?
Yeah, well, I didn't even call her fat. We were talking about something else. I called her fat after she called me a slag. No, and I didn't call her fat. I called her a whale. But that's a beautiful, majestic creature in the sea. So like, what?
What the fuck? These people are so ill. The craziest part about Pearl for me is, and you gotta at some level you gotta respect that these people are so insane that they're capable of just like doing the mental gymnastics to go to bed, right? Because they're making some money. So the craziest part about Pearl is how she talks about how, like, all the women, should be getting married, and they should be getting married before such and such an age, and if they're not, then there's something wrong with you. And then somebody asked her, so, hey, Pearl, are you married? And it's just, and as it turns out, she's not. And if you look up her age,
What am I supposed to? Yeah.
What the?
So if anything, like I should apologize to the whales in the sea. That's how I feel about it.
Wow.
Oh my
And when you
lord.
say attack, mean verbally or did she physically attack
Well,
you?
it was like I was doing interviews, and what we were talking about is safety, right? And she was saying like, oh, boo-hoo.
Is she my evil
so
twin?
hard, I can't walk home alone.
Why
at
do you
night."
think
And
she
I'm
kind of
"You
looks
just
like you?
met. Nobody. Why would you walk? That's what I said. I'm like, why are you in a big city walking home alone at night. That just doesn't.
Right, it doesn't make sense.
I'm like, guys can't do that either.
Yeah.
And at least as a girl, like, you get protected because, I'm sorry, if a dude's getting attacked and I'm getting attacked, it's more likely that the guy's gonna come, like, other guys will protect
I mean,
me. And she
is she your evil
demonstrated this
doppelganger?
firsthand, because as soon as I said this, she's like, I'll have you.
Perhaps.
I'll have you, you slag. And, which I didn't know what it meant at the time, but I knew I was being insulted.
Right.
And so she knocks the mic out of my hand.
Wow.
And yeah, and then she tries to attack me, but I was with guys, right? And so they pulled her, you know, and then she was like swearing at me, and I was like, you're a whale, you're a whale. And we're dropping whale merch this month, so you know.
Wow. And so, was that a black lady?
No, it's a white lady.
A white lady?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, whales come in lots of shapes and sizes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So she called you a what?
A whale, or no, I called her a whale, sorry. She called me a slag.
What's a slag?
A slag.
A slag.
It's like a British term, so it means a whore, basically. I
Oh.
didn't know what it meant
I
at the
didn't know
time, but I was like, I'm being insulted. I know I'm being insulted. Yeah. So I called her a whale, but if anything, what I said was factual. Yeah, and then they banned my TikTok because of this clip. Sad.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, I almost had 1 million followers on TikTok.
Wow.
I know.
Did they
Wow.
bring you back? Oh, are you?
No, I made another account.
Shut
though,
up,
so I
you
just made another
slag.
account after they took it
Amazing.
away.
Oh,
You can't get rid of me off this app.
That's
nah.
right.
Why
And with
why
all
we
these people that
Amazing.
follow you, would they
But
go
this
follow
is the
your account?
funniest
Yeah.
shit.
Oh, they what?
This is literally the funniest
Not a
shit.
million. I haven't made
It's funny because it's so absurd. You know, like the line
And so,
between like
um,
you know, it's the line between
so
it's
you
too
a red
real
pill now.
and then it's so insane
red
that it's
pill is
funny.
what
This
exactly?
is in that ladder
It's basically like you see
that
the
ladder
world,
camp. It is
like,
so
I've never actually seen the movie The Matrix, but it's an analogy from The
unimaginably
Matrix,
dumb.
which is basically
That it's
like
comical
you see the
to
world
me.
for what it is instead of like what you thought it was.
people listening
Essentially,
to
so like.
this.
It's kind of
Oh.
like
Losing
blue
brain
pill
cells.
is you know, you
Amazing.
think the pay gap exists, which
Right.
I mean it does, but not. I'm sure,
Yeah.
yeah, you know.
Right.
Not for the
Amazing.
reasons
That's
that like
right.
they say, right? And, another thing is like women as well. Like a lot of times women will say they like nice guys. And, like, no, we
I haven't
don't,
laughed
you
this
know?
much in a while. It's pretty
So-
funny.
Nice guy.
Yeah, they hate it. We hate them. Yeah. We'd rather.
Give me the example. Oh, let me. I want to give me.
All right, Shades. Well, when you come back next time, maybe we'll be listening to video game content instead, which is what I was doing earlier. But as soon as I came across this, I couldn't resist. This is absolutely incredible.
An example of a nice guy.
It's kind of like a guy without a backbone that like puts a girl on a pedestal. I think of like Sierra, or like Russell Wilson and Sierra.
Oh, okay.
Like who did she really want, Russell or Future? You know.
Wait,
Amazing.
what are we
So
even
have
talking
you
about?
always been
Amazing.
red pill?
No.
And
Well, sort of.
Amazing.
Sort of.
Yeah.
Meaning what?
I would say I grew up like more conservative, but the dating stuff I didn't really like think about as much. So I think I'm like, as a woman, on an innate level, we like kind of know these things, but you don't really like verbalize it. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And so,
Wait,
you were
what,
sort of
bro?
red pill.
Can we be more
And
specific?
at that point, what made you cross all the way over to red pill?
Well, I'll tell you why. It was Kevin Samuels was what kind of started to red pill me, because they were talking about high value men, right? And they were saying like all high value men cheat. And I was so confused because my dad's a high, because they listed out the things that they have to be. And it was like my dad was all of them except LinkedIn, because my dad doesn't have social media. But they said, all high value men cheat and have mistresses. So I called my dad. I'm like, where are your hoes, Dad? They said you gotta have hoes. and so that's when I started watching, but then I just started watching the content. And I was like, oh, this is interesting. I even went to like a pickup artist boot camp where like they teach guys how to get laid. It was really interesting.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's amazing. Yeah. And so, a high value man is a man with a lot of women.
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
But you have to have money and things like that too, right? Or-
Yeah, off the top of my head, it's like he has to make over $10,000 a month. He has to have a network of other high-value men. Like other men have to accept him as part of the group. He has to be useful to the group. There's like 5 pillars, and I can't remember the other 2.
Right.
They're gonna roast me because I never can list them off the top of my head. Oh, LinkedIn level visibility, and I forgot what the 5th was. But
That's amazing.
yeah.
LinkedIn level visibility.
millennials-
Amazing.
don't seem to care about the character of the person.
Mhm.
They don't care about what's inside. They just seem to be shallow and care about what's on the outside. How much money you have,
Mhm.
where you live, who your friends are.
Mhm.
Is that true?
Yes.
And why is that? How did it become that way? It wasn't always that way.
Well, it was because before it was birth control. That's what I think started everything. Was because that's what, if you look at the divorce rate and the rate of women on birth control, they're like the same.
Yeah.
And so what I think it was is basically the hose.
Correlation. Repeat after me, chat. Correlation does not equal what?
What did birth control give you? Hose.
Blackjack and hookers. Oh, wait.
And so before, like, women had to prioritize a guy that had good character and would stick around, right?
Right.
But then when you give them birth control, it gives them the opportunity to sleep with, like, for shallow things,
Yeah.
right? And the problem is
Holy
that,
shit, 44%
women are bailed out
elemental
for every bad
resistance
decision we make.
Yeah.
as a
So
stat.
it's like, if we sleep around, there's
Dear
birth
God.
control. If birth control fails, there's abortion, child support, and divorce court, and even alimony. I'm like, you get money for just being married to him?
know.
Shut up, get a job.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, if we're bad with our money, like there's a lot of government bailout programs. Like in the UK, they give you free housing if you're a single mother. If you pay women,
Wow.
yeah, if you pay women to, I think men and women can be equally shitty. But women are paid to be bad, so of course we're going to be worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's amazing. They're starting to do that here too. Give them free houses, free health care.
Free houses.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, I'm 25 and I have no kids, and so like, why aren't I rewarded? Why do they get rewarded for
Right.
making the bad decision?
I know.
And I have no children, so
Good is
pay
called-
me to be.
Good is called bad, bad called evil.
Yeah.
So do you just deal with women issues, or do you talk to men as well?
No, I have both on my.
How is Jesse going to work in the discussion around gay men into this conversation? That's what I'm waiting for. Where is Jesse's inroad to start talking about gay dudes, despite sitting across from a girl who speaks almost exclusively on women? I'm waiting for it.
My show. So
I
I'll
love
just
how
bring
the
in, so I do a
chapter's
live
called
show
Why Are
4
Bad
times a week,
Decisions
and it's
Rewarded?
kinda
Why the
similar to
fuck
this,
has this
but
guy
no
got a
stage left.
podcast?
But it's just
Wow.
Because there are a lot of people
Who made
are
the
also
who made the
dumb.
decision? Who made the decision to give this guy a podcast and allow it to be successful?
Yeah, but
what
I
the
do
fuck?
is we bring in between like 5 to 10 guys and
No.
girls, and we'll talk about like different topics. Sometimes it's things like the pay gap. Other
Just-
times it's things
You
like
look so
you know, can modern
old
women
as
be
well.
saved?
You
Can we-
look
Well, he
like
is
he's
old.
fucking ancient.
He is old.
Gonna hoe into a housewife, like that sort of.
Oh, that's interesting. So can you turn?
What
a
up, Skill? Wasn't expecting this. Oh, we're watching the memes today, bro. Oh, we were trying to come up with like what would be the worst possible pairing of like a debate format or people in terms of like content, like pseudo intellectual content creators. And it took a minute, but I eventually came up with Pearl and Jesse Lee Peterson, and I said, "There's no way that's fucking already happened." And as it turns out, it absolutely happened. It happened last year, and I had to hear this. I had to.
Into a housewife?
Well, of course not.
You cannot.
Well, okay, this is my theory. It happens sometimes,
Yeah.
but they always go back to the streets.
Yeah.
The streets be calling, so like they might get it for a little bit, but they'll just divorce them.
What is going on? What is she saying? Oh.
I tell men that want to start a family that they should not marry an educated woman who doesn't want to stay home and be a wife and a mother because she would not make for a good mother. Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
I'm right.
Yeah.
Yeah, educated. Yeah, who wants an intelligent woman to be the mother of your children? I'm personally all for having a woman that is as dumb as humanly possible to be the wife of my children, which is exactly why Pearl is such a hot commodity on the market and just can't seem to stay single.
Why do you think men? Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Why would you not want to spend time with
See,
your children?
no amount
That's kind
of
a bad
drugs,
mom if you don't
no
wanna spend
amount
time with
of
your
I know.
alcohol,
Yeah.
not even
They
not
prefer to
even
go out
if
and
I was
pretend to be
forced
a
against my
man
will with a
than
gun to
to
head
stay
would
home
make
with
me
the kids.
even want to
What
sit
a
in the
mess.
same room as
Why
that lady
why do men marry women
for
like
5
that?
minutes. I would rather
Well, they
die.
don't
I
have
would rather get shot.
Like because 1 in 3 men are under 30 are either virgins or haven't had sex in the past year. So it's like there's a growing number of simps. There's a simp epidemic.
Yeah.
A simp
because, like, they
epidemic.
don't
Where
think they
are
can do
all of Pearl's
My
simps?
opinion on it anyway.
Pearl
The
needs
fact is,
more
they don't have to
simps.
get married.
Dead.
It's not like you gotta get married.
Yeah, but
Jesse,
there's a
it's not
saying
like
in
you.
Red Pill, which is like they always get married. Even the
You
guys
just
that say
you
that
know
they
you
never
gotta
get
you
married
you don't
always
have to
married.
get married,
kinda like-
right? Like I
I
need to
don't
be
know, I think
validated
men
of
are
the fact
more
that
romantic
I'm
than
not
women.
married. Please, you don't
Like, I think they
really
just
need to be
want a
married,
family
right?
and a wife.
Right. They do.
Maple
so it's
Story
like,
prevents simping.
If they can't get the girls they want, they kind of just take what they can get. Or
Yeah.
women will die alone, but yeah, no, men will more like.
Yeah, they want a family.
Yeah, I'll take the used Honda Civic with a lot of miles. A lot of miles.
That's right. One is a so
my
red pill,
God.
and then the other one is blue pill
Yeah.
or black pill.
Well, there's a couple. Blue pill is like guys that aren't aware of these things. So like, for example, like someone that's blue pill might marry a single mother. Like that's kind of like something someone blue pill would do because they're told like that's the right thing to do.
What a mess.
Yeah, a mess. Yeah.
What a
Someone
mess.
someone red pill would say,
What the fuck?
no, you're for recreational use only.
Right.
And black pill is usually guys that are black pill believe everything starts with looks. So they're very much like if you're short, it may not be over, but it's close to over for you. So like
Really?
if you're 5'2", 5'3", it's like
Wow.
good luck.
Amazing.
Who come up with all these ideas? How do these things come about? Red pill, blue pill,
That's a good question.
black pill.
I don't know who started black pill. There's MGTOW too, which is men going their own way. So
Right.
they're
I'm
just
talking
like,
to them.
yeah, they're like, yeah, fuck these hoes, leave them in the streets.
What is going
I was a big
on?
fan of Rollo Tomasi. I don't think he would say that he started it. I think there was one or two before him.
Okay.
They say Patrice O'Neill, while he wasn't like a typical like red pillar, but a lot of the ideas like kind of were in his jokes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, women, this group go your own way, right?
Women or men?
Men.
Yeah.
Men going their
Oh
own
my
way.
God!
their own
Look at
way.
the amount of skeletons.
Women need men to guide them, right? And so, is that a good idea to just because you failed at it a couple of times, should you get it right or walk away from women?
Men?
Yeah.
I understand why men are walking away from marriage.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily, I wouldn't say that you should walk away from women altogether. Like, at least, I mean, recreational, what are you gonna, I just feel like, you know.
When you say recreational, you mean like for sex?
Yeah. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
there's
at
a
least
lot
you
of-
know, because men can fuck women recreationally, it's fine. But you know, if it's the women fucking
Well, I understand,
recreationally,
like, why men are
it's a
walking away from
problem.
marriage because they get a bad deal. And that's like one thing I didn't, when I first started watching Red Pill content, I was like,
This is
I
why
grew up in a
hard
two-parent
segues into
household,
gay
and my
dudes.
parents are still
Yeah,
married.
he's
So
gotta
I
be,
never
he's
understood
gotta
why
get into it.
men
Yeah.
walk away from marriage until I
He's
realized
gotta
it's
find
like
his
a
in.
contract that women are paid to leave.
But what about gay
And you can
dudes?
take
What
half
if
of
they
his
fuck Rico?
earnings, which doesn't
But what
even
about
make
gay men? Do you
sense.
think
Like,
it's
why are you
okay if I
entitled to
suck
half
some
of
penis?
the
Is that
money
gay?
He made?
Or am I an alpha?
Kids. And so, and on top
Is
of
it
that,
beta
like,
to
the
not
average
suck
divorce marriage
penis?
In the UK is 31. Here it's like 28.
Is
for
it not
women.
just asserting
And so
dominance?
Men value purity and youth, and they don't get either of those things
Yeah.
from women today. So it's like,
What a mess.
yeah. I understand why, you know, it's like city girl culture.
Yeah, you're right. That's
Yeah.
what it is.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Men, they don't seem to be as strong today as they were in the good old days.
Mhm.
What happened to them?
They listen to women. Stop it. We don't know what we want.
Yeah.
Oh my God! You know, like the whole concept, like of the pick me girl. I really don't think necessarily that she believes like most of the stuff that's coming out of her mouth. I think she's just one of the people that are like saying some salacious shit because she can, you know, make money off of it. but she's like, if you were to try to define the pick me like trope on the internet, she's basically the fucking poster child, right?
I know we're meant to have
Exactly. I
like
tell 'em all the time, every
people
time you
having
listen
their
to the
freedom
woman,
to have
you
and
suffer.
like say anything they want and
I
stuff
also-
like
I've
that.
heard
But can we draw a
testosterone
line?
levels are, like,
Can we
lower than
go?
ever
Can
before.
we draw a
Unfortunately,
know if it's something like the food or
we just gotta
lifestyle or
let
what
that
exactly it
shit
is,
fly.
Yeah, I would say that's part of it too. But
That's amazing.
yeah.
So
That's
you were raised by
amazing.
both parents.
Yes.
And so you ended up in. You're now living in
London.
London.
Yes.
You went there to play ball.
Yes.
Volleyball, right?
Yes.
Did you? Are you still playing ball over there?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, you are still playing.
Yes.
Will you? Once you're done, will you stay there, or you just? Will you come back to this country?
I would like to come back. I was just thinking about this the other day. It's gonna be so much work to move, but I'll probably move to like Nashville or Miami. I think, or like Florida, just because my parents have a house in Florida.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, and the taxes are too high in Chicago.
And
Can't go there.
plus, crime is
Yeah.
out of control there.
Yeah.
Are your parents concerned about that? The crime? That
Not
they
where,
live-
not where we live. We're in the we're like an hour from the city. It's
Oh.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Good.
Mhm.
That's amazing.
Amazing.
So you might come back here to this country to live.
Mhm.
Do you miss this country?
England is so similar. Like honestly, I forget I'm in England sometimes.
Really?
Yeah.
So I
it's
think I
like-
was gonna go
It's
with
kind of the same. The buildings are older. The architecture is a little bit cooler. but
two
I like
and
the
a
accents,
bore.
but it's still the West.
Yeah.
You know.
You know your way around
Yeah.
over there?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, the
But I
transportation
need to get.
system's a
I
lot
mean,
better, but it's
honestly,
similar.
you
It
might as well
reminds me
go
of New
all
York. I think those
5.
cities are kind of similar.
Oh, okay.
London and New York.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So are you a Christian?
Sort of.
Sort of?
Yeah.
Sort of.
Sort of a Christian.
Well, I feel like there's like a group of people that like would be pretty religious, but we like, there's just a lot of issues I see in the church where like feminism has kind of overtaken the church.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just feel like there's kind of like a group of us that don't really have anywhere to like call home because
Yeah.
there's not really churches that
Yeah.
represent us. But I think that's also an excuse that bad Christians say. So I was like, maybe I'm just not a good Christian.
What I never understood, and I'm starting to ask people, when I ask, are you a Christian? Most people would say, well, yeah, but I don't go to church, or no, because of the churches are bad. I don't understand, what does the church have to do with the individual being a Christian or not? Because the church is just a place where you go to fellowship, you know, but it doesn't have anything to do with the individual.
You don't understand. I'm so opinionated in the churches. They can't handle me.
Oh.
They can't, yeah.
Oh,
it's like when they talk about these born again virgins. I'm like, don't accept that, man. Stop accepting these bad deals. Why are you waiting for a used car? Like, they can't handle me in church.
So you would
What?
say that in church?
Yeah. I mean, not like in front of everybody, but
Right.
it's like after church, I'm like, why is he saying that?
Oh, okay.
I can't, I know, I should.
Born again
No, you
virgin.
should speak up. You absolutely
Yeah,
should.
and it's like, because it's like, why are you
Good thing I
telling
cut hair
and
in
then
this
you
fucking
have these like
conversation.
celibate girls in
Kill
the church
myself.
where I'm like, good luck selling that used car with like 20,000 miles.
Yeah.
Oh my god. She's got like 2 jokes. It's so bad. It's so embarrassing. The and I'm positive she slept with her fair share of dudes. She's pushing 30. Like pretty soon none of this is going to work because she's going to be like, she's not going to be able to say half of the shit that she says now because she's going to become a product of her own demise. Or a product of her own of what she's preaching. And it's gonna become a hot fucking mess. And so she's got like this small window of time, which she said she was 25 in this video. This was a year ago, but YouTube can sometimes, it could be 2 years and it will still say a year ago. Premiered November, yeah, exactly, yeah, 2022. So, November. So yeah, about a year ago. So she's got 4 years of this left. And if she's not married by then, she's in trouble.
You're going to tell them, wait till I'm married. Okay.
A lot of men go to church to look for a woman. And then they end up getting the same thing if they had not gone to church.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Why do
If she does get married,
church
she ain't getting
members
married for fucking
put
brain
the-
cells. She's getting
the
married for
preacher
that
passed away
money.
Well, she doesn't even
on
make
a
that much
pedestal,
money.
rather
It's
than
just
just seeing them
not
as
even getting
another
that.
person who is
Get married for
teaching
that
the Bible,
fucking
whatever he's doing.
pussy.
Why are they automatically
Yeah,
put on
totally.
a pedestal?
Well, it's kind of like I think of it as like a coach. You know what I mean? Like if I have a volleyball coach and then I see her play volleyball and I'm like, oh my God, you're absolute trash. It's like, you know, I mean, I might say, oh, well, they're telling you the right things, but
Right.
it's kind of like, well, I don't really want to play for this team if the coach is trash.
Oh,
That's how I would describe it.
really?
Yeah.
But the coach have to deal with the same temptations in life that you or
Yeah.
anyone else.
Yeah.
They're not like protected from those temptations.
Yeah, but you just think after 20, 30 years, you'd have some skill.
Right.
If you're like 50, 60, and you're the preacher, and then it's like you have no skills built up, none.
Yeah.
They're partying, drinking, smoke. I mean, it's a stereotype for a reason, right?
Right.
And so then they're like, well, what skills are you teaching here? Clearly not good ones if you can't. And I'm not saying, like, I understand, like, it's probably just an excuse to be a bad, like, you know, to not practice or whatever, but that's just how I see it.
And so you, because of those things, you're not sure if you're a Christian or
Like,
you're halfway there or what?
yeah, well, I did 12 years of Catholic school, and so then I did 2 years of Bible study in, like, a Christian church.
Right.
So I haven't practiced in probably, like, a year and a half, 2 years, but I know a decent amount about, like, the Bible, and so I have a religious, like, foundation.
What is it, when you say practice it, what is that? How do you practice that?
Like, go to church every Sunday.
Oh, go to
I
church.
go to church every, like, 2 months. I feel like that's not I feel like that's not enough.
Oh, yeah?
I feel like that's not.
How important is it to go to church?
Depends what church. Some churches will probably leave you off worse. But I think it's important. That's why I feel weird, like, saying I'm a Christian if you're not practicing, because I feel like, how are you going to claim something if you're not going regularly?
Amazing.
Yeah.
And so, in order to be a Christian, you believe that you should at least go to church.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think so. I haven't thought about it that in depth, but
Right.
yeah, that's why I'm hesitant to say.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Because our bodies are the temple, really. Our bodies are the church. And the only reason to go to church if you want to fellowship, you know, learn something, you know, a little bit more than what you know, I guess.
Yeah.
But our bodies, really, wherever we are, the church is there. You know what I mean? But I know a lot of people have been taught and trained that they have to go to church. If you don't go to church, because I notice that when I go home to visit, first thing they want to know is what church you go to, right? And it's nice to go to church, but it's not a must.
Yeah, I feel like lazy Christians say that. And I'm one of them, so.
That is not a must that you go to church?
Yeah, I feel like that's just like a lazy Christian thing to say. I'm one of them, don't get me wrong.
Yeah. Do you, and so, do you believe that human beings are in a fallen state? The show's called The Fallen State.
Oh, is that where it comes from?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Well, what do you mean by fallen state?
Fallen away from God.
Oh, yes. I mean, I think if you 200 years ago, were we more aligned with God or now? I would say 200 years ago.
Yeah. I
What on earth are we listening to? Hey! Alright, so we were scrolling looking for things to watch, and we ended up seeing one of the things YouTube recommended for reasons I still don't know because I never watch any of his shit, either of them. It was H3 talking with Jesse Lee Peterson. I was like, oh my god, that's got to be a fucking dumpster fire. It was magnificent. And then I was trying to think of, like, who would the worst possible discussion be between two pseudo-intellectual content creators. And I came to the conclusion that it has to be Pearl and Jesse Lee Peterson. And I didn't think it had happened. As it turns out, it happened. And I had to turn it on. I had to see the dumpster fire happen.
That I don't know if you have, but that Christianity is the most hated religion.
You don't know any of these people? Oh, you're so blessed.
Neither do I.
All right, so Jesse Lee Peterson is the world's wealthiest multiple stroke victim. And Pearl is like the polar opposite female ginger version of Jesse Lee to some degree. So Pearl is basically like the definition of the pick-me girl. She's the fight for men and then say as much bad shit about women as humanly possible on the internet for money. And Jesse Lee Peterson, he's actually just insane.
Yeah.
He's actually just insane.
Always under attack more than any other religion.
More than Jewish? I feel like they're like...
Christianity and Judaism. Why do you think Judaism is under attack equal to Christianity?
I mean, the Holocaust.
The what?
The Holocaust.
Oh, the Holocaust?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, that's...
Listen, okay, to give you an idea of just how insane Jesse Lee Peterson is, when Pearl is sitting there awkward laughing about a question, you know you have gone down a dark alleyway that you can't find the way out. You're trapped. It's gonna be a fight to get out alive.
But I know that there are a lot of people who hate Judaism, that's for sure, and they blame the Jews for everything. But it seems as though everybody is going against Christianity.
Yeah.
Unless you don't see it that way?
No, I mean, I do think people are against Christianity. I'm not super, like, well-versed in, like...
Oh, I see.
But, why do I think that is? I don't know. I think people live horrible lives and misery loves company. It's kind of like, it's kind of like the fat chicks, the whales, when they're like...
It's like her one talking point.
When they're like, oh, you can eat whatever you want. You look great, sis.
Right.
Nah, she don't. Get on the treadmill.
That's right.
Come on, Becky, get on the treadmill.
Why is it so hard for women to accept the truth about themselves?
Why?
Yeah.
I think no one tells us the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, like from a young age, you're told you should be treated like a queen from a guy.
Yeah.
Why do you deserve that? You're just you're like a 5.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
This is just an entire podcast of self-reporting.
If you're an 8, maybe. You're like a 5'6". Like, why do you think you deserve princess treatment? And you're not a virgin? Okay, you want to be courted like one? Yeah, okay.
Oh,
that is so
my
true.
God.
But what I don't understand, men are afraid to tell them the truth, and women don't want to hear the truth. What do they want?
Oh no, we're here.
We don't know.
We're here right now, Aeolus. You gotta bathe in it.
The top, like,
you have to bathe in it.
To like.
It's majestic.
To cater to them.
Yeah,
watching two completely, utterly lost souls who are so lost that they're even having a hard time communicating with one another, and just the absolute bottom of the barrel content creation is spectacular. It's absolutely spectacular.
It's like when they say I like a nice guy, they're talking about that guy that's like kind of like he's not nice, and they like him, and they're like, well, if he'd be a little nicer to me, like that's what they're talking about. They're not talking about you, Brad. Like, you work at McDonald's. Like, she's not. You could be a little bit meaner.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
What type of man do you date a lot?
Do I date a lot? Yeah, I mean I date.
You date?
Yeah.
Does she date a lot? She had to think about it for a second.
And what do you look for when you're dating? What type of men you date?
Well, that's the great irony, Dapper.
I like guys that I can't date liberals. I can't do it.
I can imagine.
Yeah. Beta!
I mean, I like guys that have leadership qualities, and I would say conservative and have similar like values. I would say.
You seem so confident. Are men intimidated around you?
No.
They're not afraid of you?
I don't think men are. I think that's just an excuse like women say when like men don't like them.
Right.
They're like, oh, they're intimidated by me. No, you're just, yeah.
What?
Yeah. No, an average guy can beat you up. I promise. He's not intimidated by you.
But it seems as though the average guy is afraid.
That's not what they mean. What?
To just be himself around a woman. Like, he'll put on a front instead of just being himself.
Oh.
You know, he'll act one way around guys, he'll be himself, say what he want, whatever, but when he with a woman, he put on, most of the time, not all, but like a nice personality in order to get the woman to like him.
Oh, yeah, because they try to, like, be what women want, but it's not what they want.
Right.
So, yeah, I would say that happens.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's kind of like on my show.
Amazing.
It's funny, because sometimes guys will say things to me, and it'll be, like, more, like, feministy, and they think that I'll like it, because they don't know me, you know.
Right,
It's like,
yeah.
I'm like, oh, stop it. I gotta go. Stop it.
You would tell him that? Or you just say it to yourself?
It depends. Where am I at? It depends how...
Oh,
like, if I go on
my
a date
God.
and it's the beginning of the date, I'll probably just ride this thing out. Like, I'll probably just be quiet and never, yeah.
Right. On a date, speaking of dating, should the man pay or the woman?
The man.
The man.
Yeah.
And why is that?
She's not
I
sure
just
if he's.
think, like, most girls won't respect you if you don't pay, if you're trying to split it. But honestly, like, a lot
She's
of
not
girls
sure
don't
if
even have
he's
to take
if
on
he's
dates.
trying to ask her to like trap her.
She likes you enough. She'll go on a walk.
She can't get a read on him at all.
So, you don't have to spend any money.
How about if the woman invite the man out to dinner, should she pay then?
She should offer. She should, yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
I
Wow.
don't really have strong opinions on it.
Like, you know,
yeah.
where are you when it comes to politics? Do you are you more conservative in politics as well?
Yeah, I'm like really conservative.
Oh yeah.
Probably like too much. My dad says I take things too far.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Are you more like your
big
father
shocker.
or your mother when it comes to things like
Uh-oh.
that?
Uh-oh, be careful. Don't say mom.
Both, but they're both pretty conservative, but I'd say my dad's slightly more conservative, and I'm even more conservative than my dad.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, like my dad believes in child support. I'm like, cut it, none, Naski, nada. Yeah, you made your bed, lie in it, stop it.
That's right.
Why?
Yeah.
So your father had
amazing.
influence on you as far as politics.
Yeah, because if I take a personality test, it says I'm super left, actually. Like the Jordan Peterson, like understand myself test or whatever.
Right.
It says like you have a 97% chance of being liberal, but luckily my dad, anytime I like started to go that way, he would just explain it to me.
Right on.
So yeah.
They're gonna course correct that.
Who do you think of the Great White Hope?
What's that?
Donald Trump.
Oh my God. Oh.
You call him the Great White Hope. He was hilarious. Oh my gosh, I miss him. I miss his tweets.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I don't have like, I'm not like a diehard like Trump fan, but I thought he was a good president. I thought, and I look at him as an entertainer, and oh my God, he was so funny. He was so funny.
It's exactly what you want as the president too, an entertainer.
You know that. That he was the greatest president so far.
What?
One of them, I would say. I don't know enough
We-
about every single president.
We must have been
Yeah, I
listening
mean,
to
you
some
know,
absolute fucking
lifetime,
dog
right.
shit
In my
shit
lifetime, yes.
Like
to have Ronin come out of the
Messiah,
woodworks and
you
go
know,
outside
Messiah,
and please.
I want to run it. I love it. I
And the
fucking
reason for
love
that
it.
Because when he first ran, the black was like, oh, he's sent by God. He's sent by God. And then when he disappointed them, all of a sudden he fell. You know, now he's the fallen Messiah.
I was pretty young when all
Oh,
that
fallen
happened.
Messiah, what is going on? Oh no, I've got a hair in my eye. This is not the time for that to
No one
happen.
was calling him the Messiah at my school, but we were in, I was like 12.
Oh, you've got no hair. What do you mean?
Okay, eyelash. Fuck.
I
All right,
didn't vote
we're
the
okay.
first time around.
We made it.
because I wasn't that.
We made it.
Like, I didn't really have a strong opinion either way.
Right.
Second time around, I did, yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Oh,
Do you
fuck.
think he'll come back again?
He's getting kind of old. I hope so, but I think he could do it. It's just like, how old is he? He's like almost 80 now, isn't he?
He's older than that.
He's like.
Or no, he's not that old.
73,
Biden's older than
74,
that.
75, somewhere in there.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
just like 8 years. It's like, or no, another 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he's healthy and stuff. Yeah.
If ever we needed him, we need him now.
Yeah.
Are you surprised I call him the Great White Hope?
Yeah. I was not expecting that name.
You never heard me say
man.
that before?
No.
So you are, how do you feel when you're attacked online by the feminists and people like that?
I think it's funny. I think of them as children, actually. Yeah.
That's
You
convenient.
think of the feminists as that?
Yeah, they're mostly whales. That's like the biggest one I get. Yeah, because there's a clip of me going around where I say
Whale
no one lifts
children.
more than 300 pounds, and then it's like all these whales showing me their blubber, and I'm like, oh God, stop it. Ah, my eyes.
I know. For some reason, they're trying to
How are you
make
so
fat
cringe?
popular. And
Yeah.
so
How are
when
you
see
so
these commercials and
cringe?
things, you see these women with just a
How?
bra on and underclothes, and they be just fat just everywhere. And they try to make it be attractive and make you accept it. Isn't that a mess? Rather than making the women lose weight, they say, okay, you can see it.
Treadmill's right there.
Yeah.
It's like you could run outside.
Plus, it's not even healthy.
No, it's not.
It's not healthy to be overweight like that.
Yeah, I've actually lost friends for my fat comments. Yeah.
I bet.
I'm
Yeah,
shocked.
because the other thing girls will do is they'll get a ring and then they'll get fat.
Yeah.
Because now he's in a contract, he can't leave. Like where she's paid to leave.
Yeah.
And then they'll lose the weight after they divorce him. It's like, well, maybe if you got on the treadmill before, y'all could have worked it out. But it's like,
That's
Oh
right.
and I think
my
that's wrong. I
God.
say you can leave her. You can leave her if she gets fat. I don't.
There you go. What do you think about abortion? Are you in support of abortion
No, I don't believe in abortion.
at any point?
No,
Yeah.
never.
Are you attacked for that belief?
Oh yeah. I had a sign in London where I said abortion is a cop out, and yeah, people were not happy.
Wow, I love that.
Yeah,
abortion and cop out.
Because 40%
It
of
is.
women that get abortions get 2 or more. So
Yeah.
you guys are y'all are just hoes at that point. Like your womb is basically a graveyard.
Yeah.
Like stop it. That is
Oh.
so trash.
Yeah, I'm counseling with a woman. You're right about that. It is a graveyard.
Like 2 or more, and then you don't know out of the 60% how many will get them in the future.
Yeah.
Like we have 41 forms of birth control. Why are you getting pregnant? Why are you like this is the dumbest? I don't. Yeah.
I know, I'm counseling with a woman right now. She have had 8 abortions, and she's 20. She just turned 20.
20?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I'm like that future. She belongs to the streets.
Yeah.
Like, you can't.
And she did it because all her life she's heard that abortion is fine. It's not a baby, and it was okay to do it.
Oh boy.
And then they offer these these are morning after pills. So she literally thought it was okay. She
Oh.
just believed it to a lie. And now that she's 20,
What, you don't believe that's a real
she's thinking
person?
about what she's done.
You mean
And
like
she's
Joe the
depressed,
plumber?
Suicidal, hate herself for it. But she was told that. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, I'm a little less sympathetic.
Oh.
Because I'm just like, what do you mean you were told that? You didn't Google it before you got the procedure done? Like, stop it. I just think sometimes girls will do that when they want sympathy after. Like, I don't.
Oh, I see.
I don't really. I'm not. You're probably a little more sympathetic than me. I'm just like, well, of course it's a child. Like, what,
Yeah.
you didn't Google it before you did it?
Yeah.
Like, that's on you. And the other thing is my mom actually got pregnant when she was a teenager. So I had a brother I found out about when I was 22.
Oh boy.
It was by my dad, like same.
Oh, okay.
But they were like young, so they gave him up for adoption.
Really? Amazing.
Amazing.
Wow.
Wow.
And so you know your brother now? And are you guys close as well? Yeah. Wow, they put them up for adoption. Yeah, during the good old days, before they would kill the baby in the womb, they would have the baby and put it up for adoption. I want the good old days back. Where do you stand
The good
when it
old
comes
days
to
back.
The race
Yeah.
issue? Do you believe racism exists?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Walked into a trap. Pearl walked into a trap. Jesse Lee asked her if racism exists. Uh-oh. You've activated my trap card.
Do you have, and why do you believe that?
Because racist things happen sometimes.
Like what, for example?
Like what? I mean, do I think by and large it's common? No, but wasn't there just a shooting that was like over racism? Like there was a guy who like shot up a church because.
Oh, some years ago.
Yeah.
He went there apparently and shot some blacks.
Yeah, and he was. I mean, I think it's like silly to say racism doesn't exist at all, but do I think like by and large most of America is racist? No.
Yeah, but that I believe his name was Dylan something, Dylan Roof. But he went, according to some of the reports, he did it because white people picked on. They're the most, especially white Christian men, they're the most hated species on this side of heaven. And so white people, especially white men, are blamed for everything.
Oh, everything. That's another form of racism.
Yeah, and when he found that out, it made him angry because he had black friends. And just that made him angry, and that's why he did it. That was some of the report. But of course, the people who love to push racism say he did it because of racism. I say that racism doesn't exist, and it never existed. It's just a made-up word in order to deceive and control the people. It's either good or evil, right or wrong. It's not about the color, it's about the spirit of the person or people. So I don't believe racism exists. There are people on the side of evil, there are those who are on the side of good. What do you guys say to that?
Yeah, you could say it that way. I mean, I think like there's individual instances of racism. I don't think it's like by and large America's racist, but I mean, you can even argue that like racism, like there's racism against straight white men, and sexism, so.
Yeah.
But I don't really have like a strong opinion on it.
Do you think that if people was not of anger, they was not of hate, would they ever want to kill their neighbors, kill someone? If they were of love, except for protection, would they, or self-defense?
People were of love.
Yeah, would they want to just kill somebody because of the color?
No.
And so that's the proof then. It's because of the hatred of the heart. What do you say to that?
Well, if they hate one group, wouldn't it be racist? Like if they're killing someone because they're black or because they're white, like wouldn't that be racist?
But in all honesty, people don't kill just because of your color.
Yeah, probably not.
They have another reason for it. Like let's say that we all know that most black people hate white people today, and they're blaming whites for everything. They're attacking white people.
Oh yeah.
It's always their first response. To
What?
Like you're white and privileged.
Yeah.
Whenever I say anything.
Yeah. And so if a black person is doing that, and you get angry at them for doing that, it is that anger that will cause you to want to hurt them. So it's not just because of their color.
Okay.
Oh, he talked about the Klan in the other video we watched. You missed that.
And so it's either good or evil.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just another way of like saying the same thing, but yeah.
But when you say racism, it looked like it's happening just because of your color.
Yeah.
Not because of any other reason.
Oh, okay.
And that's not true. It's just not true. As a matter of fact, when I was growing up, you didn't even hear the word racism. Because it didn't exist.
Yeah.
And I grew up in Alabama on a plantation during the Jim Crow era, but we never heard the word racism at all.
Well, would you say it's because of like race hustlers, like the people that like make money out? Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
They made that word up to
Yeah.
be race hustlers.
Yeah, it's like race hustlers. Probably environment hustlers. I don't know much about the environment, but it's the same pattern. So that's why I'm like, and then there's violence against women hustlers. That's the other thing. It has to be like, women are the ones that are like super oppressed because I think there's like funding and
Yeah.
violence against women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Follow the money.
Yeah.
It's about power, perceived power, and money. And they come up with all these different terms like racism, something to make you feel like a victim, and now they can use you to make money and maintain power for themselves.
Yeah, that's what I tell the girls. I'm like, stop it. Any girl that says she can't get ahead because she's a woman is just lazy. Lazy.
Yeah.
You're just lazy. Get a
my
job. Get a
Lord.
job. I'm like, as a young, pretty girl, you have more opportunity than the men. Stop
Yeah.
it. Stop it.
What do you think about men who allow women to beat on them? To smack them, curse them
Oh,
out?
equal rights, equal lefts, baby. And I know the conservatives will not agree with me on this one, but if she hits you, hit back. Stop
Yeah.
it. Stop it. Yeah, I'm not. I used to think never hit a woman. Okay, I used to believe this.
Really?
Yeah, and then, but it was because where I grew up, if anyone hit a girl, like
Oh, baby! Amazing.
a girl hit a guy, I would be like, hey, you know, and so I'm like, okay. But I saw the punches that these bitches be throwing. I'm like, if you want to hit like a dude, expect to get hit like a dude.
That's
Because you
right.
don't go up to Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and punch him. If you got punched back, no one would feel bad for you. But these girls will punch a dude, and then if he hits back, everyone's mad. It's like, she hit him first.
Plus, there are laws that says that men cannot defend himself from a woman.
There's laws?
Yeah, if a man should hit a woman, he's going to jail right away.
There's laws?
Even if the woman called the cop and said, oh, my husband or my boyfriend just beat me, right? Or he hit me. And she made it up. It wasn't even true. So the cops go out to the house and the lady said, oh, it really didn't happen. I changed my mind, it didn't happen. They arrest the guy anyway.
Well, there's like patterns. Doing the show for so long, there's like patterns I see with girls, and there's like the abuse pattern, and
Yeah.
it's like, these girls will scream abuse, but then when I ask questions, I'll be like, what? I'll be like, did you press charges? No. Okay, why? If someone punches me in the face, I'm pressing charges. That doesn't
Right.
really make sense.
Don't you dare bring The Rock into this.
Like, so what
Beavers is a
happened? And
little
they'll
bit
kind of, like,
behind.
leave out the
Beavers,
part where they
fast
hit
forward
him
your video to
first.
catch up.
And I'm like,
Exactly.
okay, if you guys are hitting each other, that's
Oh yeah, well, I mean, like anything, you know, not everything they say is completely baseless. Like, there are some things they say that are true, and it is true that it's like kind of semi-baked into the system that if there is a phoned-in thing like that by a woman, then they will still bring the man in, you know, with you know, probable cause or whatever, or reasonable doubt or whatever the fuck they need to run on that. Because, like, the idea is, on the chance that she's changing her mind or changing her tune under the threat of the man doing something after the cops leave, then they, like, it's, yeah.
That's not abuse, that's just a toxic relationship. Y'all were hitting each other. Stop it. Stop it. I will not.
What is a lot of gold in Last
I was
Epoch?
surprised to learn that men allow women to beat on them or hit them.
Not
like
a
that.
clue. Probably the millions.
Because I wasn't raised that way either. If a woman hit me like, she going down. She going down. I would never tolerate that. You know, I mean, men and women shouldn't be fighting it, period. But it can't be one-sided like that. Because when you allow that to happen, you just bring out the worst in the person. Because if they know they can hit on you or whatever, and you're not going to defend yourself, they get worse.
Yeah, and the girls will make excuses too. They'll
Yeah.
be like, oh, it was just a toxic relationship. Like, you don't know what you would do in that situation. And I'm just like, no. I've been in relationships where things happened where I could have acted crazy, but now you are just insane. Stop it. Do not put all of girls in that because you're insane. I will
Yeah.
not do that.
That's amazing.
I will not do that. You are either crazy or you're not crazy. You didn't act crazy. That's the other thing. They say I acted crazy. No, you're just crazy.
Yeah.
Like, stop it.
You are very rare. Did you know that?
Well, it's because I've been doing this show for so long. It's 4 times a week, so I deal with people 4 times a week.
Right.
And I just start to see these patterns, like where I used to really believe girls when they tell me like, and like kind of feel bad for them when they tell me abuse stories, because I think innately men and women have this like protection mechanism like
Right.
towards women, because it's like the children get off the boat first, then the women, then the men.
Flawless logic. I see no flaws in this logic. Surely.
Right?
Right.
And so I think innately on some level we all have that.
Yeah,
And-
totally. Yeah.
But then it's like when I hear the same story from 10 different girls and none of you press charges, none of you, I'm like, somebody's lying. Like, this just doesn't make sense to me.
Right on.
Amazing.
I will not get punched. I swear to God. Anyone punched me, I'm going to the cops. I'm a tattletale. I'm a snitch.
That's
Stop.
what
What
I
up,
tell
Ninja?
men. If a woman hit you,
Wait, did I just load in and there's a
cop.
chest directly next to
Your
me?
wife, you have 10 kids.
Yeah.
Hog.
If she hit you, call the cop, have her arrested, and let her stay there. Don't go the next hour or so and get her out. Let her stay there.
And record it.
And record, that's right.
Because a lot of times they'll come and the girl will just say, he hit him, he hit me.
Yeah.
So pull out your phone, record.
Amazing.
That's right. So relationships between men and women in England, is it the same as it is over here?
Yeah.
The same.
Yeah, it's slightly, I kind of look at how modern a country is. I look at their average age of first marriage. So it's interesting because there's some countries you'd be surprised. In Ireland, it's 35 and 34. So the higher they are, I think they're the more modern. But the UK is 31 and like 30, or 31 and 32. The US is 27 and 28.
Amazing.
So I'd say it's a little bit more.
Amazing.
Really?
But not much. It's kind of the,
Oh, okay.
the mindset's the same. It's not. That's why I say I forget I'm in the UK sometimes.
So do you hope to get married one day and have a family?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, I want a lot of kids.
You want a lot?
Yeah.
Yeah, we need white babies.
Okay.
Oh, even Pearl's like,
Did you know I started White History Month?
all right. White?
What do you go through like all the white countries?
What?
Yeah, like I'm Irish and German. Do we get like a day or a week in the month? Or how
Well,
do you
July is White History Month.
Okay, so July is white.
And we just celebrated, last July, we celebrated our 5th year of White History Month.
So I just want to know, like, I'm Irish.
So, like basically, Jesse is the male racial version of Pearl, where Jesse is like absolutely hates his own race and like props up the white community, and Pearl absolutely hates women and props up the men.
German, Lithuanian, Welsh, and Polish. I'm like all the white countries.
You're totally white.
Yeah. So I just wanted to know, like, do we get like each day we talk about a different like
Yes.
white country? Oh,
We
nice.
talk about
Oh, nice.
different things that white people did to make the world great.
Yeah.
And I started in July because you gotta admit, July just feels white.
What?
Yeah. Okay,
All right. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Again, flawless logic.
It's not a good month for white people because we get sunburned.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
heard.
you see, yeah.
Yeah. But it's vacation. It's the 4th of July. It's reflection time.
Oh, okay.
Reflect on the country. It's like you slow down and really, it's just white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah.
So will you be celebrating with us now, from now on?
Yeah, sure.
And so what I'm trying to do is encourage white people to make more babies, get married, and just have a truckload of babies.
Oh.
Because a lot of white women are not having
my
babies,
Lord.
they're having abortions, or they're not getting married and having children. They'd rather go off and have a career than to get married. So there's a report out that in not too far away from here, white people would be the minorities in their own countries, especially in this country. And if white people become the minority, it's over for America.
Oh.
Have you noticed that the blacks turned everything into a ghetto?
Sometimes. Sometimes.
You notice that whenever they get a nice neighborhood, they move into your neighborhood, it turns ghetto.
Yeah, sometimes. Have you ever read like Thomas Sowell at all?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of like what he talks about with redneck culture.
Yeah.
Where it's like I think one out of
What
every
the fuck?
2 out of every 3 black people came from redneck culture, where like 1 out of every 10 white people. So I feel like it's more like the culture
Oh, you do?
than like.
Oh, what a question.
And so, but that's why I'm asking white people to start making babies because
Oh,
I
my
don't want to
God.
lose my country completely. Because if they don't, if they come in minorities, it's over for America. All of the Western countries, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't thought about that as much.
Why do you think white people create and other people don't?
Oh my God.
They're very. I mean, look at this country. You admit that it was founded by white men, right?
Oh my Lord. Oh
And
boy.
with the help of God, they created the greatest country on this side of heaven.
Oh boy.
But as we're losing the white people and the people of color are taking over, it's becoming like a hellhole. Have you noticed that?
No.
Listen, when even Pearl is taking pause.
No.
You haven't?
I haven't noticed that.
How can you? Why haven't you noticed it?
Oh man.
I mean,
Oh.
I don't know. I haven't. I don't really have a strong. I haven't thought about it too much.
Oh, you don't pay attention to that, things like that much.
No, not really.
But have you noticed that white people are the most hated people on this side of heaven now? They're blamed for everything.
Yeah, by a certain loud minority, I would say. I don't think most people think about this stuff too much.
Oh, they don't.
But I think there's like a loud minority
Not,
that just like hates
not
white people.
Pearl
I
managing
don't
to be
really
the voice of reason in any single video.
you know.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
So how do you see the world today?
How do I see the world today?
Yeah.
It's a broad question.
I don't know. I think that birth control caused everything that's going amok now. I think I see the world.
Okay,
as, like,
that's
if
also
this was my
insane.
world and I was given power immediately, I would just ban birth control.
You
I feel like
would.
families would come back if we banned and abortion.
Yeah.
I think both of those things.
Yeah. It definitely has a lot to do with the destruction of the family and abortion.
Flawless
You're absolutely
logic,
right.
clearly.
And I do believe that if we can bring back the order of the family, that a lot of that stuff would disappear. What is love?
Oh boy.
I think love's a choice.
A choice?
Yeah.
Meaning what?
It's like an action. I think you like choose to love people.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Kinda like I don't have a good definition. I don't really think about it too much, but I think of love as
Pearl
like,
hasn't thought a
like
lot
when
about a lot of
parents, they love
things.
each other, but like sometimes they get really annoyed with each other and they don't.
Even if they're
But, like,
relatively
they still love
closely
each other 'cause they,
related
like,
to
choose
all
to
of her primary talking points, she hasn't really
Have you
thought a
ever been
lot
in love?
about much of this.
You've
She's
been in
not
love.
really
And what was that
a
like
surprise.
Um,
What was it like?
it was good. It's fun.
It was good?
Yeah, it was good.
Wow.
What is
Wow.
a
Yeah.
man?
Wow.
A man is a biological. A guy with a dick. I don't know. Like-
Oh, is this how Jesse gets into the gay talk?
A what?
With the
He's-
dick. Like I don't know.
You don't know what a man is?
No, I mean like it's just a guy that has guy parts. I don't know.
And what is a woman?
A guy with a girl with girl parts.
That's amazing.
It shouldn't be. It should be pretty like.
Is this finally his inroad? He's been looking for a way a couple of times. He hasn't found it yet. He's only got 6 minutes left. Jesse's gonna pick up the pace.
It shouldn't be amazing. It should just be common sense, you know.
Oh, let me ask you this, and then I gotta put you on the hot seat.
Oh God. Okay.
She's not on the hot seat already. She's concerned.
The black woman that Joe Biden appointed to the U.S. Supreme Court. And he chose that woman, picked her because she was black and female, no qualification at all. And so going through the confirmation hearing, she was asked, what is a woman? And she didn't know
Oh God.
what a woman was. What do you think about that?
She should be fired immediately.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're gonna interpret the Constitution, but you don't know what a man and a woman is. And I think it's racist. I think black people should be offended by that. Anyone that hires you because you're black, like that is so offensive.
I totally agree.
Like, and yeah, I think that's offensive. You should hire people because they're good at their job.
Yes.
And I think it's offensive that like you think you need to hire people because of this color of their skin. And I have a whole team in Nigeria. They do a great job. Shout out Nigeria.
Shout out Nigeria.
And it didn't matter.
Shout out Nigeria.
Well, I noticed that.
There's a sentence I didn't expect to hear.
When they come here, they work harder. They get a good education. They tend to start businesses. But the blacks that live here, because they've been spoiled by the government, especially the Democratic Party,
Oh,
they
yeah,
don't
Jesse.
tend to do that.
Yeah?
Because they're not as independent as the ones that come here.
Oh,
it
yeah?
wasn't always that way, but it's true
course.
like that now.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I actually really like hiring Africans.
Amazing.
Because their culture. they just work really
Amazing.
hard.
Yeah.
Like my producers from Zimbabwe, my content teams from Nigeria. Like I just think Africans have a really strong like work ethic.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Amazing.
Oh, boy.
I gotta heat this thing up, this interview up.
Okay.
I'm gonna put you on the hot seat.
Okay.
Oh, no.
And I need you to answer these questions as quickly as possible.
Oh no. Okay.
Oh, God.
The hot seat.
Oh, God, have mercy.
Do we need more white babies?
Yes.
Is it ever okay to call a woman fat?
These questions, so he's put them in the hot seat. So what I'm going to assume all of these questions are questions that he expects the person to answer as fast as humanly possible that typically would require far more contextual answers and are actually answers to questions that he's already asked them throughout the whole interview. But under the context of like a rapid fire deal, he's gonna try and catch them in shit that they might have disagreed with before or had non-answers by giving answers on this. Yes, but that's the point, Aeolus. So this is his way of like backdooring a bunch of shit that he's already asked to try and get answers that either were from non-answers or opposite to what he wanted them to say before. It's just because it's in the confines of a rapid fire, format.
Yes.
Oh, I knew that one. Did you take the jab?
Yes, sadly.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
I didn't want to quarantine for 2 weeks and I went to the UK. I regret it, but yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And why do you regret it?
I've been on health Twitter recently, and I've seen a lot of people
Oh,
dying
boy.
from it, and I'm like, oh, I hope I don't.
The ¡1 source for information on health Twitter.
But I can't undo it now. We're
Right.
here. So.
True or false? Abortion is worse than slavery.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Did you know
Jesus
that
Lord.
I started
What?
August as Men's History Month?
No, I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Yeah. It's our 5th year of Men's History Month as well. Because men are so hated, we try to get them back to order.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Should a doctor
Oh,
be
my
allowed
Lord.
to perform assisted suicide?
Only if they're really old, maybe. If or sick. Only in extreme cases, but no, I have to think about it. No, I changed my answer. No.
Yeah. Have you ever told another person how the cow ate the cabbage?
How to what?
The cow ate the cabbage.
No.
Who would you rather see as president? Kanye West, Big Mama Michelle Obama, AOC, the Great White Hope, Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, or Hunter Biden?
Trump.
Trump. The bear shit in the woods.
Does what?
The bear shit in the woods.
Yes.
Does a chicken have lips?
No.
Did you have fun?
Yes.
Thank you for coming on.
Oh my God. All right, I won't put you guys through any more of that today. I won't do it to you. But that was amazing. Jesse Lee Peterson interviews a Freemason Grandmaster. Oh, I'm sure that's a fucking meme too. But we'll save that for another day. Here, have a palate cleanser with John Oliver.
You quite literally could have just put nails on a chalkboard, ASMR for 2 hours, and we would have got the same fucking revealing. I hate you, you fucking bastard! I hate you.
That was actually comedy to me. I have to laugh at it. You know why I have to laugh at it? Because if I didn't laugh at it, I would not be able to pull myself out of bed in the morning. You know what I mean? I have to be able to find that funny. I have to be able to, because otherwise I would not be able to set foot out of my bed in the morning. And I do find it funny. I honestly do. It is something that cannot have parody made of it. It is so insanely out there that writers would have a hard time being able to write a better, like, parody version of that, or of those two archetypes. Impossible. And so it's so funny to me. It's wild. Absolutely fucking wild. I don't know how you can laugh. Some of these opinions are dangerous. Well, of course, there's lots of dangerous fucking opinions, sure. But I mean, like those two idiots talking about things is no real more likely to radicalize somebody if they're already thinking those things. Do you know how hard it would be to convince somebody who's not already thinking pretty much everything those two are talking about? Do you know how hard it would be to convert anyone on that? It's basically impossible. Because they're not doing a great job. There are far more dangerous people than those two in the realm of, like, converting people to dangerous ideologies. Because neither of them have a lick of personality. They don't include enough truth with their insanity to try for it to be effective at actual conversion. And so you're just left with the people that are, which is why if you look at his stuff, he's got a fair amount of views, but like 200, 300,000, 500,000 views, considering he's paired up with one of the more watched people also in the space, in the grand scheme of things on YouTube, is like almost nothing. Like this isn't Tucker Carlson interviewing Vladimir Putin and getting 200 million views. Oh, well, yeah, but what do you, like, so what do you, like, yeah, you have to be able, like, you've got two routes with this, right? You either allow stupid people to say stupid things, right? And then the masses be able to say you're a fucking idiot and point and laugh at it and just, so that everyone, like, on average, people are getting more dissension than they are praise. Or you have to try to control them by censoring everything based on somebody's exacting standards. And the problem is when you do that, is that, like, in a utopian situation, that's absolutely what, in an idealistic world that would allow for a utopian solution, you would have somebody come up with a strict set of guidelines that would be able to, or a group of people come up with a strict set of guidelines that would allow people to be censored only when most appropriate. But the problem is that when you start talking about that, you have to start deciding, like, who is deciding what is and isn't appropriate. And if there's anything that we've been really good as a species in the West particularly at proving, is that when we start giving when we start trying to put too many boundaries like that, we end up getting egregious abuses of power that have worse effects than if we had just, you know, in this instance, let the idiots, you know, speak publicly and just let it do its thing. Like what you do with that is you just make sure that you also are providing a platform for people who are not spewing idiocy to be there, and then assume that those people are doing a good enough job at explaining their points and countering the idiocy that it's its own counterpoint. Like if you can't just, you can't, as convenient as it might be, you can't just like censor away the problem. I'm not suggesting we censor them, but that doesn't mean we signal boost them. Well, I mean, I don't think what I'm doing here is really signal boosting anyone. How many people are fucking here right now? Like 32 people? And we're laughing at them the whole time. I don't think we're really signal boosting anything at this point. And I don't think that they are typically themselves signal boosted all that hard. They're typically pretty deeply siloed. There are many worse versions of them that have broken out into the more mainstream, and even them in the grand scheme of things aren't as watched as other content.
Right.
I'm reconsidering my worldview after that. Yeah, totally, definitely. They had very compelling arguments, like men getting off the boat last.
And they position themselves with upbeat materials like this.
Whether you're making a quick fill-in stop or stocking up for the week, Dollar General helps you save on the things you need and the unexpected items that make shopping fun.
But yeah, it's true. It is true. By that logic, anyone that publicly criticizes them is signal boosting them. So like, where do you find balance in that? Where do you like, do you only get to criticize them in private and then hope it's like word of mouth? Or do you publicly criticize them with an equal or greater platform in the hopes that that is a better counter? It is, of course, always the double-edged sword, where if you are going to criticize them, you are going to possibly expose more people to their ideas, and it's possible that if you don't do a good enough job at convincing those same people that your idea is better, that you could have the adverse reaction that you're hoping for. But like, you know, at that point, again, what do you do? I just hate the internet. This happened before the internet, though. Like, this isn't just the internet's thing. The internet both magnified the problem, but it also magnified the solution. The internet is the greatest double-edged sword in human history from a technological standpoint. It is the greatest strength, the greatest freedom, and also the opposite of that, all at the same time.
Something new for the house, a greeting card, or a surprise for someone special. Ultimately, we love helping our customers save time and money.
Accessories? Or...
Right, Captain Spanner. Invite me to your group.
Wow, they really captured a wide array of definitely human people in that ad. They've got an old lady, a nurse, a man who absolutely does not have kids, Molly Ringwald, and some idiot about to buy a bouquet of half-inflated balloons. Today, two companies dominate this particular retail.
There we go.
Mass weaponizable amnesia.
Landscape. Dollar General and Dollar Tree, which also owns Family Dollar. These two corporations operate more than 35,000 dollar stores in the US. That is more than all Walmart, Starbucks, and McDonald's combined. And they have earnings to match. Last year, Dollar General made $2.4 billion in profit, while Dollar Tree made $1.6 billion. And their growth has been fueled by targeting low-income
Oh,
customers, singling out communities that have been
did you
marginalised
watch this,
economically,
John Oliver?
often rural areas.
Oh, did you? It's great. Nothing in it is actually $1 anymore, which is amazing.
Describe their customer base as being in a permanent
They actually changed. They actually got forced to change the names of some of the locations here in Canada because like nothing was $1 anymore.
recession, and their current CEO summed up the business like this.
I would tell you we do very good in good times and we do fabulous in bad times.
Right. It's a store that tends to do better when its customers are doing worse, which isn't something that really requires use of the word fabulous. Fabulous is best used to describe a quirky hat, or the cast of The Golden Bachelor, or the fact that Kim Cattrall made $1 million to sit in a car and not talk to Sarah Jessica Parker. That is fabulous. But a company bragging about how it can profit off financial hardship? Not so much. Now, you might have heard stories about how dollar stores impact the communities that they are in, where they can be the only food retailer around. In some cases, that may be because they've driven others out. In others, it could be because they've entered a market that's already a food desert. But either way,
complete the timeline. Now you're not going to complete the mission.
No, I'm just. This is like low level, you know, compared to, you know, my own level. So it's relatively easy to do, and it spits out a lot of useful items.
But if you look very closely, the bars sold at Dollar Tree, they're smaller. So if you do the math, Irish Spring by the ounce is actually more expensive at Dollar Tree.
Right, despite the promise of value, you can end up getting less for more. Although I will say, in the case of Irish Spring, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm just saying, I personally don't want more of something that smells like a citrus bergamot fart and leaves these moneymakers ashy as hell. But the fact is, if all you can afford for soap is $1 right now, a dollar store will sell it to you. But look, we're not going to focus on the location or pricing of dollar stores tonight. We're going to focus on how they are run. Because if
Zoom, zoom, zoom.
You know,
yeah, I've got 2 equipment now that can grant me haste. I've also got my main sword that can grant me decide, which basically is an improved haste. I go faster.
That's amazing.
Why does my Dollar Tree
amazing.
Look at this Dollar Tree. Like,
ooh, exalted windows.
Yeah. What the fuck is right? Those look less like functioning stores and more like American Ninja Warrior Retail Edition. They look like someone picked up a dollar store, shook it, and dumped it out into another dollar store. And a quick shout out to the automated TikTok.
I'm at the point now with the timelines that I need to grind levels because I've hit the point of
penis, vagina.
I'm going into timelines under
Exactly. But to an extent that you may not realise, that chaos isn't a one-off mistake or the fault of those stores' employees. It's the natural end product of how the companies behind those stores choose to operate them. And if you think it can be bad shopping at a dollar store, it is nothing compared to what it's like working there. It's been said that working at Dollar General may be the worst retail job in America. And if these stores are this ubiquitous, make this much money, and are this terrible to work for, tonight, as we get ready for Black Friday, let's talk about dollar stores. And let's start with the fact
I've got like so many pages of purple now that I've just started to forego yellow fucking items.
Well, they're good for different reasons, right? Like purples don't always have very many good stats. They just have like one really good one.
Only worker here. Doing this with no shelves, no nothing. Look at this.
Do with a better offhand sword though, gonna be honest.
Worker here.
Did you not find the bee yet?
Everything, guys.
B is probably good, but it's for the build. I guess I don't need the B. I need something that.
What do you want? Are you looking for more? Are you looking because the B provides a shitload of attack speed and ward? So what are you looking for?
I don't need attack speed. I don't need ward. It's more of a. I guess it's more damage and more freeze. I might have to get another Shadow of the Shattered Lands. Because it's
are
just
not making much more than those volunteer helpers.
is just 76 melee cold damage, 93% increased melee cold damage, 140% freeze rate multipliers, and then the worst thing on it is 7 health regen.
Right.
So, because my other one is currently Transcriber's Graver, 19 spell damage, and then it's all just talking about Fire Aura and Volcanic Orb, and the only good things on it for my current build is 16 Elemental Pen, and I think that's the only reason why I'm running the offhand sword.
Excellent.
For
I've
the,
never heard a harsher insult than simply listing out foods you assume someone
So,
else eats. Crabs, steaks,
So are you
filet
not-
mignon, escargot, and all this shit.
Oh,
She was
okay. So
describing
you didn't spec at all into the flame aura to add
she would take one look at me and go, "Mushy peas,
stack,
figgy pudding,
freeze,
and
or
all
anything
that
like
milk,"
that.
and I'd be
Well, it's
right.
converted to Ice Aura.
Yeah, that's what I
my
mean.
build.
Yeah.
The median compensated employee
So like if it
makes
increases
around
the fire aura, then
$18,000
it's still
a
good
year.
for you because
And a
it's
report
just
2 years ago found that
it's still considered that. It's just that it's being converted to
making less
ice
than
damage.
$15 an hour. That is a higher
Is it?
percentage than every
Yeah.
other company.
There's no item that you're gonna get that's gonna increase something called like ice aura.
Dollar General severely restricting the total hours it allocates in a week
True.
to
Okay,
non-managers,
that might.
and then expecting
Yeah.
store managers who
That
are
might
salaried
still
to
work
cover the
out for
rest
me.
without
So
overtime.
I get
Without enough
increases
people to do
damage to
everything
fire
from
aura
running register,
area. Also
receiving
applies
truck
Glyph
deliveries,
of
stocking
Dominion.
shelves, sticking prices updated,
Modifies
and
Volcanic
cleaning the
Orb.
bathrooms,
Yeah, no,
things
that's
can
a
quickly
dead
fall
start.
apart. Just watch as this assistant manager sends up what is basically an SOS to the company.
Okay, this is a video for help. To anyone inside this company
40%
that
chance
actually
to
cares.
cast fire
We are
aura each
overloaded with
second
freight,
while standing
and
on
we
your
don't have
Glyph of
enough hours in
Dominion.
the week or people in the
Oh.
week to put them away. We
I haven't
are
seen the Glyph of
completely
Dominion, so I
overwhelmed.
don't even know what
The
it
back
is. Is
room
it
is
just
like
like a
this.
circle?
The glyph of Dominion.
Yep.
I can't even get to the cooler, and I've got
That's
milk
for
delivery outside.
a
So
different
hopefully it all goes
build.
out on the sales floor. I don't fucking
Well,
know.
no,
But this video
no.
is for
It says
anybody in the company that cares.
What are we talking about here?
Travis Bennett, the assistant manager at store
44% chance to
11320.
cast fire aura
It is not
each
good
second
if your
while
employees are making
standing.
TikToks that
No,
look
wait,
like
hold on. Where
hostage
does it
videos.
say?
Because that is not what TikTok is for, as we
Oh,
all
no,
know,
no,
it's
no.
finding out
Never
which
mind.
anime characters
Increase the
strangers
fire
look like
aura
and see what
area
you
also
look
applies
like
to Glyph of Dominion.
positively
Yeah, it's a
snapped.
different thing. Okay, that makes sense.
But the problem with
Reading.
addressing that to
What?
anybody
How
in
does
the
one-
company that
how does
cares
one
is that
read?
it sure
The
seems
challenge.
like these companies do not care at all. It is hard to overstate the indifference these chains can show to their employees' working conditions. And not just in their stores.
There's
but in
no
some of
more
their distribution
towers. There's no
centers, too.
chests here. They typically show that on the map sooner.
Inside the Family Dollar Store
Yeah,
in Whitehaven
you've got
and the
32
company's
out of
distribution
32.
center
Yep.
in West Memphis, Arkansas.
Sometimes I clear it anyway on ones like this where they have like
Federal inspectors say
18
they
or
have found
20%
more than
magic
1,000
fine.
rodents inside the same
Because oftentimes the items they'll provide are actually better than the fucking chest you're gonna get out here.
Set aside the thousands rodents, which I know is already a big ask. I just want to
Case in
take a
point,
second to acknowledge
garbage,
this little diva.
garbage,
Look at
garbage,
her, not
garbage,
giving two shits about being
garbage.
fed a Pringle. Other rats would pounce at the sight of that chip, but not her. She's
Glyph
giving it a black
or
look that says,
area
honey,
key,
not
arena
even
key,
at
Glyph
my
or arena
lowest.
key. Well, I've got a bunch
She's
of
got
arena
standards,
keys,
she's
so I'll
got
take
taste,
one.
she is Ratatouille 2, absolute food bitch. But that
single
FDA
thing.
inspection not only found that more than 1,000 dead rodents had been recovered at that distribution center last year, but also that the company's own records showed that it collected...
So many voices, yeah, I know. Since Fox is here, I could probably pause the background shit. Let me see. Let's see. That's being sold.
How does one?
That's okay. So, what is this? This is the... Oh, right, I've had this before. Dodge rating, movement speed, yeah. Random haste. Effective haste on you. I mean, it's a really high roll of it, so there's that. Only one legendary potential, though. Rip. Rip.
General Put you there. Put you onto my key page.
So I can combine this with one of the purple items in an attempt to transfer one random affix, which, good God. There's Canadian English? What sparked that?
Yes.
Yeah, there's Canadian English. Just like when you install Steam, there's US English and English English. And Steam labels English English as traditional.
Yeah, there's Canadian French. Basically, it'd be almost impossible. Like, no Canadian would likely even be able to tell you. But the idea would be, like, the difference between Canadian and American, it would be like how, yeah, like color. But Canadian English versus, let's say, UK English, there might be, like, the odd word in which somebody has decided that the Canadian spelling has adopted, like, an American version. So it's like a mixture of UK and American English.
Just on my Twitter timeline, on this date 12 years ago, Pete Weber's celebration became iconic. What do you think that is?
What is this related to? Football?
No.
What is this?
It's a related sport, bowling.
Oh, who do you think you are? I am. Obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously.
That's just saw it crosses my timeline from
the legend
Athletic.
himself. Yeah, the legend himself. The absolute god. Okay. What time is it? Give me a sec, Fox. I've got to eat something. I haven't eaten since 6:37 this morning. I'll be right back.
No good. Resonance. Why did she not consult me on stuff? Women, bless.
Every movie can be filmed in Canada now. Wait, what? What's the context for that? I should have just gone with my fucking build. Between the two builds here, you got the fucking better end of the stick. Took my fucking build right out from underneath my ass, and you do more damage than I do. It's kind of fucked up.
I do more damage than you do right now. I am 10 levels ahead, 13 levels ahead of you right now.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out where my next power spike in damage is. There's not a, I was looking at the skill trees last night, and the most likely, which is the direction I'm going right now, is in Beastmaster by leaving my non-storm totems, leaving them physical damage only. Then I can make use of savagery for melee damage buff. And then I get over to like level 15 in this tree. And then I can increase the minions' attack speed, which is just, you know, they shoot more, they shoot bikey fasty, they do more damage. But as far as like raw damage is concerned, I'm running out of runway without it being coming from like some major item buffs, because like I can't really commit 10 or 15 points here for increased lightning damage, because it's only going to the lightning totem, really. Well, to a degree to myself, but like my character is never going to be the primary source of damage. It's kind of hard to spec both. You can't have the character be a god, but then also have the totems to be a god. It doesn't really work like that. Oh yeah, we were just talking about that Korean guy. If I had my other keyboard over here, I'd fucking proc that for the goat.
Green guy follows the Athletic on Twitter.
Who do you think you are? I am. The best part about that is that, like, he was chirping a kid in the fucking audience. Chirping a fucking kid. He saw it on ESPN.
Yeah, I saw it on the Athletic.
One sec.
Definitely could do with them. I wonder how the game determines what your maximum ward can be.
I'm not entirely sure there is a maximum ward. I mean, the thing
Because
that you're
they're
fighting is ward decay, right?
Yeah. Well,
So-
I've got quite literally got a sword that says, your melee strikes consume up to 1,488 ward, gaining 1+1 melee damage per 10 ward consumed.
Right.
I gain 51 ward per second, 9 intelligence, 13 increased attack speed. So it's like, you know,
I really don't think
500
there's like a fucking. I mean, even on my like lower level guy, I was generating like 7, 8, 900 ward. And so
Yeah.
I don't think there's really a limit. What will happen is like you're basically fighting the decay rate versus the rate in which you're gaining ward. And so yeah, I mean maybe there is a theoretical max, but it's probably pretty fucking high. For sure. But I'm almost positive that Mageblade is like, if it's not the strongest build available right now, it's close to it. I would say that I'm really interested in low health Lich. I think there's a window of opportunity there to make that really fucking broken. The problem is getting it there. Like actually surviving leveling to the point where you can do that. That's just gonna be nightmare fuel. But other than that, fuck.
Yeah.
Maybe there's probably a rogue build that competes. And I bet you it's a build that's like hilariously similar to the one that you're using, just the version is for rogue. Let me see if there's anything that's like a high rarity.
I thought I saw like a red ring somewhere on your map.
What is that supposed to even indicate?
Red. So I'm judging based off of.
I think that's the one we did last.
Items. Yeah, you might get like a legendary ring or something like that. Or...
Oh, I see.
Because there's definitely like green rings as well, which are set rings.
Yeah, set pieces. Yeah. Up here, a unique item. Yeah. Which we could go through after getting runes.
Yep.
What's up, Sathanos?
Also, I've got some good shit for you, but I just need to I need to get resonance with you. So
yeah, that's fine.
That's why we're
affix shards. Yay!
Bop. 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 Bop.
Rip. Seal the Ash Gate. Okay. Some sort of Diabloid? Yeah, so this is Last Epoch. It is indeed an ARPG. Made by a small studio of guys that played many years of ARPGs and saw some inefficiencies in the mechanics and a space in the market for a middle ground between the simplicity of a Diablo and the complexity of a PoE, and this just went 1.0 last few days, and so yeah, it's been
cool.
Yep, it's been a good time. Definitely fits that spot in the market as intended. Right in between the two, which is a great spot for me because Blizzard pretty much bastardized Diablo, and PoE, the skill tree and shit in PoE, like it's
you need a
stupid.
PhD.
It's stupid. It's overly complex for no benefit, and they don't respect your time in that game like whatsoever. So that's PoE is a game for people that like pretty much play PoE only with like scant few other games, and are really hell bent on the min-maxing lifestyle.
Oh. I've got so many keys now.
They'll eventually come in handy. The fuck just hit me for half my life? Probably the archers.
The dive bombing shit. They do a ton of physical damage. Right, whilst you got your totems up, let's summon this guy out. There we are. And... Hey.
Ah, it's the ladle. The mad ladle.
Yeah. I got a ladle as well. That's funny. Third ladle.
Dual wield ladles. It's the future.
If only you could do that. There would be a.
That'd be amazing.
That would be a choice.
Oh.
That's down here.
Yeah, I'll be there in a sec. Nothing, 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 nothing. Terrible. Great. No. Ah. Purple, purple, purple.
Purple. Fuck. No, don't transfer.
I mean, fine, but I don't really need... Don't really need it. Alright, what do we got here? Let's see. Legitimate high roll. Nice. Also, pretty high roll. Okay. Also, high roll. Okay. Oh, unfortunately, low roll on the last and final piece, but still pretty good. Problem being, I can't think of a build that I'd be using in which I would have a two-handed sword relying upon necrotic damage that also has minion buffs, but I'll take it for now anyway. Does this game allow remapping of actions from the mouse to the keyboard? My wrists are fucked after 30 years of gaming. I'm not sure how much there is for that. I know this gets I think it can be converted into WASD movement. But I haven't personally looked all that deep into that, so I can't actually tell you with any great specifics. The cost of Tier 1 subs is going up in the end of March, but not by how much. Got any insights? I'm not entirely sure how much it's going up either. And it's not for all regions. It's going up in pretty much everywhere, well, not everywhere, but a lot of places that aren't the US. But I don't personally recall getting correspondence about the specificity of the increase. That's not to say that it hasn't gone out. It might have just gotten lost in a sea of other emails, but yeah, I haven't
Let's have a look, see if I got an email.
I haven't looked into it further.
Which... There it is. Update, sub price change on March 28th. Starting March 28th, we are updating Tier 1 subscription and gift sub prices on the web in Australia, Canada, and the UK. We are updating all 3 tiers of subscription and gifting sub prices on the web in Turkey. Your existing subscription will automatically renew at the new price unless you choose to cancel. You can learn more on our blog. We are not changing the price of tier 2 or tier 3 subscriptions or gift subs in Australia, Canada, or the UK. These updates apply only to subscription purchased on desktop and mobile web. Will be we'll be updating prices on mobile apps in the coming months, and we'll notify you of any changes well in advance.
Marvelous.
I love how they sent the email out. You can learn more on our blog, and then fucking didn't
actually post anything on the blog.
The blog link. They just didn't have a link to the blog on the
phenomenal
email because stupid. Let's have a look.
I mean, if I had to take a guess, I mean, they're not going to blow it up through the roof, right? $5.99 or $4.99 Canadian. What is it right now in Canada? Is it still
$6.99?
It's going to go up like $1.
Canadian is going to $7.99 Canadian. Okay. Everything's going up $1 or £1. So Australia $7.99, $8.99 new price. UK $3.99 to $4.99. So it's a $5.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to. They wouldn't be able to justify going more than $1 at this point.
Tier 1 subs, definitely.
No, they weren't gonna like fucking double the money. That's
a tier 2 sub.
Would be bonkers. Yeah, at that point you're literally moving like all of the tier prices down a notch, which would be hilarious.
What the fuck happened to Turkey subscriptions?
What do you mean?
Well, Turkey web sub prices by tier. So tier 1, so the Turkish dollar or whatever it's called, the current price is $9.90, and it's going up to $43.90.
Oh, probably their dollar like collapsing.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah, the tier 2 sub was $19.99. Going up to $87.90, and then the tier 3 is 50 Turkish whatever to 215 Turkish whatever.
Fuck! It's gotta be their currency just tanked, like their economy's got to be in the shitter
immediately.
Yeah. Wow.
Anything useful?
Terrible.
I am not a man of many pockets. Use. Oh, that's spell I transformed.
Oh, revel up. Okay, so I have a choice of just continuing to dump points into that.
Fucking hell.
Which means I might just as well keep pumping this up until it's all the way to 8 and then go up, because I'll get more benefit from it anyway.
I have to start looking at selling some purple items.
Getting full up on that shit. I mean, the only other thing that you can do is you can use some of your runes or whatever to try and strip those useful affixes off. I don't know if they keep their rolls or if you just end up re-rolling. I haven't experimented enough with that to know whether, like, exactly how that pans out.
Yeah, I'm at 5 pages full of idle stuff. I could probably get rid
Holy
of some
Lord.
dupes. I'm at 7 pages of purple. Well, I've got 5 full pages, and then 2 free pages. I've got 1 page of set items. That's nowhere near full. I've got 1 page of full legend items. Only a couple of duplicates, like 2 maybe. And then I've got a page for keys. So the grand total of 1, 6, 15. No, 13, 14, 16, 17. 17 pages. 17 worth of stash tabs I've bought. Except for the first one, so 15.
Good
Cost
Lord.
me a lot of money.
Yeah, you've been storing. You be storing a lot of shit.
Well,
Hoarding.
it's not like we use it. It's not like we use money for fucking, like, other than buying shit, I guess. But like, well, I'm not buying anything anymore.
Oh, I forgot to go to the faction thing to check in on that and actually, like, enable one. Should probably do that after this.
You have a lot of faction points.
Oh yeah, I'd be swimming in it.
I've got several prophecies active, but the way that they work, you have to kill that specific thing. Melted.
Oh yeah. To scale those guys? Really?
And these guys are meant to have the more health as well. If I recall correctly, you're currently doing... Which monolith are you doing? Are you doing the Fall of the Outcast, or are you doing the Stone Lance right now?
You think I'm paying attention to that? I'm
One
just
would
here killing
hope.
shit.
One would hope, to be fair.
I'm just in here killing shit, bro. I ain't sitting down taking notes. I'm just milking what I can here. Then we do like the last story mission thing unlocked for it, and bada bing, bada boom. Oh, is this a friggin' okay? I was gonna say, where are these skeletons coming from?
No chest.
Is this proper endgame? It's part of what constitutes the endgame. So basically, these are all parts of fragmented timelines, and as you complete them, you start repairing the timeline. You can complete smaller, like, side mission-y stuff within the timeline to try to heal the timeline. And in the process, you get a bunch of opportunities to get, you know, strong items and shit.
How did your fight with Steak bitch go?
Clapped her.
Wish I could have.
I think I died. I might have died 2 or 3 times, but it was like really early in the fight. And then on the 4th one, I figured out just not to. My problem, the only reason she was killing me is I was jumping into her. And I mean, most of that is because, or I was doing that because my setup as it is, when I jump, I apply haste to all my totems and my birds. And so, and I can do 2 haste cycles per life of the totems. So, I was instinctually, because I do it outside of boss battles, I was instinctually diving into her to also attack her myself to do more damage. But she was, in combination with like the tower shit that she had, she was stun locking me and killing me. So the solution to that was just put my totems down and let my totems do all the work and stay the fuck out of the way so that you don't get stun locked and killed. That's pretty much it. Ran around in circles until she died.
Alright, 24 out of 24. Oh. The Ashen Crown.
Fancy.
Legendary. Let's see what that...
Whoa! Legendary!
44% of physical damage taken as fire. 54 increased spell stun chance. Increased...
Oh, so it oh, interesting. So it converts almost half of the physical damage you take into fire damage. So if you have a particularly high fire damage, resistance, then that's interesting.
Elemental Nova is now cast at this target location. Interesting. What's Elemental Nova?
That's the ring around you when you stamp the ground. I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, Nova. Yeah, Nova. Yeah.
The hollow finger! Oh, you get to put your finger inside of another finger? Amazing. Minion damage, minion health, minion critical strike multiplier. Chill on hit, melee, necrotic damage, cold resistance, and maximum skeleton +1. Well. Okay, well, you know who that's for. I don't have that character yet. But, let's see. So that max rolled on minion health. It mid-rolled the damage, low-rolled crit strike multiplier, high-rolled chill, reasonably high-rolled cold resistance. That's not a bad roll. The heralding the return of Kira Frightly? Yeah, possibly. Although,
fucking minion damage.
Although,
my life
for
no
see.
minion damage rings.
So what does this do? Okay. Minion, critical strike chance. Oh, that's just a... Is that a flat 5? Oh, no, okay. I was gonna say, Jesus. That would've been crazy. That's a lot of elemental damage increase, though. And physical. It's not a bad... It's not bad. Not terrible. And then this is a reasonable roll. Level 65. What the fuck? It's max roll attunement, almost max minion health, pretty high level lightning resistance, and almost max. Yeah, we'll keep the ring. And that bow can go away.
Take care.
A new show pastry store opening in my city managed to book a spot for their test run before. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Speak English, man.
Yeah. We don't speak that French here.
Item quality: white, blue, yellow. Purple is interesting because it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be better than yellow. It just means that one or more of the affixes can be exalted, which means they're like tier 6. So items have, item affixes have tiers, right? So for example, like you can see any of these here. So this ring, you can see the purple one is tier 6. So purple items have these like exalted. If it's not purple, then tier 5 is the max, and it's max craftable. So the only way that you get tier 6 is on a purple item. So it's another way of gambling for even higher tier shit. Purples are the top tier. Well, above that, then you get like red, which is like a legendary item, which they're pretty fucking strong a lot of the times. And then you have unique items, which are kind of like, I don't know, unique is probably like below legendary. And then you have set items, which are green, which are pretty strong, but are strongest when you have the full set and you're wearing the full set, 3 pieces.
Not all of them are 3-piece sets.
No, yeah.
It's because I've currently got a set for my,
That's a 2-piece?
Yeah, it's a 2-piece, it's a relic.
Oh,
and
right. Before we go any further, let me go and visit
the Prophet's House.
Yeah. What fucking town is that in again? What era? What fucking...
It's in the Divine area. You're
Divine?
on the right
Yeah,
spot.
it's the right era.
It's got a circle.
Oh, it's down in
purple circle around
Majelka.
it.
Right.
Magic. Majelka these mans. Majelka these nuts.
These mans, eh?
Definitely haven't found anything better than the woven flesh.
Let's see. Going for those, let's see, I really need see if I can roll for an axe, because the axe I've got's bad. Well, it's that or armor. Armor's also pretty reasonable. Like, it's like, what am I going to get more out of that right now in the grand scheme of things? Like, it's already 1% off max damage on minion damage. I'd get more attunement if I re-rolled on some shit. Melee crit chance on minions is already maxed. Dex doesn't really mean much to me, but it's there. I could replace that, maybe. And then health regen is a pretty high roll. It's tier 5. I mean, like, what am I gonna fucking do with that? Probably boots. Yeah, my boots are terrible.
You can have multiple prophecies.
Yeah, I know. I'm just thinking about what I actually want to go. Probably boots and accessories. Oh, or boots and, like, idols would be good, too. Armor. Exalted body armor, rare arcane boots.
Oh, God Hunter is part of the next timeline that you're gonna probably go to, the Stolen Lands.
Oh, the Stolen Lance, yeah.
Yeah.
The rare, when they give you multiple rares, the rares are often so shit. Do you ever notice that? Like the rares are, like when you get rares as a reward, they're worse than the rares that you just get at random out on the fucking field. They're kind of terrible. And then this condition, the monolith, is that just like literally finish any individual thing or something? And then beat a boss?
No,
Hold on.
condition. So the event is kill a boss condition in the monolith.
Right.
Whereas you could in theory fight a boss somewhere else.
Right. Okay. I gotcha.
Yeah. Because literally any boss monolith, and then if you hover, you hovered over the red suit, it said condition the Stolen Lands timeline, so it tells you specifically where the condition is.
So we're gonna take that. Ooh, unique belt. That's hot. Oh, it's the tier 2 Bastion dungeon. All right, calm down, Satan. Dungeon. Oh, another Stolen Lance. So I get multiple doing the same one.
Hey, that would be good.
Poggers.
Yeah,
Reign of Dragons timeline. And then, let's see, Soulfire Bastion dungeon. 3 exalted belts for doing, like, literally any boss. Sure.
Word.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to provide me with unique boots, please. Deaths of hashtag giant scorpion, hashtag.
Fair enough. Fine.
Yeah.
Have you clicked on north, south, east, west so that you can see if the other places have got something that you like?
Oh, I was unaware that was even a thing. Does it cost me anything to do that, or is that just like on a per?
No.
I see. The more you know. This guy would have a sword on his dick. What an absolute legend.
Okay.
Let's see.
Sword on the penis.
Deaths of siege golems anywhere. 2 one-handed swords. I actually need axes, really. If I'm gonna do anything.
Arena.
What else we got?
Done yet.
Let's go south. Set rings. Arena. Black Sun timeline.
Oh, there's the arena. I was like,
3 exalted relics. Oh, that might be fun. Killing 3 bosses anywhere. Oh yeah, sure. Okay.
It's Ruined Coast. Whitewater Arbor. Soulfire Bastion. The fuck is this arena thing? Is it in the Divine Era? Soulfire Bastion exit. Ancient time?
Unique armor for killing an exiled mage. That's it? Really?
Yep.
Only one of them? It's kind of a fucking freebie. Alright. Yes. Alright. And away we go.
Oh, there it is. Okay. To the end of time. To the monolith. So you're on this one, I believe.
What does the colors of the prophecies signify?
Good question.
Great. Well, now that we've cleared that up, let's get to twerk, I guess.
Skull Fortune bound to Y by default. Oh, you can bring those up. Again, higher rank gain. Yield great benefits for the faction. Core beans. Observatory is.
Oh yeah, the WoW colors. Well, the WoW colors were used by nearly everyone too. Like very few people or very few devs deviated very far from those colors. All right, I guess we can just move on, do this last story one, and then we can go to the next area.
Yep. Lance.
And then I can unlock all my fancy shit.
Oh. Okay. That's this fight. This fight. Read his name.
Invulnerable until soul vessels are destroyed. Great. Awesome.
Don't do a me and run around for like 10 minutes figuring out what the fuck I needed to do.
Oh, these are the things here. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. Also,
Ow. Ow.
Once you kill them, it puts a like fire area so that you can't come down here anymore. So just be warned.
I'm gonna need you to stay the fuck away from me.
What's your totems?
Okay. That should be him, yeah?
Yep, we can now fight him.
I have no potions left.
Okay.
Which should be amazing.
I'll tank.
I wasn't gonna go anywhere near him anyway, I just dropped my fucking totems and... Oh my god, why is my mana regenning so slow?
There you go.
Very nice. Hey!
Ribbons of Blood. 32% fire resistance, 30% increased fire damage, 9% increased health, 3.5 minion melee damage leached as health on hit. 22% minion increased leech rate, 6 plus 6 physical damage for minions. Your minions can't be critted. Holy shit.
What else is here? Can you move to the right?
Me?
Yeah. What is here that is...
Is it a
Oh,
key?
it's a bastion key. Why is my filter hiding a bastion key? It's only... That's weird. That's super weird.
You're not using shields, are you?
No.
Okay.
Just want to make sure there's nothing else fucking laying around here. Not on this character. I've yet to be persuaded by reading into other builds, or not build, well, other skill trees on the warrior side. I've yet to be persuaded that, that blocking anything is even remotely useful. At the moment, it just, you know, although block for a warrior is kind of the equivalent of ward, so I guess there is that. Alright, so I'm all good. Talk to the amalgamate souls. Don't give up, not yet! Reflect on the past. Goodbye.
Okay.
Alright, now I get to choose a blessing?
Yep.
Gold drop rate, unique drop rate, adorned idol drop rate. Ooh, shit. Oh.
Yep.
I feel like
Blessings.
idols... Blessings what? Continue on, go on.
The blessings are random. The reason why I know, because when I first went through here, my blessing was I had different blessings. I also had picked 6% increase in experience. So.
Oh, nice. I'm going for the adorned idol. I think idols are probably one of the like big untapped character like boost.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep my current.
All right.
Zeph, I do have an ability that allows me to gain haste, and I do have ability that gains decide as well. Decide is basically a more enhanced haste, so I do become bikey fasty.
The super bikey fasty.
Right, hold on. Be right back.
That's a lot of fire resistance. And
Oh,
a
you
lot
got
of
the
fire.
same thing,
Oh
isn't it?
shit! Almost. That's a high roll on both of those. We take that. High mid roll on the health. Mid roll on the melee damage leaked his health. Mid roll on the leech rate. High roll on the damage for minions. And the minions can't be crit. That's pretty good. If I did any fire damage, like, whatsoever. But I don't. Alright, what else did we get? We got a shield, which I think Fox got the same shield too, given what he was asking me. Let's see, mid-high roll on the block effectiveness. And low roll on chance to bleed. Low roll on physical pen. Mid roll on health gain on kill. Reduced health cost of spells. Oh, that's an intro. Okay, so this is like a necro shield. It is a necro shield. Huh. Interesting. A sword and board lich, maybe. Okay, max elemental damage resistance. Also giving me plus 20 necrotic resistance. And a max roll on spell crit strike chance. While getting an upper roll on more, oh, even more necrotic. So this is actually 57 necrotic and then 34, this is just the resistance. Needs level 70. But, holy shit. That's a lot of resistance. That, like, you could use this item and totems, and then that, like, grab something with physical, and then every other item you have could focus entirely on damage. Pretty much. Like, this is giving you 40 elemental plus cold 34, so that's 74 to cold on a single item and that's not including the elemental resistance given to me when I have my totem out. I mean, at 40, like, holy shit. Yeah, like, that's a crazy streamline into one item, and just, like, offloading everything to one item. That's a lot of extra health on potion use, holy shit. Almost max. 2 extra potion slots. More minion health. 84 armor. 28% reduced bonus damage taken from critical strikes. Is almost max. And then plus 5 endurance. How is this item worth so little? If it wasn't for the fact that I need to, like, have poison resistance somewhere else, that's a keeper. That's huge. Fox just screaming in the background. Plus 25 throwing damage is a low roll, sadly. Ward. Cleanse on potions, fine. Cooldown reduction. I mean, that's a good cooldown reduction, but it's not anything to write home about. You could sell that. Spell cold damage is almost max. Chance to cast Maelstrom every 5 seconds. Wait, what? Almost max, okay. 33 minion regen, almost max. Increased healing effectiveness is mid-roll. Decent elemental resistance add. And then add more cold resistance on top. That's also a pretty good. Your leap ability should scale off thrown damage because you're throwing yourself. Technically correct. Increased minion damage, increased... that's an upper roll-ish. Increased companion revive is low. Range and then speed is upper band. That's a lot of... That's almost max minion dodge rating. Okay. It's not bad. And the ring. And what do we got here? Poison resistance, cold resistance. More cold resistance. And plus 57 physical resistance. Good God. Well, you could take... That gives you your poison and physical. It gives you a lot of cold resistance. You never have to worry about cold resistance ever again. I mean, this essentially covers everything that's not fire. I have a lot of innate electric resistance. Yeah, like that's, I think, just literally on its own with nothing else buffing it. Yeah, like those two things give you a comedic amount of resistances just by themselves. Alright, so this is the Stolen Lance timeline here. I'm gonna quickly go back to town. Nova Scotia government scraps Coastal Protections Act. Oh, good. That's what that means is that a couple of millionaires paid them to scrap the act so that they can build some more multi-million-dollar homes directly on the coastline, and then also bypass a bunch of issues that a few golf courses have had trying to make golf courses along the coastlines in places. Wondrous.
Rhino.
Welcome back.
Right. People are idiots. And that's all I need to say.
We can just hear you just yelling in the background.
Yeah. Just call somebody Captain Dumbass.
Oh shit. It's funny. I just got like 2 items, like one relic and 1 belt that if I combine them I basically cover all of my resistances with only 2 items.
Oh nice.
Yeah, I can't wear them yet, but between those 2 and then what I get from my totems, I would have such high resistances that theoretically every other item could be focused purely on damage at that point, and it wouldn't matter. I just went back to town real quick to put shit in the.
Wait. No, I've done this.
Right.
I was like, of course I've done those. I have the thing. I have the.
You have the thing?
Passives on them. Yeah, I have the passives on those. I was like, why does it think that I haven't done the Fallen Outcast? But no. Let's
check DMs. Remember what you said about the new Clippers logo looking very baseball-y. Okay, hold on.
15-inch.
That's funny. I mean, yeah, it's literally the same concept. It's the sea with the ship, the basketball lines instead of the baseball lines.
No,
it's the same logo with just enough very legally distinct. Actually, I don't even know if it's legally close enough. I mean, just barely legally distinct. Alright, the Stolen Lance.
Yep.
Here we go. Let's see here.
But the Highlands.
That's pretty.
A car, bitches.
Holy fuck, that dude just hit me once for a... Oh, it's these guys. That's why.
Yeah.
These guys hit like a truck.
Ruby
Whoa,
Captain's hit.
that fucking dot. Nothing. Look at that later. Oh, you want to go up first?
Yeah, well, there's two. There's two things this map, so.
Oh my god!
We are getting like a sieged thing dropping down on us because that's what the.
That's what we're here to kill. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, exalted mage.
Well, what do you know?
And stay still. Murder. Dead.
Well, there's my body armor. Grab that.
Hey.
Grab the gloves. Nothing. Move on.
Speedy.
It's the reason why they fuck you up the most is because they pretty much stun you automatically and they have enormous amounts of physical damage. Like just comedic amounts. And so like if I have my five physical totems up, I have a pretty high physical resistance, but even then they hit like a truck. And unfortunately, they also have a huge friggin' area of effect on their swing. It's crazy.
Enjoy the barrels. Don't learn the nice way.
Just go kill this shit and look at the items later. I hate getting bombed constantly because you can't really like stand around and look at what you're actually dropping. You gotta like constantly be moving.
Get those. More gold. Since I just spent a metric foot ton on it.
What'd you spend some money on?
Oh, it's just that my pages are now 100k a pop now.
Right. Also, to answer the question about spending gold, theoretically, if you join the other faction, you can buy your items instead of finding them with magic find.
Yeah,
Ow.
but
fucker.
That requires me to give a shit about that other faction. I feel like the prophecy is the prophecy side.
Well, the prophecy's like the fun one. That's you know, like I don't get a dopamine hit for buying an item off a fucking marketplace. It's not really nearly as fun.
Plus kind of got like just it's my control. It's like what do I want to go get?
Yeah.
Critical strike chance. Bop. Seen some bikey fasty people.
They always manage to get to me before I plant down that fucking my wards, and they just get to clap me in the cheeks. Like, yeah, you dickhead.
Like,
They're fast little bastards.
Like they do end up proccing my my save shield.
Yeah, pretty much every time. Yeah.
Every time, and like after that, they can't hit me for shit.
Yeah, that's the saving grace of that passive.
I don't think there's anything up here, but else we got the time.
No, no. Go
There
fuck
he is.
yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Oh.
Does this area have, like, reduced mana regen on us or some shit? Because it feels like my mana is regenning so slow. I don't think I changed anything that's removed my mana
Yeah.
regen.
Rare enemies have 50% increased cooldown.
Nope, doesn't look like it.
Nope.
I don't think I changed out anything. Hey, what's up, Adam? Alright, we're done.
Yep. Ruins for memes.
Nada. Now, let's see what we got. So, we've got the... Alright, the Veil Root armor. Spriggan form. Ah, it's a Spriggan... Okay, so it's for... Druid. $69 health, nice. 69 mana, nice. 79 damage reflected to attackers. That's almost a high roll. Mana's pretty high, health is pretty high. Area of Thorn Shield's almost max. That's actually a pretty high roll on that armor set, except for increased healing effectiveness, which is basically bottom of the barrel, but that's okay, it's kind of whatever. Throwing damage, dodge rating, threshold, endurance threshold again. Okay, whatever.
Have I got a...
Freeze rate multiplier, cold resistance, mana, necrotic, lightning resist garbage.
Let's do this.
Cooldown recovery speed.
Just for memes.
Max strength.
Oh.
Max minion health. Nearly max poison resistance.
Just ascended a random purple, and it turned into a one-handed weapon. Turned into a humming bee.
It's the fucking odds. Why not?
Yeah.
Which weapon did you ascend?
It was just an exalted one-handed sword. Didn't.
Magnificent. Does it have to be exalted? Or can you because is it like the next level above exalted, like unique or something, or like what is it?
Change the no. So the Rune of Ascendance is change the item into a unique or set item of the same type.
So it could be like literally you could take a white item and turn it into a fucking unique.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Which way anything? What's this? Seals an experimental effects on the item. The effects is moved to its own slot, leaving its old slot open for you to add. Oh.
If that's the case, let me... I think I have a couple of those, and I need...
You need an axe. You need to be axed, question.
An upgraded axe. I mean, the thing, like... I don't really, because I'm not the one doing the damage, so that's like the thing, because the one I have right now has 43% increased minion damage on it, and 11.4% melee damage leeches health, but then and then on hit. So it's really just me using it to heal myself a bit, and then the fact that it has 43% increased minion damage. That's kind of like the primary function. That being said, I've got a couple of one-handed axes, and there's a direction this build could take in the latter stages, where I could adopt two-handed instead of one. Or two, yeah, like dual wield instead of single.
On melee hit. Does that count towards this?
No, not that one. Okay.
Not interesting.
Let's see. Throw that in there, get my modifier. Got 4 of those bad boys. Alright. Let's see what we do.
We're gambling. Gamba time.
Gamba? Oh, it's the one I already have. I wonder if there's only one one-handed. A one-handed axe.
Two-handed axe.
Almost max, mid-roll.
That's 200.
Upper mid-roll. I mean, if I dual wield these, it would definitely be a meme. I mean, no two ways around it, but, because I'd be... And, like, these could be doubled, honestly, I could double this as, like, a necro axe, but I don't think I can dual wield necro.
Okay, so there is more than one. There's 8 unique one-handed axes.
Well, let me tell you about how I just rolled another one of the same.
And then one green one-handed axe.
Those rolled very similar. Almost identically. Well, no, actually, that one low-rolled the fuck out of the chance to bleed on melee hit. So I now have 3 of those. Where is this? Those 2 are really similar. Amazing.
Oh, I think the only thing that you're looking for is, yeah, that'll be that axe.
It's basically, for minions, it's this axe.
No, not for minions. The axes that I'm looking at on the wiki.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So yeah, you'll. There is an axe that will be beneficial to your current build.
Yeah.
Just you haven't discovered it yet, so I'm not telling you what it is.
No, that's fine.
But
it would have to be a two. I think it's a two-handed axe. That's probably going to be like the thing. It's a one-handed axe, really?
Yeah, so one-handed axe. Yeah, it benefits the totems.
Oh, it's totem specific even. Okay.
And lightning damage.
Okay. So it's like oddly specific. Okay.
Yep.
Well, unfortunately, we did not get lucky on that, and we rolled the same fucking axe every time. The solution to this would be to go absolutely ham, buy a one-handed axe or two. I feel like the font might be a bit a bit big on that. Shift and right click to buy! Oh boy, they're all like that. Okay.
What did you do?
Dear
Wait, is
Lord.
Is that happening with mine? No, it's not happening.
Alright, let me
with
close the store and open her up again and see if she's still... Oh yeah, no, she's still a mess here. Okay. Alright. Very good.
They're just calling you out because you're fucking old and blind.
Apparently. I've got no one-handed axes available, sadly. I mean, I could go buy some Gamba ones in a sec. Because I can at least re-roll that. Very aggressive. What do you got over here? Two-handed. It's happening here too. Lol. Lol. You also don't have any one-handed axes. Well, what good are you guys? Alright, Gamba lad. Let's see here. Oh, it's rarity and magical properties, can I, baby? Pretty sure that's a one-handed axe. I can't tell because everything is so fucking enormous.
Looks powerful.
Yeah, that's a one-handed axe. Okay. I have no idea what happened. But look, and now if I do this occasionally, it will make it like super tiny font. Great. I think I only need to buy 2 of them.
Man's gambling.
I'm not, well, I don't care what the gamble outcome is. We gotta...
I mean, you're gambling with Ascendant Shards as well.
Oh, that, yeah. Well, I mean, what else am I gonna use them for? Let's see.
Ooh.
Here. That's literally what they're used for. There's no other use for them. You just throw them onto literally any weapon that you need. And just fucking go.
Yeah, they count literally all the sickles because I've seen some of the I've got a sickle myself as a two-handed axe.
Yeah.
Like, why? That's not how. Yeah, I know you didn't want to code in a whole thing for sickles, but like, Jesus.
Oh, right, no, I have to still go back because they don't give you a... Why wouldn't they just give you, like, a chest and shit there? For fuck's sakes.
Because fuck you, that's why.
I mean, I feel like an axe is gonna do that job better than a sickle will do that to a tree, though. I mean, I got that's a probably in the favor of the axe overall. Not gonna do it well, mind you.
Sickle these nuts.
Okay. Oh, it's a green axe. A set piece axe.
Oh, that's the only set piece axe there is.
Of course. So what do we got here? It's a 2-piece for poison. 2-piece. Okay, so it's a 1% melee poison chance per 1% uncapped fire resistance. Interesting. Huh. It's like 300% chance of poison. Melee damage. Okay. Fire damage, mid-roll. Low roll. Low roll. Oh, it did me dirty. But it gives you a lot of poison resistance, though. Holy shit. Wow. Boom. Pact Severance. Unique Soul Harvester. One-handed axe. Let's see, we got to know it's a necrotic damage. 100% increased minion necrotic damage. That is the lowest possible roll on that. Mid-roll on that. Mid-roll on that. Dude, this can get you up to 26% attack and cast speed combo. 37 physical and 22 physical damage with sacrifice. My sacrifice! Increased area with sacrifice. When minions die, you have a 45% chance to cast sacrifice on your lowest health minion. Okay. So it's a obviously necro axe. Definitely a lot of big dick energy possibilities with that axe, but to what? There is a build that like revolves sort of around consuming your own minions. So it definitely seems like it's in that neck of the woods. I think you can re-roll fucking affixes too.
No, not with
Reroll,
uniques.
not with uniques?
No. Doesn't have any forging potential.
Oh, true. It's just whatever you get, you get.
You are... yeah, but the item itself can be farmed by specific enemies and bosses, so...
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah, so that's how they expect you to farm those.
In the arms of the angels. Not one. We tried, chat. We put in an effort. But now we gotta go back to getting it the old-fashioned way. Alright, so let's hop back to Monolith.
Yeah, the axe that you're looking for is basically in the Reign of Dragons.
Fancy. So fancy. Okay. So... Doesn't really matter. Go for the experience tomes.
Experience D's nuts. They're gonna give me... There we go. Alright.
Oh.
Bat. Get frozen, bear. Fuck you.
We're going up into the right. Oh, reflection.
I keep hearing like a character make a noise, and it always sounds like I've just found a mask in Crash Bandicoot. Because they're going,
oh,
yeah.
Water shrine.
I didn't even click the thing. Did you click the thing?
I did.
Oh, okay.
Oh, like, that. No, that I didn't click. I clicked the shrine below.
Oh.
Yeah.
La-di-da. Puzzle. Anyways. That's done. So now we just need to clear the area.
Let me see if there's anything here that's actually worth picking up. Nothing. Dear God, that's almost a perfect roll. Wow. Fuck me. Okay.
I've
Yes.
used
What?
the cars in the country. Thank God.
Wow! Holy
Glad-
shit! It's crossed the border.
Glad that it's in the country.
The dream.
If only.
Now it's gonna be another like 3 months, where it gets to you via a single guy who's pulling it via rickshaw.
Again, I should have it by they keep saying.
Yeah, one more week. It's gonna be like me moving into the house. End of next month. End of the month. End of the month.
Yeah. Quite literally Sunday. And I disagree that it's gonna happen. Unless you ring him in.
Yay, Beatles! More beetles? Hell yeah! I got an army of beetles now. Let's go. Alright, where the hell are the rest of the enemies? Oh, they must be down here.
Stunning strike.
Clap.
Mm-hmm.
Clap.
Well, it's connected.
There it is.
And that's
it?
done.
That's the show.
Yeah.
Collect those.
Rare spears or pile of gold. Pile of gold. I do not use spears. Even with other characters, I wouldn't think of who would use a spear.
I haven't really figured out who would be spear heavy as of yet.
Yeah. So that's why I'm like, that one. That one. Okay.
Gonna have to get more specific here. Looks like finally buying some stash tabs. Let's see. Let's since we've got so many of them, let's go with axes. And we'll move all the axes into one place. There we go. And, confirm that. Make this swords. Okay. That's a woman's argument. Men lead the way forward with their tree chopping sickles and wheat clearing axes. Oh, shit. Amazing. Amazing. Rare wands and catalysts. Affix shards. Oh, this one's got, this is runes, but it's more rarity and experience gain.
Starfire Refuge. Oh, golems.
Yay.
They shoot from China. Did you just kick the bucket?
Ow!
I think you can still come through the portal.
There we go.
Fragment of the Enigma.
Yeah, both
Offhand catalyst.
both of the Iron Giants walked around the corner and simultaneously Falcon punched me. I got sent to the Shadow Realm. It was a bad.
My man said, "I am out."
It was a bad time. Absolutely destroyed.
Falcon punch. They do hit like.
They hit like a fucking truck. Like holy
Yeah.
shit! And these guys are casting from like the moon. Oh no 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 no! Not again! Not again! No! No!
So,
Bad touch. Bad touch. No! Bad touch.
Oh, I got key. Ow.
Oh my god.
Oh, there's a big white. Right, quick, freeze him to death.
Holy shit. Okay, hold on. I gotta go back here for a second.
That's fine.
Ow, fuck, dude. Why does everything in here hurt? That's crazy. Alright, there's about 1 million items here, so just 1 second, we'll check Check
Yeah.
through. Nothing, 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 nothing. Okay.
Ooh. Oh, this is for the sock. Fragment of Enigma.
Fragment of Ligma.
Ligma what? Ligma ass. Jesus.
Oh my god, everything hurts.
The electric turrets.
Ah!
Ricky.
I got Falcon punched again. I couldn't even have a chance to get out of the way of that. My man teleported around a corner and fucking bitch slapped me. Dude, that's insane. I have so much resistance when he hits me with that, and he's still fucking me up like that. That's crazy. Like, what are they like? And I'm 5 levels up on this area,
Yeah.
and I'm still getting clapped that hard. That's wild.
You come from Portland, yeah.
Yeah, it's in the midst of figuring it out.
Stop it.
Or it's waiting for you to be not in combat, one or the other.
I'm not finding anything right now.
Alright, we're just waiting on the portal then.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what they are. They're channeling the spirit of Saitama, alright. One punching my ass into another dimension. Like that ends up being what, like 160, close to 160 fire when time's all said and done. And like 170 or 180 physical. And there's still just one of them is still clapping me that hard is crazy. I don't know if it's gonna let me fucking back in there. Hold on. Let me try and open a portal to it. There we go. Fucking problem solved.
Yep.
Nothing. Okay.
There's an exalted mage up on the north.
Ow. God damn.
Fuck off. Oh.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I'll
Got him.
stay over here. There we go. Oh, he's back.
Got him again.
Dear Lord.
This tower fucking guy. Fuck off. Fuck my ass. Right. Dead end. Nothing. What? Oh, there's a big guy up here. Distraction. Oh, there's another one. Distraction. What's that mine? Some juicy drops.
Nothing, 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 nothing. Alright. Oh wait, let's go over here first. Before they, you know,
Oh, big
pull
guy.
these guys in.
Big guy dead.